Welcome, dear listeners, to another soothing journey through time. Tonight, we'll explore the captivating story of smallpox, a disease that has shaped human history in profound ways. As we delve into its origins and aftermath, allow yourself to be gently carried away by the ebb and flow of historical events. But first, let's take a moment to settle in and find our calm. Make yourself comfortable, whether you're lying in bed or reclining in a favorite chair. Take a deep breath in, feeling your chest rise, and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension you may be holding. Allow your body to sink deeper into relaxation with each breath. Now, picture yourself in a small village in ancient times. The air is crisp, and the scent of wood smoke drifts on the breeze. You can hear the distant sound of children playing and the soft murmur of voices. This peaceful scene sets the stage for our exploration of smallpox, a disease that would come to change the course of civilizations. As we begin our journey through the history of smallpox, from its earliest known appearances to its eventual eradication, let the gentle flow of information lull you into a state of tranquil curiosity. We'll explore the impact of this disease on ancient societies, its role in shaping empires, and the remarkable story of how humanity finally overcame this formidable foe. So, relax, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to drift off as we unravel the fascinating tale of smallpox, a story of human perseverance, scientific triumph, and the interconnectedness of our global history. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, where the whispers of time carry tales of a disease that once cast a long shadow over humanity. Smallpox, a name that echoes through the corridors of history, has origins that stretch back thousands of years. As we embark on this journey through time, we will explore the emergence of this formidable disease, its spread across continents, and the remarkable human efforts that eventually led to its eradication. Let us begin by traveling back to a time when the world was a tapestry of emerging civilizations. Between 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, as settled agricultural societies began to flourish in regions like Mesopotamia and the Nile River Valley, a new virus quietly emerged. This virus, which we now know as smallpox, left its earliest marks on the mummified remains of ancient Egyptians. These silent witnesses, preserved through millennia, offer us a glimpse into the early manifestations of a disease that would later become far more virulent. In the stillness of ancient India, around 400 CE, we find one of the earliest written descriptions of smallpox. Imagine a scribe carefully inscribing a medical text, detailing a disease marked by pustules and boils. The text describes these pustules as red, yellow, and white, accompanied by a burning pain, as if the skin were studded with grains of rice. This vivid imagery aligns with the symptoms of smallpox, a disease that would come to be seen as both a curse and a divine punishment. In Hindu tradition, goddess Sitala was believed to both cause and cure the affliction, embodying the dual nature of the disease. As we gently turn the pages of history, we see smallpox making its way to Europe. In 710 CE, following the Umayyad conquest of Hispania, the disease crossed into the Iberian Peninsula. This marked the beginning of a series of devastating epidemics that swept through Europe, leaving a trail of sorrow and loss. The Japanese smallpox epidemic of 735 to 737 serves as a poignant reminder of the disease's deadly reach, claiming the lives of a significant portion of Japan's population. In the 9th century, Persian physician Rhazes, with a calm and discerning eye, provided a clear description of smallpox in his book, The Book of Smallpox and Measles. His work was a beacon of understanding, as he distinguished smallpox from other similar diseases, such as measles and chickenpox. This differentiation was a significant advancement in medical knowledge, offering hope in the face of a relentless adversary. Reyes's observations laid the groundwork for future medical practitioners who would build upon his insights to develop more effective treatments and preventive measures. Our journey now takes us to the African continent, where smallpox made its presence known as early as the 6th century CE. During the Elephant War, Ethiopian troops contracted the disease during a siege in Mecca, carrying it back to Africa. The disease spread along caravan routes, weaving its way through densely populated areas connected to the Mediterranean, Nubia, and Ethiopia. Though written records of smallpox in Africa are sparse until the 16th century, the disease's impact was profound, shaping the lives of countless individuals. The spread of smallpox in Africa was not just a health crisis. It also influenced social structures, economies, and even the dynamics of power among tribes and kingdoms. Smallpox's historical impact was particularly severe in the 18th century, when it claimed the lives of an estimated 400,000 Europeans each year. Imagine the quiet despair that settled over families as they faced the loss of loved ones, including 5 reigning European monarchs. In Russia, the disease was so prevalent that every 7th child born succumbed to its grasp. This high mortality rate exerted a significant selection pressure on populations, leaving a lasting genetic imprint on those who survived. The disease's relentless nature forced communities to adapt, leading to changes in public health policies and the development of early quarantine measures. Despite the lack of understanding about the disease's cause, ancient civilizations developed practices aimed at conferring immunity. Variolation, a technique involving the transfer of smallpox material from infected individuals to healthy ones, emerged as an early attempt to combat the disease. In China, a form of variolation known as insufflation was practiced, where smallpox scabs were dried, ground, and gently blown into the nostrils. In India, inoculation involved using a lancet or needle to transfer material from smallpox pustules to the skin of healthy children. These practices, observed in Asia and later introduced to Europe, offered a glimmer of hope in the fight against smallpox. The spread of these techniques across cultures highlights the interconnectedness of human societies and their shared struggles against disease. The dawn of modern vaccination arrived with Edward Jenner's pioneering work in 1796. Jenner, with a keen eye for observation, noticed that milkmaids who contracted cowpox, a similar but less virulent virus, were immune to smallpox. He conducted an experiment, inoculating an 8-year-old boy named James Phipps with material from a cowpox sore. Phipps recovered fully, and when later exposed to smallpox, he remained healthy. This marked the birth of vaccination, a turning point in the battle against smallpox. Jenner's work not only revolutionized the approach to infectious diseases, but also laid the foundation for the field of immunology, influencing countless future studies and medical practices. Jenner's discovery spread across continents, leading to the establishment of vaccination programs in many countries. By the mid-19th century, mandatory smallpox vaccination became a reality in Britain and parts of the United States, with vaccination certificates required for travel. These efforts laid the foundation for the eventual global eradication of smallpox. The establishment of vaccination campaigns was not without controversy. Debates over individual rights versus public health emerged, reflecting the complex relationship between society and medicine. The journey towards eradication was a monumental task, requiring international cooperation and coordination. Advances in vaccine production techniques in the 1950s, including the development of heat-stable, freeze-dried vaccines, facilitated the global distribution of vaccines. This innovation paved the way for the eventual eradication of smallpox, testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. The World Health Organization launched an intensive global smallpox eradication campaign in 1967, mobilizing resources and personnel from around the world. This unprecedented effort united nations, health organizations, and communities in a common goal, showcasing the power of collaboration in overcoming a shared threat. As we gently conclude our exploration of smallpox's origins, we are reminded of the disease's deep roots in ancient history. From its emergence thousands of years ago to its rapid spread across continents, smallpox left an indelible mark on humanity. Yet, through the resilience and determination of countless individuals, the disease was ultimately vanquished. The story of smallpox is a testament to the power of human collaboration and scientific advancement, offering hope and inspiration for future generations. It serves as a reminder that while diseases may evolve, so too does our capacity to understand and combat them, paving the way for a healthier future for all. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest where the first whispers of civilization began to take root. As we embark on this journey through time, let us explore the spread and impact of civilizations, a tale woven with threads of innovation, adaptation, and cultural exchange. This story unfolds slowly, like the meandering flow of a river, shaping the landscapes of human history. In the early days, civilizations emerged like delicate blooms in fertile lands, nurtured by the life-giving waters of rivers. Around 400 to 300 BCE, the first civilizations began to flourish in regions such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and China. These early societies were built upon the foundation of agriculture, a transformative force that allowed people to settle and cultivate the land. Imagine the soft hum of activity in these ancient villages, where the rhythm of life was dictated by the cycles of planting and harvest. The agricultural revolution marked a gentle yet profound shift from the nomadic ways of hunter-gatherers. Picture the serene landscapes dotted with fields of grain as communities began to grow and thrive. This transition brought about larger, more permanent settlements where people could specialize in various crafts and trades. The surplus of food allowed for denser populations, giving rise to the first cities and complex societies. It was a time of quiet transformation as the seeds of civilization took root and began to spread. As these early civilizations expanded, they developed intricate irrigation systems to harness the power of water. In the arid regions of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, sophisticated networks of canals and ditches crisscrossed the land, bringing life to the fields. These systems, like the gentle flow of a stream, supported the growth of urban centers and allowed fewer farmers to produce more food. The Khmer civilization, with its berets and reservoirs, exemplifies the ingenuity of these early societies in adapting to their environments. Trade became the lifeblood of civilizations, a gentle breeze carrying ideas and innovations across vast distances. The Silk Road, a network of trade routes, connected the markets of Asia with Europe, facilitating the exchange of goods and cultures. Imagine the soft clinking of coins and the murmur of merchants as they bartered and traded. Through this exchange, civilizations adopted new tools, writing systems, and artistic styles, enriching their own cultures with the knowledge of others. The spread of ideas was like the gentle ripples on a pond, reaching far and wide. Writing, for instance, allowed civilizations to record their laws, histories, and scientific discoveries. This sharing of knowledge contributed to the growth and development of societies, fostering a sense of interconnectedness among distant lands. As we ponder these exchanges, we might ask ourselves, how did these ancient interactions shape the world we know today? Government administration and infrastructure played a crucial role in the organization of civilizations. Picture the calm order of ancient Rome with its well-organized bureaucracy and efficient systems of governance. In Southeast Asia, Khmer civilization developed complex administrative structures, managing public works and resolving disputes. These systems, like the steady beat of a drum, provided stability and order, allowing civilizations to flourish. Social classes emerged as cities grew, creating a tapestry of roles and responsibilities within society. Artisans, traders, and merchants formed distinct groups, while the ruling class, including kings and nobles, held positions of power. Common workers and farmers formed the backbone of these societies, their labor sustaining the cities and supporting the ruling elite. This hierarchy, though rigid, provided a framework for the functioning of civilizations, much like the branches of a tree supporting its canopy. The desire to explore and innovate has always driven civilizations forward. The Khmer civilization, for example, developed a complex irrigation system to support rice farming, allowing urban areas like Angkor to thrive. This spirit of innovation, like a gentle breeze, carried civilizations to new heights, enabling them to adapt and grow in the face of challenges. Population dynamics played a significant role in the evolution of civilizations. Imagine the ebb and flow of people, like the tides of the sea, shaping the identity of societies. Population growth could lead to prosperity, while sudden shifts or declines could strain resources and infrastructure. These changes, whether due to migration, disease, or environmental factors, often led to cultural and social transformations, redefining the character of civilizations. The impact of civilizations on one another was marked by both conflict and cultural exchange. The Khmer civilization, for instance, engaged in vibrant trade, but also faced conflicts with neighboring communities. These interactions, like the gentle push and pull of the tides, influenced the course of history, leading to the rise and fall of empires. Globalization and integration have become defining features of the modern world. The concept of a world system suggests that civilizations are now interconnected in a web of economic, political, and cultural ties. This integration, like the weaving of a tapestry, has created a complex and interdependent global society. As we reflect on this interconnectedness, we might wonder, how has globalization shaped our understanding of civilization? To gain a deeper understanding of the spread and impact of civilizations, let us consider a few early examples. Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, saw the rise of powerful kingdoms and empires. The Indus Valley Civilization, with its advanced urban planning, left a lasting legacy despite its mysterious decline. Ancient Egypt, with its majestic pyramids and centralized government, stands as a testament to the ingenuity of early societies. These civilizations, like the gentle unfolding of a story, offer valuable insights into the dynamics of human history. They faced numerous challenges, from environmental fluctuations to social unrest, yet they persevered and adapted. Climate change, for instance, played a significant role in shaping the fortunes of civilizations, influencing their rise and fall. As we conclude our exploration, let us take a moment to appreciate the resilience and diversity of human societies. The spread and impact of civilizations have been shaped by a delicate interplay of innovation, adaptation, and cultural exchange. From the early agricultural settlements to the sophisticated urban centers of ancient times, each stage has contributed to the rich tapestry of human history. In understanding these dynamics, we gain a deeper appreciation for the challenges and triumphs of civilizations, both past and present. The spread of smallpox, a disease that would later have devastating effects on populations, can also be seen as part of this intricate web of human interaction. As civilizations expanded and trade routes flourished, so too did the potential for diseases to travel alongside goods and ideas. Smallpox, which is believed to have originated in Africa or Asia, found its way into various societies, often with catastrophic results. The impact of smallpox on indigenous populations in the Americas after European contact is a stark reminder of how interconnectedness can lead to unforeseen consequences. The introduction of smallpox to the Americas in the 15th and 16th centuries decimated native populations who had no prior exposure or immunity to the disease. This tragic outcome illustrates the darker side of cultural exchange, where the movement of people and goods also facilitated the spread of pathogens. The loss of life was staggering, with estimates suggesting that up to 90% of some indigenous communities perished due to smallpox and other diseases brought by European colonizers. This demographic collapse not only altered the social fabric of these civilizations, but also paved the way for European dominance in the New World. In contrast, the spread of smallpox in Europe and Asia had different implications. While it caused significant mortality, societies had begun to develop some level of immunity over centuries of exposure. The development of variolation, an early form of inoculation, emerged in places like China and India, where practitioners would deliberately infect individuals with a mild form of the disease to build immunity. This practice, which predated the more modern vaccination techniques, highlights the innovative responses of civilizations to the challenges posed by infectious diseases. As we reflect on the spread and impact of civilizations, it is essential to recognize the role of disease in shaping human history. The interplay between civilizations and pathogens is a reminder of our vulnerability and resilience. Just as trade routes facilitated the exchange of goods and ideas, they also became conduits for diseases that could alter the course of societies. The lessons learned from the past can inform our understanding of contemporary global health challenges as we navigate a world that remains interconnected in ways both profound and perilous. As we continue our journey through time, let us carry with us the lessons of history like a gentle whisper guiding us toward a brighter future. The story of civilizations is not just one of triumph and innovation. It is also a narrative of adaptation in the face of adversity. The spread of smallpox and its impact on societies serve as a poignant reminder of the complexities of human existence, where the threads of culture, health, and history are intricately woven together. In this tapestry, we find not only the resilience of civilizations, but also the enduring spirit of humanity, ever striving to learn, adapt, and thrive amidst the challenges of our shared existence. Imagine a time when the world was quieter, yet filled with the whispers of a formidable foe. Smallpox, a disease that once cast a long shadow over humanity, is now a chapter in the annals of history. Though eradicated in 1980, story remains a testament to human resilience and ingenuity. Let us gently explore the modern era of smallpox, understanding its impact and the remarkable journey to its eradication. Picture the ancient world, where the soft rustling of leaves in distant forests carried tales of a mysterious illness. Smallpox, caused by the variola virus, was a relentless traveler, hitching rides on the winds of trade and the tides of conquest. From the bustling markets of ancient China to the grand courts of Europe, left its mark, silent testament to its reach. In the 20th century alone, claimed over 300 million lives, staggering reminder of its potency. The variola virus, a member of the orthopoxvirus family, was a master of disguise, spreading quietly through the air we breathe and the objects we touch. Imagine the gentle touch of a loved one, unknowingly carrying the seeds of illness. The symptoms began subtly, with a fever that warmed the body, like a gentle summer sun, followed by a rash that blossomed into pustules, each a tiny, painful reminder of the disease's presence. With a mortality rate of around 30%, Smallpox was a formidable adversary. Yet, amidst the shadows, there was light. In 1796, Edward Jenner, quiet observer of nature, noticed something curious. Milkmaids who had danced with cowpox, milder virus, seemed immune to smallpox's deadly embrace. With a gentle hand, he introduced the world to the first vaccine, a simple yet profound act that would change the course of history. Though met with skepticism, vaccines slowly gained acceptance, a beacon of hope in a world yearning for relief. As the 20th century unfolded, the world united in a common cause. The World Health Organization, like a conductor orchestrating a symphony of nations, launched the Global Smallpox Eradication Program in 1959. It was a monumental task, akin to moving mountains, with challenges that seemed insurmountable. Yet, with determination and innovation, the program intensified in 1967, introducing new vaccine production techniques and the bifurcated needle, simple tool that made vaccination more efficient. Imagine the bustling streets of South America, the vibrant markets of Asia, and the vast plains of Africa, each a stage for mass vaccination campaigns. By 1971, smallpox had been vanquished from South America, followed by Asia in 1975, and finally Africa in 1977. The world was on the cusp of a historic achievement, testament to the power of collective action. In 1977, in a quiet village in Bangladesh, a 3-year-old girl named Rahima Banu became the last person to naturally contract variola major. Her story, poignant reminder of the disease's reach, marked the end of an era. With gentle care, she was isolated, and a house-to-house vaccination campaign ensured the disease would not spread further. The world held its breath, and in 1980, the World Health Assembly declared smallpox eradicated, a moment of triumph and relief. Though smallpox no longer walks among us, its legacy endures. In secure laboratories, samples of the variola virus are stored, a reminder of the past and a precaution for the future. Researchers, like modern-day alchemists, continue to explore treatments, ensuring that should the disease ever reemerge, we are prepared. The ongoing research into the variola virus also serves as a crucial reminder of the importance of maintaining high standards of biosecurity and biosafety in laboratories worldwide. Public health authorities remain vigilant, aware of the whispers of bioterrorism that linger in the air. Smallpox, with its high mortality rate and ease of transmission, is considered a potential threat. Yet, with calm resolve, measures are in place to protect us, testament to the lessons learned from the past. The establishment of the Strategic National Stockpile in the United States, for instance, ensures that vaccines and antiviral medications are readily available in the event of an outbreak. The eradication of smallpox is a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humanity can achieve when united in purpose. It paved the way for future global health initiatives, inspiring efforts to combat diseases like polio and measles. The techniques and strategies developed during the eradication campaign continue to guide us, a legacy of innovation and collaboration. The use of ring vaccination, where only those in close contact with an infected person are vaccinated, has proven effective in controlling outbreaks of other diseases, showcasing the adaptability of public health strategies. As we conclude this gentle journey through the modern era of smallpox, let us reflect on the resilience and ingenuity that led to its eradication. The story of smallpox is not just one of suffering and loss. It is also a narrative of hope, innovation, and the triumph of science over adversity. The global response to smallpox has set a precedent for how we approach emerging infectious diseases today, emphasizing the need for rapid response, international cooperation, and the importance of vaccination. Though the disease is no longer a natural threat, its story continues to inspire, reminding us of the importance of vigilance and cooperation in the face of global health challenges. The legacy of smallpox eradication is a testament to the power of human determination, a soothing reminder that together we can overcome even the most formidable of foes. As we navigate the complexities of modern health crises, let us carry forward the lessons learned from smallpox, ensuring that we remain prepared and united in our efforts to protect future generations from the shadows of infectious diseases. The journey of smallpox, from a devastating scourge to a symbol of triumph, serves as a guiding light, illuminating the path toward a healthier, safer world for all. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, where the whispers of history linger in the air. Today, we embark on a serene journey through time, exploring the remarkable story of smallpox eradication, a tale of perseverance, collaboration, and triumph over adversity. This chapter unfolds the intricate tapestry of efforts that led to the eradication of one of humanity's most formidable foes. In the early days, smallpox was a relentless adversary, a disease that left its mark on history, with its severe symptoms and high mortality rate. Picture the quiet resolve of those who first attempted to control it through variolation, a practice that involved exposing individuals to material from smallpox sores. This early method, though risky, was a beacon of hope in regions where the disease was endemic. It was a time when the world was just beginning to understand the power of immunity. As we move forward, let us pause to appreciate the gentle genius of Edward Jenner. In 1796, he observed that milkmaids who had contracted cowpox were immune to smallpox. This simple yet profound observation led to the development of the first vaccine, a turning point in the fight against the disease. Imagine the quiet determination of those early vaccinators, armed with a newfound tool to combat a centuries-old scourge. Jenner's work laid the foundation for immunology, a field that would evolve and expand, ultimately leading to the sophisticated vaccination strategies we have today. The World Health Organization's Global Smallpox Eradication Program, initiated in 1959, was a testament to the power of collective effort. Despite facing challenges such as limited funds and personnel, the WHO persisted, recognizing the immense potential of eradicating smallpox to improve global health. In 1967, the Intensified Eradication Program was launched, bringing with it a renewed sense of purpose and a suite of innovative strategies. This program emphasized the importance of community engagement, ensuring that local populations understood the benefits of vaccination and were actively involved in the campaign. Consider the gentle hum of laboratories in endemic countries where improved vaccination technology was developed. The creation of higher quality, freeze-dried vaccines was crucial for maintaining potency in diverse climates. Picture the bifurcated needle, a simple yet revolutionary tool that allowed health workers to administer multiple doses efficiently, transforming mass vaccination campaigns into a symphony of coordinated efforts. This innovation not only increased the efficiency of vaccination, but also reduced the amount of vaccine needed, making it more accessible to populations in remote areas. A robust case surveillance system emerged as a cornerstone of the eradication campaign. Imagine the quiet diligence of health officials tracking outbreaks, ensuring that vaccination efforts were targeted precisely where needed. This system was a vital thread in the fabric of the global campaign, helping to weave a barrier against the spread of smallpox. The meticulous data collection and analysis allowed for real-time responses to outbreaks, showcasing the importance of adaptability in public health strategies. The eradication of smallpox was a harmonious collaboration, involving countries and organizations worldwide. The World Health Organization provided leadership and coordination, while the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention offered technical expertise and resources. Even the United States and Soviet Union, despite their ideological differences, joined forces in this noble endeavor. Picture the quiet diplomacy and shared commitment that transcended borders and politics. This unprecedented collaboration set a precedent for future global health initiatives, demonstrating that when faced with a common enemy, nations can unite for the greater good. Yet, path to eradication was not without its challenges. Funding and resource mobilization were persistent hurdles, requiring gentle persuasion and sustained effort to overcome. Political and social issues, such as vaccine refusal and targeted attacks on staff, posed significant obstacles in certain regions. Imagine the quiet resilience of those who navigated inhospitable terrain, using unconventional transportation methods to reach remote communities. Health workers often traveled by foot, bicycle, or even donkey to ensure that vaccines reached the most isolated populations, embodying the spirit of dedication and sacrifice. Despite these challenges, the eradication campaign achieved remarkable milestones. Smallpox was eradicated in North America in 1952 and Europe in 1953, early successes that provided momentum for the global effort. By 1971, South America was free from the disease, testament to the power of coordinated action. In 1975, Asia followed suit, bringing hope to one of the world's most populous regions. The final case of smallpox in Africa was reported in 1977, marking the end of naturally occurring cases globally. Each of these milestones was celebrated not just as a victory over a disease, but as a triumph of human spirit and collaboration. The last naturally occurring case of smallpox was reported in Somalia in 1977, involving a young hospital cook named Ali Mau-Malin. His survival and subsequent contribution to the polio eradication team in Somalia is a poignant reminder of the enduring impact of the eradication campaign. Janet Parker, medical photographer, was the last person to die of smallpox, highlighting the importance of vigilance even in the final stages of eradication. These stories serve as powerful reminders of the human cost of disease and the importance of continued public health efforts. As we reflect on the post-eradication period, we recognize the importance of planning for the future. Procedures for certifying large geographic areas as smallpox-free were developed, but the experience underscored the need for comprehensive post-eradication strategies. This lesson reminds us of the importance of sustaining the gains made during the eradication campaign. The establishment of the Global Smallpox Eradication Program's legacy has paved the way for ongoing surveillance and preparedness against potential outbreaks of other infectious diseases. The Global Smallpox Eradication Program offers valuable lessons for future disease eradication efforts. The availability of effective vaccination technology, robust surveillance systems, and international cooperation were key to its success. Adequate funding and resource mobilization were critical, highlighting the need for sustained commitment and collaboration. Moreover, the importance of community involvement and education cannot be overstated. Empowering local populations to take part in their health initiatives fosters trust and increases the likelihood of success. In conclusion, the eradication of smallpox stands as a testament to the power of international cooperation and effective public health strategies. From the early control efforts to the global eradication campaign, this chapter has illuminated the complexities and challenges faced during this monumental achievement. The lessons learned from the smallpox campaign are invaluable for future disease eradication efforts, emphasizing the importance of robust vaccination technology, surveillance systems, international cooperation, and resource mobilization. As we close this chapter, let us carry forward the quiet determination and collaborative spirit that made the eradication of smallpox possible. The story of smallpox eradication is not just a historical account. It is a beacon of hope for future generations, reminding us that with unity and perseverance, we can overcome even the most daunting challenges in public health. Imagine a world where a single disease could alter the course of history, where the gentle hum of daily life was often interrupted by the fear of an invisible enemy. This was the reality of smallpox, a disease that once cast a long shadow over humanity. Yet, through determination and collaboration, smallpox was eradicated, leaving behind a legacy rich with lessons for future generations. Today, we will explore the enduring impact of the smallpox eradication program and the wisdom it imparts to modern public health efforts. Picture the soft rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, where the whispers of history tell tales of smallpox's devastating grip on humanity. For centuries, this disease spread silently, carried by the winds of time, affecting millions. Smallpox, caused by the variola virus, was a formidable adversary with its two forms, variola minor and variola major, each leaving their mark. The latter, more deadly, claimed countless lives, reminding us of nature's power and the fragility of human existence. In the mid-20th century, the world united under a common goal: to rid humanity of this scourge. The World Health Organization, like a gentle conductor orchestrating a symphony of hope, launched the global smallpox eradication campaign. This endeavor was not just a battle against a virus, but a testament to human resilience and ingenuity. The campaign's success was built on several key pillars, each contributing to the harmonious melody of eradication. First, there was the mass vaccination effort, a sweeping wave of protection that sought to shield the vulnerable. Imagine the quiet determination of health workers, moving from village to village, their footsteps echoing with purpose. Over time, this approach evolved into a more targeted strategy, akin to a skilled archer focusing on a precise target. Teams would swiftly track new cases, isolating the infected and vaccinating those at risk, creating a protective circle of care. Surveillance and containment became the watchwords of the campaign, like vigilant sentinels guarding against the resurgence of disease. Continuous monitoring allowed for swift responses to outbreaks, ensuring that the virus found no refuge. This meticulous attention to detail was crucial in the campaign's success, highlighting the importance of vigilance in public health. As we delve deeper into the lessons learned from this monumental achievement, we uncover the importance of research and operational studies. The smallpox program thrived on innovation, with new vaccination devices and field studies illuminating the path forward. These efforts were like the gentle strokes of a painter's brush, adding depth and clarity to the canvas of eradication. Coalition building and multi-sectoral engagement were equally vital as diverse voices came together in harmony. The program demonstrated the power of collaboration, where international cooperation became a symphony of shared resources and expertise. This unity was a reminder that, in the face of global challenges, we are stronger together. The program also taught us the value of adaptability, the ability to evolve and change strategies as needed. Like a river flowing around obstacles, the eradication effort was not rigid but fluid, adjusting to the lessons learned along the way. This flexibility was key to overcoming challenges and staying true to the ultimate goal. Respecting culture and involving communities were essential components of the program's success. By honoring local traditions and engaging with communities, trust was built and interventions became more effective. This approach was like a gentle breeze, carrying the seeds of understanding and cooperation to every corner of the globe. Political support and global equity were the final notes in this symphony of success. The Declaration of Smallpox Eradication in 1980 was a significant milestone, underscoring the need for continued political will and equitable health initiatives. The program showed that disease eradication is not just a scientific endeavor, but a social and political one, requiring commitment from all levels of society. As we reflect on these lessons, we see their application in modern public health initiatives. The global efforts to eradicate polio and dracunculiasis have been shaped by the smallpox program's legacy. Community involvement, surveillance, and coalition building continue to guide these efforts, ensuring that the wisdom of the past informs the challenges of the present. In the face of new challenges, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the lessons of smallpox eradication remain relevant. The pandemic has highlighted the need for rapid response, global coordination, and trust in public health efforts. It has also underscored the importance of addressing mental health needs, integrating them into broader health strategies to build resilient communities. Moreover, smallpox eradication campaign serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of education and communication in public health. The campaign utilized various methods to inform communities about the benefits of vaccination, dispelling myths and fears that often accompany new health interventions. This proactive approach to education ensured that communities were not only recipients of health measures, but active participants in their own health outcomes. The legacy of smallpox also extends to the realm of vaccine development. The techniques and technologies developed during the eradication campaign laid the groundwork for modern vaccine research. The use of the bifurcated needle, for instance, revolutionized the way vaccines were administered, making it easier and more efficient to vaccinate large populations. This innovation has had lasting effects, influencing how vaccines are developed and distributed today. Furthermore, smallpox eradication program highlighted the significance of data collection and analysis in public health. The meticulous record-keeping and data-driven decision-making processes established during the campaign have become standard practices in contemporary public health initiatives. This emphasis on data not only aids in tracking disease outbreaks, but also helps in evaluating the effectiveness of health interventions, ensuring that resources are allocated where they are most needed. As we navigate the complexities of global health today, the lessons learned from smallpox eradication remind us of the interconnectedness of our world. Diseases do not recognize borders, and the fight against them requires a united front. The smallpox campaign exemplified this principle as countries collaborated across continents, sharing knowledge, resources, and strategies to achieve a common goal. This spirit of collaboration is essential as we face emerging health threats, such as antibiotic resistance and climate change, which pose significant challenges to public health. In conclusion, as we reflect on the legacy of the smallpox eradication program, we are reminded of the power of collective action, adaptability, and respect for communities. These principles, like gentle whispers of wisdom, continue to guide us in our quest for a healthier world. The eradication of smallpox stands as a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of human ingenuity and cooperation in overcoming even the most daunting challenges. May this legacy inspire us to strive for a future where health and well-being are within reach for all, fostering a world where the lessons of the past illuminate the path to a healthier tomorrow. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the history of smallpox, let us take a moment to reflect on the profound impact this disease has had on human civilization. Imagine the gentle rustling of pages in an ancient library, where the stories of smallpox's origins and its eventual eradication are quietly recorded. This chapter serves as a gentle reminder of the resilience and ingenuity of humanity in the face of adversity. Our exploration began with the mysterious origins of smallpox, a disease that emerged from the depths of time, evolving from a virus that once resided in the bodies of small African rodents. Picture the vast African savanna, where the whispers of ancient winds carried the seeds of a virus that would one day touch every corner of the globe. From the earliest records in ancient India and China, we traced the path of smallpox as it wove itself into the fabric of human history. As civilizations expanded and trade routes flourished, smallpox spread like a silent shadow, leaving its mark on every society it touched. The gentle lapping of waves against the hulls of ships carried the virus across oceans, from the bustling markets of the East to the nascent colonies of the West. The disease's impact on indigenous populations was both profound and tragic, as entire cultures were reshaped by its presence. In the Americas, the arrival of smallpox heralded a time of great change. Imagine the vibrant colors of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, slowly fading as the disease took its toll. The once bustling streets grew quiet, and the fields lay untended as the people struggled to cope with the devastation. Yet, even in the face of such hardship, the spirit of resilience endured. The stories of survival and adaptation in the wake of smallpox are a testament to the strength of human spirit, as communities sought ways to heal and rebuild. The early efforts to control smallpox through variolation marked a turning point in our understanding of disease prevention. Picture a serene courtyard in ancient China, where the practice of variolation was quietly passed down through generations. This early form of inoculation, though imperfect, laid the groundwork for the development of vaccines that would one day conquer the disease. Variolation involved the deliberate introduction of smallpox material into the skin of healthy individuals, a practice that, despite its risks, provided a measure of immunity and paved the way for future innovations. Edward Jenner's discovery of the smallpox vaccine was a beacon of hope in a world still grappling with the shadows of the past. Imagine the gentle hands of a milkmaid whose encounter with cowpox would lead to a breakthrough that changed the course of history. The soothing rhythm of Jenner's experiments, conducted with care and precision, paved the way for a future free from the fear of smallpox. His work not only saved countless lives, but also ignited a revolution in the field of immunology, inspiring further research into vaccines for other diseases. The global eradication of smallpox stands as a testament to the power of collective action and the unwavering commitment to public health. Picture the quiet determination of health workers traveling to the farthest reaches of the world, armed with vaccines and a shared vision of a smallpox-free future. The gentle hum of their efforts resonated across continents, culminating in the eradication of the disease in 1980. This monumental achievement was not merely a scientific triumph. It was a profound demonstration of what humanity can accomplish when united by a common goal. As we conclude our exploration, let us carry forward the lessons learned from the history of smallpox. The eradication of this once feared disease reminds us of the importance of vaccination and the strength of international cooperation. It serves as a gentle reminder that even in the face of great challenges, humanity possesses the resilience and ingenuity to overcome. The story of smallpox is not just a tale of suffering. It is also one of hope, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. In the quiet moments of reflection, let us remember the stories of those who came before us, whose lives were touched by smallpox. Their experiences, though often marked by hardship, are woven into the tapestry of human history. The narratives of families torn apart by the disease, of communities that rallied together to support one another, and of individuals who dedicated their lives to the fight against smallpox, are all part of this rich history. As we close this chapter, may we find solace in the knowledge that, through understanding and compassion, we can continue to build a healthier and more harmonious world. Moreover, the legacy of smallpox extends beyond its eradication. It serves as a crucial reminder of the ongoing battle against infectious diseases that still plague our world today. The lessons learned from the smallpox campaign have informed strategies for combating other diseases, such as polio, measles, and more recently, COVID-19. The importance of global vaccination efforts, public health infrastructure, and community engagement cannot be overstated. As we reflect on the past, we must also look to the future. The emergence of new pathogens and the threat of pandemics remind us that vigilance is essential. The story of smallpox teaches us that, while we have the tools to combat infectious diseases, we must remain committed to research, education, and equitable access to vaccines for all. The fight against disease is ongoing, and the spirit of collaboration that led to the eradication of smallpox must continue to guide our efforts. And so, with a gentle sigh, we bring our journey through the history of smallpox to a close. Let the lessons of the past guide us as we move forward, ever mindful of the delicate balance between humanity and the natural world. Thank you for joining us on this tranquil exploration of smallpox's origins and aftermath. May the echoes of history inspire us to create a brighter future for generations to come, where the shadows of disease are replaced by the light of health and well-being for all. And with that, we conclude our exploration of the smallpox, its origins, and its aftermath. I hope you've enjoyed this journey through history and found it relaxing. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Ander and Helena. Thank you very much for your support. If you'd like to support the channel and enjoy these videos without ads, for a better relaxation experience, you can find the link to our Patreon in the description. I hope you've learned something new today while unwinding. Until next time, good night and sweet dreams. Hello, dear friends. It's wonderful to have you here with me tonight. Welcome back to our cozy corner of history, where we explore the past in gentle whispers. I'm so glad you've joined me for another soothing journey through time. If you'd like to support our sleepy adventures, you can find my Patreon link in the description, where you'll gain access to ad-free versions of all our historical lullabies. Tonight, we'll be delving into the story of the Spanish flu, a global pandemic that swept across the world in the early 20th century. We'll explore its origins, its impact, and the aftermath that shaped our modern understanding of infectious diseases. But don't worry, we'll approach this topic with care and gentleness, ensuring a peaceful and relaxing experience. Before we begin our historical journey, let's take a moment to settle in and find comfort. Find a cozy spot, whether it's your bed, soft chair, or wherever you feel most at ease. Take a deep breath in, feeling the air fill your lungs, and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension or worries from your day. Allow your body to sink deeper into relaxation with each breath. Imagine yourself in the year 1918. The world is weary from the Great War, and a sense of change hangs in the air. In a small military camp in Kansas, a young soldier named Albert Gitchell wakes up feeling unwell. Little does he know, he's about to become the first recorded case of what will soon be known as the Spanish flu. Picture the crisp morning air, the sounds of a bustling camp, and the uncertainty of what lies ahead. As we explore the origins and aftermath of the Spanish flu, we'll do so in a calm and measured way. We'll learn about the brave doctors and nurses who fought against this invisible enemy, the communities that came together in times of crisis, and the scientific advancements that arose from this challenging period. So, let your mind drift back in time as we uncover this important chapter in human history, all while helping you drift peacefully off to sleep. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, a serene backdrop to our exploration of a significant chapter in human history, the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918. This event, often overshadowed by the tumult of World War I, quietly yet profoundly reshaped the world. As we delve into its origins and aftermath, let us tread softly through the corridors of time, uncovering the whispers of the past that still echo today. Our journey begins in the spring of 1918, a time when the world was already weary from the ravages of war. The Spanish flu, a misnomer in itself, emerged not from Spain but likely from the crowded military camps of the United States or Europe. Spain, neutral and free from wartime censorship, was among the first to report on the outbreak, thus lending its name to the pandemic. Can you imagine the surprise of a world already in turmoil, now facing an invisible adversary that knew no borders? As the virus spread its wings, it traveled swiftly across the globe, carried by the winds of war and the movement of troops. The first wave was mild, a gentle ripple in the vast ocean of global events. Yet, by the summer, a more virulent strain emerged, like a storm gathering strength. This second wave was relentless, sweeping through communities with a ferocity that left few untouched. Picture the quiet streets of a small town, suddenly bustling with the activity of makeshift hospitals and the hushed tones of worried families. The Spanish flu was unlike any other influenza seen before. It struck with a peculiar intensity, targeting not the very young or the elderly, but healthy adults in the prime of their lives. This unusual pattern of mortality puzzled scientists and doctors alike. Imagine the bewilderment of a world where the strong and vibrant were suddenly laid low, where the familiar rhythms of life were disrupted by the relentless march of illness. Globally, the impact was profound. In the United States alone, hundreds of thousands succumbed to the virus. Across the oceans, in India, millions more were lost, their stories woven into the fabric of a nation, already grappling with colonial rule and social change. The pandemic reached even the most remote corners of the world, from the bustling streets of New York to the tranquil shores of Samoa. It was a reminder of our interconnectedness, a gentle yet firm nudge that we are all part of a larger tapestry. In the absence of vaccines or effective treatments, communities turned to simple yet powerful measures to combat the spread of the virus. Isolation, quarantine, and good hygiene became the watchwords of the day. Schools and theaters closed their doors, and public gatherings were curtailed. Picture a world where the usual hustle and bustle gave way to a quieter, more introspective pace, where the simple act of wearing a mask became a symbol of solidarity and care. The social and economic impacts were significant, yet they unfolded with a quiet inevitability. Cities struggled to cope with the sheer number of deaths, leading to shortages of undertakers and grave diggers. Businesses closed, and trade was disrupted, yet amidst the chaos, there was a sense of resilience and community. Nurses, often unsung heroes, stepped forward, providing care and comfort to the sick, their dedication a beacon of hope in a time of uncertainty. As we reflect on this chapter of history, we are reminded of the lessons learned. The Spanish flu taught us the importance of preparedness and the power of collective action. It highlighted the need for ongoing research and the development of vaccines and treatments. But perhaps most importantly, it underscored the resilience of the human spirit, our ability to adapt and overcome even the most daunting challenges. The pandemic also had profound implications for public health policy. In its wake, many countries began to recognize the necessity of establishing health systems capable of responding to such crises. The establishment of organizations like the World Health Organization in the years that followed can be traced back to the lessons learned during this tumultuous time. Imagine a world where the importance of global health cooperation became a priority, where nations began to understand that infectious diseases do not respect borders. In addition to public health, Spanish flu influenced social behaviors and cultural norms. The experience of widespread illness and loss led to a shift in how communities interacted. People became more aware of the fragility of life, leading to a greater appreciation for health and well-being. The arts, too, were affected. Literature and music from this era often reflected themes of loss, resilience, and the search for meaning in the face of adversity. Picture the poignant poetry and haunting melodies that emerged, capturing the collective grief and hope of a generation. Moreover, the economic ramifications of the Spanish flu were felt for years to come. Industries faced labor shortages as workers fell ill or succumbed to the virus, leading to shifts in employment patterns. The pandemic accelerated changes in labor rights and workplace safety as the need for better working conditions became apparent. Imagine the conversations that took place in boardrooms and factories, where the health of workers became a central concern, paving the way for future labor reforms. As we delve deeper into the aftermath of the Spanish flu, we must also consider its impact on science and medicine. The pandemic spurred advancements in virology and epidemiology as researchers sought to understand the virus and its effects. The urgency of the situation led to increased funding for medical research, laying the groundwork for future breakthroughs in vaccine development. Picture the laboratories buzzing with activity, scientists working tirelessly to unlock the mysteries of infectious diseases, driven by the lessons learned from the Spanish flu. the Spanish flu also had a significant impact on the way we view public health communication. The pandemic highlighted the importance of clear and accurate information dissemination. Misinformation and fear often spread as rapidly as the virus itself, leading to confusion and panic. In response, health officials began to recognize the need for effective communication strategies to inform the public about health risks and preventive measures. Imagine a world where the clarity of information became paramount, shaping the way health messages are crafted and delivered in times of crisis. In the realm of education, the pandemic forced a reevaluation of how learning was conducted. With schools closed for extended periods, educators and students alike had to adapt to new methods of teaching and learning. The rise of distance education and the use of technology in classrooms can trace their roots back to this period of disruption. Picture classrooms transformed, where the traditional chalkboard was replaced by virtual platforms, and students learned from the safety of their homes, precursor to the digital age of education we see today. Furthermore, the Spanish flu left an indelible mark on the field of psychology. The collective trauma experienced during the pandemic led to a greater understanding of mental health issues. As communities mourned their losses and grappled with the fear of illness, the importance of mental well-being became increasingly recognized. Imagine the conversations that began to take place around mental health, paving the way for future advocacy and support systems that prioritize emotional resilience and psychological care. As we continue to explore the legacy of the Spanish flu, we must also acknowledge its role in shaping global health initiatives. The lessons learned from the pandemic prompted countries to invest in public health infrastructure and disease surveillance systems. The establishment of global health networks aimed at monitoring and responding to infectious diseases can be traced back to the experiences of 1918. Picture a world where nations collaborate to share data and resources, united in the fight against future pandemics. In conclusion, the Spanish flu was a silent storm that swept across the world, leaving a lasting legacy. Its origins, spread, and aftermath offer valuable insights into the nature of pandemics and the importance of vigilance and preparedness. As we continue to navigate the complexities of our modern world, let us carry forward the lessons of the past, ensuring that we are better equipped to face the challenges of the future. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves once more, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the quiet strength that lies within us all. The echoes of the Spanish flu remind us that while history may be marked by suffering, it is also a testament to human resilience, innovation, and the unyielding spirit of community. The Spanish flu, though a harrowing chapter, ultimately serves as a beacon of hope, guiding us toward a future where we can confront adversity with courage and unity. Imagine, if you will, the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, a serene backdrop to our exploration of a time when the world was quietly, yet profoundly, changed by an unseen force. We journey back to the years of 1918 and 1919, a period marked by the emergence and global spread of the Spanish flu, a pandemic that touched nearly every corner of the globe. In this chapter, we will gently unravel the origins and the pathways through which this virus traveled, leaving an indelible mark on history. Let us begin our story with the origins of the Spanish flu, a tale shrouded in mystery and debate. While the exact birthplace of the virus remains uncertain, many historians and scientists suggest that it may have originated in China, a land of ancient traditions and bustling trade routes. In the early months of 1918, the virus underwent a rare genetic shift, giving rise to a new strain of the influenza A virus, known as H1N1. This transformation set the stage for a pandemic that would soon ripple across the world. In the spring of 1918, the first whispers of the Spanish flu were heard in Kansas, USA, and in military camps scattered throughout the United States. These early outbreaks, like the gentle ripples on a pond, went largely unnoticed, overshadowed by the thunderous events of World War I. The world was preoccupied with the clamor of war, and the quiet spread of the virus was but a faint echo in the background. As the virus began its journey, it found willing carriers in the form of soldiers, moving with them as they traveled from one place to another. By the summer of 1918, the flu had reached the bustling port of Boston, a gateway to the East Coast, where ships laden with war supplies came and went. The virus, like a silent passenger, traveled these routes, spreading its influence far and wide. The Spanish flu did not linger long in the United States. It embarked on a global voyage, following the intricate web of trade routes and shipping lines that connected the world. From North America to Europe, Asia, Africa, Brazil, and the South Pacific, the virus journeyed, touching the lives of millions. In Europe, it spread rapidly, weaving its way through the fabric of military operations during the Great War. By the spring of 1918, a significant portion of French and British troops had succumbed to the illness, a testament to the virus's relentless march. The pandemic's journey continued, reaching North Africa in May, Bombay in June, and China by July. It was as if the virus was tracing a map of human connections, moving from one community to the next. In August, the flu reached the shores of Australia, a land of vast landscapes and diverse cultures, marking yet another chapter in its global spread. As the summer of 1918 waned, a second wave of the pandemic emerged, more virulent and deadly than the first. This wave, likely born from a mutated strain of the virus, traveled from the port city of Plymouth in England to distant lands such as Freetown in Sierra Leone and Boston in the United States. From these points, spread rapidly, carried by the movements of armies and the currents of war. In Asia and Africa, the second wave swept through with a quiet ferocity, reaching nearly all of Europe by the end of September. From Russia, the epidemic spread across northern Asia, touching India in September and China in October. In New York, the epidemic was declared over by early November, yet in Europe it lingered, exacerbated by the shortages of food and fuel that the war had wrought. Several factors contributed to the swift and widespread dissemination of the Spanish flu. The mass mobilization of troops during World War I played a significant role, as soldiers carried the virus with them, unknowingly spreading it to new regions. The global network of trade routes and shipping lines acted as conduits for the virus, allowing it to traverse great distances with ease. War-related activities, such as the gathering of soldiers in camps and hospitals, created environments ripe for the spread of infection. Even the climate, with its varying levels of humidity, influenced the severity of outbreaks, as higher humidity levels fostered the spread of the virus. The demographic impact of the Spanish flu was unique and unexpected. Unlike typical influenza outbreaks, which primarily affect the elderly and young children, the Spanish flu was most deadly for individuals aged 20 to 40. This unusual pattern of morbidity contributed to the high mortality rate, leaving a profound impact on communities around the world. The loss of a significant portion of the working-age population had lasting effects on economies and societies, as families were torn apart and communities struggled to cope with the sudden absence of their members. The socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic were significant, particularly during the tumultuous years of World War I. The flu disrupted military operations, causing widespread illness and death among soldiers, weakening military forces, and leading to shortages of essential resources such as food and fuel. This added strain to an already dire situation as nations grappled with the challenges of war and disease. The pandemic also exacerbated existing social inequalities, as marginalized communities often faced higher rates of infection and mortality, revealing the deep-seated disparities in healthcare access and living conditions. In the face of this unprecedented crisis, public health responses were limited. There were no effective treatments or widespread prevention methods available at the time. Healthcare providers relied on observing signs and symptoms to diagnose the disease, as diagnostic tests were not yet developed. Communities implemented various measures to curb the spread of the virus, including quarantines, the closure of public spaces, and the use of gauze masks. These efforts, though well-intentioned, were often insufficient to halt the virus's relentless advance. The Spanish flu pandemic offered valuable lessons for future public health responses. It underscored the importance of surveillance, early detection, and swift action to contain outbreaks. The lack of effective treatments and vaccines highlighted the need for continued research and development in the field of infectious diseases. These lessons have been instrumental in shaping responses to subsequent pandemics, including the COVID-19 pandemic, as the world strives to mitigate the impact of such global health crises. The historical context of the Spanish flu adds another layer to our understanding of this pandemic. It occurred during a time of great global upheaval, as World War I raged on, and the world experienced significant social, economic, and political changes. The pandemic added complexity to an already challenging period, further straining resources and morale. The war had already created a backdrop of fear and uncertainty, and the arrival of the flu only intensified these feelings, leading to widespread panic and anxiety among populations already weary from conflict. As we gently conclude our exploration of the origins and global spread of the Spanish flu, let us reflect on the profound impact this pandemic had on the world. Its origins in China and rapid spread across the globe were facilitated by the movements of troops, trade routes, and war-related activities. The unique demographic impact and lack of effective treatments contributed to its devastating consequences. Yet, from this challenging chapter in history, valuable lessons emerged, guiding public health responses to future pandemics and reminding us of the interconnectedness of our world. The Spanish flu serves as a poignant reminder of the fragility of human health and the importance of global cooperation in the face of such threats. As we navigate our own health crises today, we must remember the past and strive to build a more resilient future, one that prioritizes the health and well-being of all individuals, regardless of their circumstances. Moreover, the Spanish flu's legacy extends beyond immediate health impacts. It reshaped public health policies and practices worldwide. In the aftermath of the pandemic, many countries began to invest more heavily in public health infrastructure, recognizing the need for better preparedness against future outbreaks. This included the establishment of health departments, improved sanitation practices, and the promotion of vaccination programs, which would become crucial in combating infectious diseases in the decades to follow. The pandemic also influenced cultural and social dynamics. The collective trauma experienced during the Spanish flu led to a greater awareness of mental health issues as communities grappled with grief and loss. Art, literature, and music from this period often reflect themes of mortality and resilience, capturing the spirit of a world forever altered by the pandemic. The shared experience of suffering and survival fostered a sense of solidarity among people, transcending borders and cultures. In addition, Spanish flu highlighted the importance of accurate information dissemination. Misinformation and fear often exacerbated the crisis, leading to stigmatization of those infected and creating barriers to effective public health measures. This experience has informed modern communication strategies during health crises, emphasizing the need for clear, transparent, and timely information to guide public behavior and foster trust in health authorities. As we reflect on the origins and global spread of the Spanish flu, we are reminded of the intricate web of human connections that facilitated its journey. The pandemic serves as a historical lens through which we can examine our current global health landscape, urging us to remain vigilant and proactive in our efforts to safeguard public health. The lessons learned from this devastating chapter in history continue to resonate today, reminding us that in the face of adversity, unity, compassion, and resilience are our greatest allies. In conclusion, the Spanish flu was not merely a health crisis. It was a transformative event that reshaped societies, economies, and public health systems. As we move forward, let us carry the lessons of the past with us, ensuring that we are better prepared for the challenges that lie ahead. The interconnectedness of our world demands a collective response to health threats, fostering a spirit of collaboration and understanding that transcends borders. Together, we can build a healthier, more resilient future for all. Imagine, if you will, the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, a serene backdrop to our exploration of a time when the world faced a silent and invisible adversary. The Spanish flu, pandemic that swept across the globe in 1918, left an indelible mark on society and health. As we delve into its impact, let us tread softly through the corridors of history, uncovering the profound changes it wrought on our world. Let us begin by considering the origins of this formidable virus. The Spanish flu, caused by an H1N1 influenza A virus, emerged mysteriously, its birthplace still a subject of debate. Some suggest it began in the United States, while others point to France. The name Spanish flu arose not from its origin, but from the openness of Spanish media, which reported on the outbreak without censorship, unlike other nations embroiled in World War I. This openness led to a widespread misconception, a gentle reminder of how information shapes our understanding. As the virus spread its wings, it traveled swiftly across continents, touching the lives of an estimated 500 million people, about 1/3 of the world's population at that time. Imagine the quiet yet relentless march of the virus, facilitated by the movement of soldiers during the Great War. These young men, stationed in close quarters, unknowingly became carriers, spreading the virus as they moved from one place to another. The war, with its increased travel and communication, acted as a conduit, accelerating the virus's journey across the globe. In the midst of this global upheaval, the Spanish flu revealed its peculiar nature. Unlike typical influenza outbreaks, it struck hardest at young, healthy adults. Picture, if you will, the robust immune systems of these individuals overreacting to the virus in what is known as a cytokine storm. This overreaction led to severe illness and death, a cruel irony that spared many older adults and those with weaker immune systems. Yet, the virus did not discriminate entirely. Children under 5 also suffered greatly, underscoring the vulnerability of the young and the importance of protective measures. The societal impact of the Spanish flu was profound, a gentle yet firm reminder of the fragility of daily life. Cities and towns, in an effort to curb the spread, implemented public health measures that disrupted the rhythm of everyday existence. Imagine the quiet streets, the muffled sounds of life under lockdown as people donned masks and practiced social distancing. These measures, often enforced through martial law, added to the sense of unease, a world turned upside down by an invisible foe. Economically, the pandemic compounded the challenges of a world already reeling from war. Businesses closed their doors, leading to widespread unemployment and hardship. The disruption of supply chains and trade resulted in food shortages, a stark reminder of our interconnectedness and the delicate balance of global economies. Yet, amidst this turmoil, seeds of resilience were sown as communities came together to support one another, finding strength in unity. The response of health systems to the Spanish flu was, by today's standards, inadequate. Picture overwhelmed hospitals, corridors filled with the sick, as medical professionals struggled to provide care. With limited resources, the absence of effective treatments and vaccines left many to suffer in silence, poignant reminder of the importance of preparedness and investment in health infrastructure. From the ashes of this pandemic, however, rose a new dawn for public health. The Spanish flu acted as a catalyst for the establishment of modern health systems. Countries began to invest in robust public health infrastructure, creating health departments, developing vaccination programs, and implementing disease surveillance systems. These advancements laid the groundwork for future responses to pandemics, including the recent COVID-19 crisis, highlighting the enduring legacy of the Spanish flu. The lessons learned from this pandemic are as relevant today as they were a century ago. The need for global cooperation in addressing pandemics is paramount, as the virus's rapid spread demonstrated our interconnectedness. Investing in public health infrastructure remains crucial, as does addressing the social determinants of health that can exacerbate disparities during crises. The Spanish flu taught us the importance of preparedness, resilience, and the power of collective action. As we reflect on the societal impact, we must also consider the psychological toll the Spanish flu took on communities. The fear of contagion led to social isolation, as families were torn apart by illness and death. Imagine the heart-wrenching scenes of loved ones unable to say goodbye, the emotional scars left on those who survived. Mental health, often overlooked in times of crisis, became a silent casualty of the pandemic. The stigma surrounding the illness further compounded the suffering, as communities grappled with loss and fear. In the wake of the pandemic, the arts and culture also felt the reverberations of the Spanish flu. Theaters and concert halls closed their doors, and public gatherings were curtailed, leading to a cultural shift. Artists and performers adapted, finding new ways to express the collective grief and resilience of society. This period saw the emergence of new artistic movements, as creators sought to capture the essence of a world forever changed. The literature of the time reflected themes of loss, survival, and the quest for meaning in a chaotic world. Moreover, Spanish flu had a lasting impact on gender roles within society. As men went off to war, women stepped into roles traditionally held by men, taking on jobs in factories, hospitals, and other essential services. This shift not only challenged societal norms, but also laid the groundwork for future movements advocating for women's rights and equality. The pandemic served as a catalyst for change, highlighting the capabilities of women in the workforce and their vital contributions to society. As we navigate the complexities of the Spanish flu's legacy, we must also acknowledge the advancements in medical science that emerged from this crisis. The urgency of the pandemic spurred research into virology and epidemiology, leading to a deeper understanding of infectious diseases. The establishment of the World Health Organization in 1948 can be traced back to the lessons learned during this tumultuous time, emphasizing the need for global health governance and collaboration. The Spanish flu also highlighted the importance of communication in public health. Misinformation and fear can spread as rapidly as a virus, and the pandemic underscored the necessity for clear, accurate information dissemination. Public health campaigns emerged, educating communities about hygiene practices, the importance of vaccination, and the need for collective action. These lessons remain vital today as we continue to combat misinformation in our modern world. As we conclude our gentle journey through the impact of the Spanish flu, let us carry forward the lessons it imparted. This pandemic, with its profound effects on society and health, serves as a reminder of the importance of vigilance and cooperation. By understanding its legacy, we are better equipped to face future challenges, ensuring a healthier and more resilient world for generations to come. Imagine, if you will, a world where the lessons of the past guide us toward a brighter, more harmonious future. In this world, we honor the memories of those lost, the sacrifices made, and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. In addition to the immediate effects on health and society, the Spanish flu also had long-term implications for public health policy and the way governments respond to health crises. The pandemic prompted many nations to rethink their health strategies, leading to the establishment of more comprehensive health policies that prioritize disease prevention and health promotion. Countries began to recognize the importance of having a coordinated response to health emergencies, which included not only medical care, but also social support systems to help those affected. The Spanish flu also served as a stark reminder of the importance of scientific research and innovation in combating infectious diseases. The pandemic highlighted the need for ongoing research into vaccines and antiviral treatments, which has become a cornerstone of modern public health. The lessons learned during this time laid the groundwork for the rapid development of vaccines in response to future pandemics, including the swift creation of COVID-19 vaccines, showcasing the advancements in technology and science that have occurred over the past century. Furthermore, the Spanish flu's impact on global travel and trade cannot be understated. The pandemic led to significant changes in how countries manage borders and travel during health crises. Quarantine measures became more common, and international health regulations were established to prevent the spread of diseases across borders. This shift in policy reflects a growing understanding of the interconnectedness of our world and the need for collaborative efforts in managing public health threats. The pandemic also influenced urban planning and public health infrastructure. Cities began to prioritize the design of healthier living environments, incorporating green spaces, better ventilation in buildings, and improved sanitation facilities. These changes aimed to reduce the spread of diseases and promote overall well-being, demonstrating how public health crises can lead to positive transformations in urban development. As we reflect on the Spanish flu, we must also acknowledge the role of community organizations and grassroots movements in addressing the challenges posed by the pandemic. Local groups mobilized to provide support to those in need, whether through food distribution, healthcare services, or emotional support. This spirit of community resilience and solidarity became a hallmark of the response to the Spanish flu, reminding us of the power of collective action in times of crisis. In conclusion, the Spanish flu was not just a moment in history, it was a turning point that reshaped our understanding of public health, society, and the human experience. The lessons learned from this pandemic continue to resonate today, guiding our responses to current and future health challenges. As we honor the memories of those who suffered and lost their lives, we also celebrate the resilience and adaptability of humanity in the face of adversity. Let us carry these lessons forward, ensuring that we remain vigilant, compassionate, and united in our efforts to create a healthier world for all. Imagine a world, over a century ago, where the gentle hum of daily life was suddenly interrupted by an invisible adversary. The year was 1918, and the world was grappling with the Spanish flu pandemic, a formidable challenge that swept across continents with a silent, yet relentless force. In this chapter, we will explore the calm yet determined measures and responses that communities and public health authorities employed to combat this global crisis. Let us gently delve into the strategies that were implemented, the lessons learned, and the quiet resilience of those who faced this unprecedented challenge. As the pandemic unfolded, one of the first measures taken was social distancing and isolation. Imagine the quiet streets of cities like St. Paul and Minneapolis, where schools, theaters, and churches closed their doors to the public. The absence of bustling crowds was a deliberate choice to slow the spread of the virus. Infected individuals were gently isolated in their homes, a practice that proved particularly effective in cities like St. Louis. Here, the soft murmur of family life continued behind closed doors as communities worked together to protect one another. This collective effort was not just about physical distance. It was a profound expression of care and responsibility towards fellow citizens. Hygiene and sanitation became a cornerstone of public health efforts. Picture the simple act of washing hands, a ritual emphasized by health officials through educational programs and posters. This practice, though seemingly small, was a powerful tool in the fight against the virus. Bedding and rooms were periodically disinfected, and in naval ambulance trains, a gentle antiseptic solution was used to maintain cleanliness. These measures, though modest, were vital in creating a safer environment for all. The importance of cleanliness extended beyond personal hygiene. Public spaces were also regularly sanitized, with city workers tasked with disinfecting streets and public transport. To minimize the risk of transmission, ventilation and fresh air were also prioritized. Imagine the cool breeze flowing through open windows and streetcars, a regulation implemented to ensure fresh air circulated among passengers. In cities like Minneapolis and St. Paul, the number of passengers was limited, creating a more spacious and airy atmosphere. This simple yet effective measure helped to reduce the risk of transmission, allowing people to travel with a sense of calm and security. Public health officials understood that the virus thrived in closed, stuffy environments, and thus they encouraged outdoor activities whenever possible, promoting parks and open spaces as safe havens for families seeking respite from the confines of their homes. The use of face masks became a familiar sight as public health authorities recommended their use to cover the nose and mouth. Directions for wearing masks were issued, with a gentle reminder to mark the outside with a black thread, and to boil and disinfect them after use. Alongside this, education programs on respiratory hygiene were initiated, encouraging people to be mindful of coughing, sneezing, and the disposal of nasal discharges. These efforts, though understated, played a crucial role in protecting communities. In some cities, mask wearing became a civic duty, with citizens taking pride in their compliance, often organizing mask-making events to ensure that everyone had access to this essential protective gear. community responses were equally important in addressing the pandemic. In St. Paul, Citizens Committee was formed, consisting of physicians, church leaders, and community members. This committee recommended the closure of public places, a decision that led to a significant decline in new cases. The gentle cooperation of the community was a testament to the power of collective action in the face of adversity. Local organizations mobilized to provide support for those in need, delivering food and supplies to families affected by the virus. This spirit of solidarity was evident in many towns, where neighbors looked out for one another, embodying the essence of community resilience. Public compliance with health measures varied, with some cities enforcing rules through fines and penalties. In San Francisco, health officers took a firm stance, while in Arizona, police handed out fines to those without protective gear. Despite these measures, the spirit of community cooperation remained strong as people came together to support one another through challenging times. In some areas, volunteers emerged to assist in enforcing health guidelines, helping to educate the public about the importance of compliance and the collective responsibility to protect vulnerable populations. The economic impact of the pandemic was significant, with businesses, schools, and restaurants closing their doors. Yet, these closures were deemed necessary to prevent further spread of the virus. The quiet resilience of communities shone through as people adapted to new ways of living and working, finding strength in unity and shared purpose. Many businesses pivoted to provide essential services, such as grocery delivery and takeout meals, ensuring that communities had access to necessary supplies, while minimizing contact. This adaptability showcased the innovative spirit of the time, as individuals and businesses alike sought to navigate the challenges posed by the pandemic. In the realm of medical responses, diagnostic techniques were employed to identify and understand the disease. Physicians used basic clinical guidelines, monitoring temperature and pulse rate, while chest X-rays and blood tests provided further insights. Though limited by the medical knowledge of the time, these efforts were a testament to the dedication of healthcare professionals. The urgency of the situation led to a rapid exchange of information among medical practitioners as they shared findings and treatment outcomes, fostering a collaborative approach to tackling the crisis. Treatment for influenza patients was largely symptomatic, with remedies such as aspirin used to reduce fever and pain. For those with secondary pneumonia, epinephrine and oxygen were administered. Experimental treatments, including convalescent serum, were also explored as physicians sought to harness the body's natural defenses to combat the virus. The medical community's commitment to finding effective treatments was evident as they conducted trials and documented outcomes, laying the groundwork for future advancements in influenza care. The public health infrastructure played a crucial role in coordinating responses to the pandemic. Government coordination and communication were essential in implementing effective measures, while hospital surge capacity was maximized to accommodate the growing number of patients. The safety of healthcare workers was a significant concern, as many fell ill or died while bravely assisting in the fight against the pandemic. Efforts were made to provide adequate protective equipment, though shortages were common, highlighting the need for better preparedness in future health crises. Vaccination campaigns, though limited by the scientific understanding of the time, were pursued with hope and determination. Experimental vaccines were tested and administered, laying the groundwork for future advancements in vaccine development. These efforts, though modest, reflected a commitment to exploring all possible avenues in the quest to protect public health. The experience gained from these early vaccination efforts would inform future public health initiatives, emphasizing the importance of research and development in combating infectious diseases. The lessons learned from the 1918 pandemic are numerous and profound. The importance of planning and coordination across all levels of government was highlighted, as was the need for clear communication with the public. Educating communities about health measures and providing support to those in isolation were crucial in fostering cooperation and understanding. The pandemic underscored the necessity of having a robust public health infrastructure capable of responding swiftly to emerging health threats. Balancing isolation with care was another key lesson, as the public health benefits of isolation needed to be weighed against the potential fear and reluctance to seek care. Generous employer support and the provision of essential services helped to mitigate these concerns, ensuring that people felt supported and cared for during difficult times. The emotional toll of the pandemic was significant, and communities recognized the importance of mental health support, leading to initiatives aimed at providing counseling and resources for those struggling with anxiety and grief. In addition to these measures, the role of communication in public health responses cannot be overstated. Health officials utilized newspapers, pamphlets, and public announcements to disseminate information about the virus and the importance of compliance with health measures. This proactive approach to communication helped to foster a sense of trust and transparency between authorities and the public. The media played a crucial role in shaping public perception, often highlighting stories of resilience and community support, which served to uplift spirits during challenging times. Moreover, the pandemic prompted a reevaluation of healthcare systems and their capacity to handle crises. The experiences of 1918 led to significant reforms in public health policies, emphasizing the need for better preparedness and response strategies for future pandemics. The establishment of health departments and the implementation of surveillance systems became essential components of public health infrastructure, ensuring that communities would be better equipped to face similar challenges in the future. As we reflect on the measures and responses to the Spanish flu, it is essential to recognize the role of science and research in shaping public health strategies. The pandemic spurred advancements in virology and epidemiology, leading to a deeper understanding of infectious diseases. This knowledge would pave the way for future breakthroughs in vaccine development and treatment protocols, ultimately saving countless lives in subsequent health crises. In conclusion, the measures and responses to the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic demonstrate a comprehensive approach to public health, despite the limited medical understanding at the time. These strategies, including social distancing, hygiene practices, and community cooperation, laid the groundwork for modern pandemic response strategies. Understanding these historical responses can provide valuable insights into effective measures for future pandemics. As we reflect on this chapter of history, let us carry forward the lessons of resilience, cooperation, and hope as we continue to navigate the challenges of our own time. The echoes of the past remind us that, together, we can face adversity with strength and compassion, ensuring that we emerge from crises not just as survivors, but as a united community ready to support one another. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, a serene reminder of the passage of time and the resilience of nature. In a similar way, the world has weathered many storms, one of which was the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 to 1919. This chapter explores the aftermath and long-term effects of this significant event, a time when the world was both shaken and reshaped, leaving ripples that extended far beyond the immediate crisis. Let us first consider the impact on social trust, a delicate thread that weaves communities together. The Spanish flu, with its vast reach and devastating consequences, left a mark on the fabric of society. During the pandemic, the failure of healthcare systems to contain the virus led to a decline in social trust. Imagine the uncertainty and fear that gripped communities as they faced an invisible enemy, one that moved swiftly and unpredictably. This environment of fear and mistrust lingered, influencing the behavior of future generations. Descendants of survivors, particularly those who migrated to new lands, carried with them a legacy of caution and wariness, a subtle echo of their ancestors' experiences. The erosion of social trust was not limited to personal relationships. It extended to institutions as well. Governments and health organizations faced scrutiny for their handling of the crisis, leading to a skepticism that would shape public perception for decades. This skepticism manifested in various ways, from reluctance to follow public health guidelines in subsequent outbreaks, to a general distrust of medical authorities. The lessons learned from the Spanish flu would later inform responses to other health crises, including the polio epidemic and the HIV/AIDS crisis, as communities grappled with the balance between trust and caution. As we gently transition to the psychological impact, we find that the Spanish flu left deep emotional scars on those who lived through it. The sudden loss of loved ones and the disruption of daily life led to a range of mental health challenges. Survivors reported feelings of depression, anxiety, and a pervasive sense of unease. Imagine the quiet solitude of a room where someone sits, lost in thought, grappling with the weight of grief and uncertainty. Historical records reveal an increase in mental disorders in the years following the pandemic, a testament to the enduring psychological toll. The pandemic also coincided with the mysterious outbreak of encephalitis lethargica, a neurological disorder that added another layer of complexity to the mental health landscape. The psychological effects were not confined to those who directly experienced the pandemic. They rippled through society, affecting families and communities. Children who lost parents or caregivers faced not only emotional trauma, but also economic hardship as families struggled to rebuild in the aftermath. The stigma surrounding illness and death during the pandemic further complicated the healing process, as many felt isolated in their grief. This collective trauma would influence cultural expressions, from literature to art, as society sought to process the enormity of the loss. Writers and artists began to explore themes of mortality, resilience, and the human condition, creating works that reflected the profound impact of the pandemic on the collective psyche. Now, let us gently explore the long-term health outcomes of those exposed to the Spanish flu. Studies have shown that individuals who were in utero during the pandemic faced higher morbidity rates in later life. Picture the delicate beginnings of life where the seeds of future health are sown. The pandemic's impact on these early stages resulted in increased mortality rates from conditions such as cancer and heart disease. Yet, while the immediate health effects were profound, the long-term consequences were more modest than one might expect. The pandemic shortened life expectancy for some, but the resilience of the human spirit and body shone through as many continued to lead full lives, despite these early challenges. Research has also indicated that the Spanish flu may have had a lasting impact on the immune systems of those who survived it. Some studies suggest that individuals who contracted the virus developed a heightened immune response to certain diseases later in life, potentially offering them some protection against other infections. This phenomenon highlights the complex interplay between pandemics and human health, where adversity can sometimes lead to unexpected resilience. Furthermore, The experience of surviving such a catastrophic event may have fostered a greater appreciation for health and wellness, leading to lifestyle changes that promoted longevity in some individuals. As we move to the socioeconomic outcomes, we find a complex tapestry of influences. Children born during the pandemic faced unique challenges, with some experiencing worse health and economic outcomes in later life. However, the evidence is mixed, suggesting that these effects were not solely due to the virus itself, but also to shifts in the socioeconomic landscape. Imagine a river, course altered by a storm, yet eventually finding a new path. In a similar way, the pandemic reshaped the socioeconomic trajectories of those it touched, but the human capacity for adaptation and growth remained strong. The economic repercussions of the Spanish flu were profound, leading to labor shortages and shifts in employment patterns. Many industries faced disruptions, and the subsequent economic downturn forced families to adapt to new realities. The pandemic also accelerated changes in public health policy, as governments recognized the need for better healthcare infrastructure and disease prevention strategies. This shift laid the groundwork for future public health initiatives, including the establishment of more robust healthcare systems and the promotion of vaccination programs. The lessons learned from the Spanish flu would later inform the global response to future pandemics, emphasizing the importance of preparedness and rapid response. In addition to public health reforms, Spanish flu also influenced social policies, particularly regarding workers' rights and labor conditions. The pandemic highlighted the vulnerabilities of essential workers, leading to movements advocating for better wages, working conditions, and job security. This period saw the rise of labor unions and increased activism, as workers sought to ensure that their rights were protected in the face of future crises. The intersection of health and labor rights became a focal point for social change, shaping the landscape of labor relations for decades to come. In conclusion, Spanish flu was a profound event that left an indelible mark on the world. Its aftermath and long-term effects on social trust, mental health, and health outcomes offer valuable lessons for the present and future. As we reflect on this chapter of history, let us carry forward the insights gained, using them to build a more resilient and compassionate world. In the gentle embrace of time, we find both healing and hope, guiding us toward a brighter tomorrow. The echoes of the past remind us that while we may face new challenges, the lessons learned from the Spanish flu can help us navigate the complexities of our modern world, fostering a spirit of unity and understanding in the face of adversity. The resilience of humanity, as demonstrated through the trials of the Spanish flu, serves as a testament to our ability to adapt and ultimately thrive in the face of adversity. Imagine a world where the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest is interrupted by the whispers of a pandemic. The year is 1918, and the world is grappling with the Spanish flu, a silent storm that swept across continents, leaving profound lessons in its wake. As we explore these lessons, let us do so with a calm and reflective mind, understanding the past to better navigate our present and future. Let us first consider the socioeconomic factors that shaped the pandemic's impact. Picture communities where the disparity between rich and poor was stark, like the contrast between sunlight and shadow. The Spanish flu did not discriminate in its spread, yet its effects were felt more acutely by those in lower socioeconomic brackets. These individuals often lived in crowded conditions, where the air was thick with the sounds of daily life, and the virus found fertile ground to spread. Access to healthcare was a distant dream for many, And the lack of resources like clean water and proper sanitation made them more vulnerable. Can we imagine a world where everyone, regardless of their status, has equal access to the care they need? This is a lesson that echoes through time, reminding us of the importance of equity in health. Transitioning gently to the environmental factors, we find ourselves in cities where the air was heavy with coal smoke, a silent accomplice to the virus. Studies have shown that poor air quality exacerbated the mortality rates during the pandemic. Cities that relied on coal for energy saw higher death tolls compared to those using cleaner sources like hydroelectric power. The air, once filled with the vibrant sounds of life, became a carrier of illness. This teaches us the importance of addressing environmental issues, for the air we breathe is as vital as the water we drink. How might our world change if we prioritized clean air as a fundamental right? Moreover, the relationship between urbanization and the spread of infectious diseases cannot be overlooked. As cities expanded rapidly during the early 20th century, the infrastructure often lagged behind the population growth. This led to overcrowded living conditions, inadequate sanitation, and a lack of public health resources. The Spanish flu highlighted the vulnerabilities of urban centers, prompting a reevaluation of urban planning and public health strategies. Imagine if we could redesign our cities with health in mind, creating spaces that promote well-being and resilience against future pandemics. Now, let us turn our attention to the role of public policy and health measures. Imagine a cityscape where the usual hustle and bustle is replaced by an eerie calm, as schools, theaters, and public gatherings are closed to curb the spread of the flu. Cities that implemented such measures early on saw lower mortality rates, testament to the power of proactive policy. In St. Paul, Minnesota, the decision to close public spaces led to a significant decline in cases, a gentle reminder of the effectiveness of swift action. The use of non-pharmaceutical interventions, like mask wearing and sanitation laws, became a shield against the invisible enemy. These measures, though simple, were profound in their impact. What if we embraced these lessons with the same urgency today? The importance of early action and aggressive policy response cannot be overstated. Picture the contrasting scenes of Philadelphia and St. Louis. In Philadelphia, a parade went ahead, and the city was soon overwhelmed by the virus. Meanwhile, St. Louis canceled its parade and implemented measures swiftly, resulting in lower mortality rates. These stories, like the gentle ebb and flow of a tide, remind us of the critical nature of timing in public health responses. How might our world look if we acted with the same decisiveness in the face of modern challenges? Furthermore, the Spanish flu pandemic also underscored the significance of communication in public health. During the crisis, misinformation and fear spread as rapidly as the virus itself. Public health officials who communicated transparently and effectively were able to foster trust and compliance among the population. This lesson is particularly relevant today as we navigate an era of information overload and skepticism. Imagine a world where clear, honest communication is prioritized in health crises, ensuring that communities are well-informed and prepared to act. Finally, we arrive at the role of public health systems, which were in their infancy during the Spanish flu pandemic. The lack of preparedness was a stark lesson, as resources were often diverted to the war effort. Yet, this crisis spurred the development of more robust health systems, a legacy that continues to shape our world today. Imagine a world where public health systems are as strong and resilient as the ancient trees in a forest, providing shelter and protection to all. This vision is within our reach if we commit to investing in these vital systems. As we gently conclude our exploration, let us reflect on the lessons learned from the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic. Socioeconomic status, environmental conditions, public policy, early action, and robust health systems all played a role in shaping the pandemic's impact. These lessons, like the soft glow of a lantern in the night, guide us as we navigate contemporary public health crises. By understanding and applying these insights, we can better prepare ourselves to face the challenges of today and tomorrow. Moreover, Spanish flu also taught us about the importance of global cooperation in health. The pandemic did not respect borders, and its effects were felt worldwide. This interconnectedness highlights the need for countries to work together in sharing information, resources, and strategies to combat health crises. Imagine a world where nations collaborate seamlessly, pooling their knowledge and expertise to create a healthier global community. In addition to global cooperation, the Spanish flu emphasized the necessity of investing in scientific research and public health infrastructure. The pandemic catalyzed advancements in virology and epidemiology, leading to a better understanding of how viruses spread and how to combat them. This investment in science is crucial as it equips us with the tools needed to respond to future health threats. Imagine a future where every country prioritizes research funding, ensuring that we are always a step ahead of potential pandemics. Furthermore, Spanish flu highlighted the importance of mental health during public health crises. The isolation and fear experienced by many during the pandemic had lasting effects on mental well-being. As we reflect on this, we must recognize the need for mental health support systems that can be activated during times of crisis. Imagine a world where mental health resources are readily available, ensuring that individuals can cope with the emotional toll of pandemics and other emergencies. As we carry these lessons forward, let us also consider the role of technology in public health. The Spanish flu era lacked the digital tools we have today, which can facilitate communication, data sharing, and contact tracing. Imagine a world where technology is harnessed to enhance public health responses, allowing for real-time data analysis and swift action. The integration of technology into health systems can revolutionize our approach to managing pandemics, making us more agile and responsive. In conclusion, the echoes of history remind us that while we may face new challenges, the wisdom gained from the Spanish flu can guide us in our efforts to build a more equitable, resilient, and prepared society. As we move forward, let us honor those who suffered during the pandemic by committing to a future where health is a universal right and where we are all equipped to face whatever storms may come our way. By embracing these lessons, we can create a world that not only remembers the past, but actively works towards a healthier and more just future for all. Imagine, if you will, a time when the world was just beginning to recover from the ravages of war. The air was filled with a sense of cautious optimism as nations hoped to rebuild and heal. Yet, amidst this fragile peace, a silent storm was brewing, a storm that would sweep across the globe with an unseen ferocity. This was the Spanish flu, a pandemic that would touch nearly every corner of the earth, leaving a profound mark on history. Let us begin by gently exploring the origins of this pandemic. The Spanish flu, despite its name, did not originate in Spain. The exact birthplace of the virus remains a mystery, shrouded in the mists of time. Some believe it began in the heartland of the United States, in the quiet state of Kansas, where a cook named Albert Gitchell fell ill in March of 1918. Others suggest it may have started in Europe, or even as far away as China. Imagine the soft whispers of history as experts like Claude Hannaun and Mark Humphreys weave their theories, each adding a piece to the puzzle. The truth, like a gentle breeze, eludes our grasp, leaving us to ponder the interconnectedness of our world. As we move forward, let us consider the spread of this pandemic. Picture the world in 1918, a tapestry of nations and cultures, all unknowingly connected by the threads of this invisible virus. The Spanish flu moved swiftly, like a shadow across the land, touching the lives of soldiers and civilians alike. In the spring of 1918, it quietly infiltrated military camps and towns, its presence felt but not yet fully understood. By the summer, it had reached the far corners of the earth, from the bustling streets of North Africa to the serene landscapes of Australia. The initial wave was mild, mere whisper compared to what was to come. But as the summer sun gave way to autumn, the virus mutated, becoming more virulent and deadly. The second wave crashed upon the world like a relentless tide, leaving devastation in its wake. Imagine the quiet despair of communities as they faced this invisible enemy, their lives forever changed. What made this pandemic so severe? The answer lies in a confluence of factors, each one amplifying the other. The virus itself, an H1N1 subtype, was particularly potent, affecting young adults with a severity that was both unexpected and tragic. The world was still reeling from the effects of World War I, and the movement of troops created a perfect storm for the virus to spread. Picture the crowded military camps, the soldiers weary from battle, their immune systems weakened by the harsh conditions. The virus found fertile ground in these environments, spreading rapidly and mercilessly. As we delve deeper, let us gently explore the socioeconomic consequences of the Spanish flu. The pandemic struck at the heart of society, affecting those in the prime of their lives. Imagine the quiet hum of factories, suddenly silenced as workers fell ill. In Britain, entire industries were brought to a standstill as the workforce was decimated. This labor shortage led to a shift in societal norms as workers began to demand better conditions and wages. Picture the quiet determination of individuals standing together to create change, their voices a gentle yet persistent call for justice. The impact of the Spanish flu was felt far beyond the immediate loss of life. It left a lasting imprint on the world economy as nations struggled to rebuild with a diminished workforce. Imagine the fields left untended, the factories silent, as communities grappled with the loss of young men and women. This economic instability led to a reevaluation of labor practices and the birth of new social policies as governments sought to address the needs of their people. Moreover, pandemic also had profound effects on public health systems. The overwhelming number of cases forced governments to rethink their healthcare strategies. Hospitals, already strained from the war, were inundated with patients suffering from the flu. Imagine the scenes of makeshift hospitals set up in schools and community centers, where doctors and nurses worked tirelessly, often without adequate supplies or support. This crisis highlighted the need for better healthcare infrastructure, leading to reforms that would shape public health policy for decades to come. Finally, let us reflect on the legacy of the Spanish flu. This pandemic, though devastating, served as a catalyst for change. It highlighted the importance of public health measures and spurred advancements in medicine. Picture the quiet dedication of scientists and doctors working tirelessly to understand the virus and prevent future outbreaks. The lessons learned from the Spanish flu have been woven into the fabric of modern medicine, guiding us as we navigate new challenges. In the aftermath, the world saw the establishment of more robust health organizations, such as the World Health Organization, which aimed to coordinate international responses to health crises. The Spanish flu underscored the necessity of global cooperation in the face of pandemics, a lesson that resonates even today as we confront new health threats. As we conclude this exploration of the Spanish flu, it is essential to recognize the broader implications of this pandemic on society. The Spanish flu not only reshaped public health policies, but also influenced cultural attitudes towards illness and mortality. In the wake of the pandemic, there was a shift in how communities approached health crises. The collective trauma experienced during this time fostered a greater awareness of the importance of hygiene, vaccination, and public health education. Imagine the conversations that took place in homes and communities as families began to prioritize health and wellness in ways they had not before. Additionally, the Spanish flu had a significant impact on the arts and literature of the time. Writers and artists began to reflect on themes of loss, resilience, and the fragility of life. The pandemic inspired a wave of creative expression as individuals sought to make sense of their experiences. Picture the poignant poetry and haunting paintings that emerged from this period, capturing the essence of human suffering and the enduring spirit of hope. Furthermore, Spanish flu also played a role in shaping future pandemic responses. The lessons learned during this time laid the groundwork for how governments and health organizations would respond to subsequent health crises, including the H1N1 outbreak in 2009 and the COVID-19 pandemic. The importance of timely communication, transparency, and community engagement became evident as leaders recognized the need to build trust with the public during times of uncertainty. In reflecting on the legacy of the Spanish flu, we must also acknowledge the resilience of the human spirit. Communities came together to support one another, demonstrating compassion and solidarity in the face of adversity. Neighbors looked after each other, volunteers stepped up to provide care, and families found ways to cope with the loss of loved ones. The spirit of unity and support serves as a powerful reminder of our capacity to endure and overcome challenges. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us remember that the Spanish flu was not just a historical event. It was a profound moment in our shared human experience. It teaches us that in moments of crisis, we must unite, learn, and adapt, ensuring that we are better prepared for the challenges that lie ahead. The echoes of the past remind us that while we may face storms, we also possess the capacity to rebuild, heal, and emerge stronger than before. In conclusion, Spanish flu was a silent storm that swept across the globe, leaving a legacy that continues to shape our world. Its origins remain a mystery, but its impact is undeniable. As we reflect on this chapter of history, let us remember the resilience of the human spirit and the quiet strength of communities coming together in the face of adversity. The Spanish flu serves as a gentle reminder of our interconnectedness and the importance of caring for one another as we journey through the tapestry of time. The lessons learned from this pandemic resonate today, urging us to remain vigilant, compassionate, and united in our efforts to safeguard public health for future generations. And with that, we conclude our exploration of the Spanish flu, its origins, and its aftermath. I hope you've enjoyed this journey through history and found it relaxing. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Ander and Helena. Thank you very much for your support. If you'd like to support the channel and enjoy these videos without ads, for a better relaxation experience, you can find the link to our Patreon in the description. I hope you've learned something new today while unwinding. Until next time, good night and sweet dreams. Hello, dear friends. It's wonderful to have you here with me once again. Welcome to another soothing journey through time, where we'll explore the depths of history together. If you'd like to support our nightly adventures, please consider visiting my Patreon, where you'll find a Spotify playlist of all my videos to accompany your dreams. Tonight, we'll be delving into a dark yet fascinating chapter of human history, the Black Plague, also known as the Black Death. As we prepare to travel back to medieval times, I invite you to make yourself comfortable. Find a cozy spot, whether it's nestled in your bed or curled up in your favorite chair. Take a deep breath, feeling the air fill your lungs, and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension from your day. Allow your body to sink deeper into relaxation with each breath. Imagine yourself standing in a bustling medieval town square. The air is filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the distant sound of church bells. Cobblestone streets wind between timber-framed houses, and people in colorful attire go about their daily lives, unaware of the impending darkness that will soon sweep across their world. In tonight's gentle exploration, we'll uncover the origins of the Black Plague, tracing its path from the far reaches of Asia to the heart of Europe. We'll learn about its devastating impact on society and how it reshaped the course of history. But fear not, for our journey through this somber tale will be told in a calm and soothing manner, allowing you to drift peacefully into slumber as we traverse the annals of time. So, close your eyes, let the weight of your body melt away, and allow yourself to be transported to a world long past. Together, we'll unravel the mysteries of the Black Death and emerge with a deeper understanding of this pivotal moment in human history. Imagine, if you will, time long ago when the world was a tapestry of bustling trade routes and vibrant cultures, woven together by the gentle hum of commerce and the soft whispers of travelers. It was in this intricate web of human interaction that the seeds of one of history's most profound pandemics were sown, the Black Death. Today, we will explore the origins of this mysterious and devastating event, tracing its beginnings back to the serene landscapes of Central Asia and following its journey along the ancient paths of trade. Let us begin our journey by considering the humble bacterium known as Yersinia pestis. This tiny organism, invisible to the naked eye, has been a silent companion to rodents for thousands of years. Picture a vast, open landscape where the gentle rustling of leaves accompanies the scurrying of small creatures. It is here, in these natural reservoirs, that Yersinia pestis found its home, thriving quietly until the conditions were ripe for its emergence into the human world. Genetic studies suggest that this bacterium evolved around 7,000 years ago, with strains capable of flea transmission appearing approximately 3,800 years ago. These fleas, tiny yet tenacious, served as the bridge between the wild and the human, carrying the bacterium from rodent to human host. As we delve deeper into history, we encounter the early whispers of plague in ancient times. The plague of Justinian in the 6th century offers a glimpse into the destructive potential of this disease. Yet, it was not until the 14th century that the Black Death, a more virulent and deadly strain, would sweep across continents. Imagine the quiet anticipation of a world on the brink of change as the forces of nature and human society converged to set the stage for this monumental event. Our journey takes us to Central Asia, a region of breathtaking beauty and historical significance. Here, around the tranquil waters of Lake Issyk-Kul, in present-day Kyrgyzstan, Recent research has uncovered clues pointing to the origins of the Black Death. In 2022, scientists analyzed ancient genomes of Yersinia pestis and traced the strain responsible for the pandemic back to this very region. Picture the bustling trade routes of the Silk Road, where merchants and travelers exchanged goods and stories, unknowingly carrying with them the seeds of a future catastrophe. Tombstones inscribed with the word pestilence in the Syriac language from the 1330s tell a tale of a local trading community ravaged by an epidemic, offering a poignant reminder of the human cost of this ancient scourge. As we follow the path of the Black Death, we find ourselves at the heart of the trade networks that crisscrossed the known world. Imagine the gentle clatter of caravanserai, those welcoming rest stops for weary traders and their animals. These havens of respite, nestled along the trade routes, became unwitting conduits for the spread of the plague. Historian William McNeill suggests that the close quarters of these stops facilitated the transmission of the disease as traders and their animals mingled, creating new hosts for the bacterium. It was a time when the world was both vast and intimately connected, a delicate balance that allowed the Black Death to traverse great distances with alarming speed. In this interconnected world, the role of fleas and rats cannot be understated. Picture the bustling ports and crowded cities, where the movement of goods and people created a fertile ground for the spread of the plague. Initially, the disease was transmitted through direct contact with infected rodents, but soon, human fleas and lice became the primary vectors, enabling the rapid movement of the bacterium along trade routes. This new understanding of transmission sheds light on the swift and relentless advance of the Black Death, as it moved from the heart of Eurasia to the far reaches of sub-Saharan Africa. Our journey now brings us to the shores of the Mediterranean, where the Genoese trading port of Kaffa in Crimea played a pivotal role in the introduction of the plague to Europe. Imagine the tense atmosphere of a besieged city as the Mongol Golden Horde army laid siege to Kaffa in 1347. In a desperate and grim act, the Mongols catapulted infected corpses over the city walls, unwittingly setting the stage for the spread of the plague across Europe. From Kaffa, the disease traveled swiftly, carried by fleas on black rats aboard Genoese ships, reaching the bustling ports of Constantinople, Sicily, and the Italian peninsula. Once ashore, the plague transformed into a pneumonic form, spreading rapidly from person to person, and leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. As the Black Death swept through Europe, it left an indelible mark on society. Imagine the quiet streets of medieval towns, where the once familiar sounds of daily life were replaced by an eerie silence. The plague claimed the lives of an estimated 30% to 60% of Europe's population between 1347 and 1351, a staggering loss that reshaped the social, economic, and cultural landscape of the continent. The scarcity of labor led to the breakdown of the feudal system, as wages rose and peasants demanded better conditions. This shift in power dynamics sowed the seeds of future uprisings and conflicts, as the old order gave way to new possibilities. In the face of such overwhelming tragedy, the medical response to the Black Death marked a turning point in the understanding of disease. Imagine the quiet determination of doctors and healers as they tended to the sick and sought to unravel the mysteries of the plague. The realization that disease was not caused by celestial alignments but by contagion led to a new empirical approach to medicine. The establishment of the first quarantine in 1377 at the Adriatic port of Ragusa marked the beginning of a new era in public health, as communities sought to protect themselves from the invisible threat of disease. The legacy of the Black Death extends far beyond its immediate impact, leaving a lasting imprint on human history. Imagine the quiet reflection of a world forever changed as societies adapted to the new realities brought about by the pandemic. The plague spurred significant changes in medical practices, social structures, and economic systems, marking the end of the medieval world system and paving the way for the age of exploration and globalization. The search for new trade routes to the east, driven by the desire to circumvent the plague-ridden Silk Road, set the stage for the Portuguese explorations that would reshape the world. As we conclude our exploration of the origins of the Black Death, let us take a moment to reflect on the complex interplay of factors that gave rise to this monumental event. From the serene landscapes of Central Asia to the bustling trade routes of medieval Europe, the story of the Black Death is one of interconnectedness and transformation. It serves as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the natural world, and the profound impact that even the smallest of organisms can have on the course of history. Moreover, Black Death also influenced art and literature, as the pervasive fear of death and the contemplation of mortality became central themes in the works of the time. Artists began to depict the macabre, with images of skeletons and graveyards becoming prevalent, reflecting society's grappling with the reality of loss. Writers like Giovanni Boccaccio, in his work The Decameron, captured the human experience during the plague, illustrating both the despair and resilience of people facing such overwhelming tragedy. In addition, the aftermath of the Black Death saw a shift in religious attitudes. Many people turned to religion for solace, while others questioned their faith in the face of such suffering. The Church, which had been a powerful institution, faced scrutiny as it struggled to provide answers and comfort to the afflicted. This period of questioning laid the groundwork for the Reformation, as individuals began to seek a more personal connection to spirituality, ultimately leading to significant changes in the religious landscape of Europe. The economic repercussions of the Black Death were profound, as the labor shortage led to increased bargaining power for workers. This shift contributed to the decline of serfdom and the rise of a more mobile workforce, setting the stage for the emergence of a new economic order. The increased demand for labor also spurred technological advancements, as landowners sought to maintain productivity with fewer workers, leading to innovations in agriculture and industry. As we reflect on the origins of the Black Death, it is essential to recognize the lessons it imparts about public health and societal resilience. The pandemic highlighted the importance of sanitation, hygiene, and the need for coordinated responses to health crises. In our modern world, where globalization has once again interconnected societies, the echoes of the Black Death remind us of the vulnerabilities we face in the face of infectious diseases. Furthermore, Black Death also catalyzed changes in urban planning and public health policies. Cities began to implement measures to improve sanitation and reduce overcrowding, recognizing the link between living conditions and health outcomes. The establishment of public health boards and the regulation of waste disposal became more common, laying the groundwork for modern public health systems. This evolution in urban management was crucial in preventing future outbreaks and improving the overall quality of life in burgeoning cities. In the realm of science, Black Death prompted a reevaluation of medical practices and the pursuit of knowledge. The devastation caused by the plague led to increased interest in anatomy and the human body as physicians sought to understand the disease better. This period saw the beginnings of modern medicine, with a shift towards observation and experimentation, moving away from the reliance on ancient texts and superstitions. The establishment of medical schools and the formalization of medical training began to take shape, setting the stage for the advancements that would follow in the Renaissance and beyond. As we ponder the past, let us carry forward the knowledge gained from this dark chapter, fostering a deeper understanding of our shared humanity and the ongoing challenges we face in safeguarding our health and well-being. The origins of the Black Death are a testament to the intricate web of human history, where trade, culture, and biology intersected in ways that would forever alter the course of civilization. May this journey through time leave you with a sense of wonder and a deeper understanding of the forces that have shaped our shared past. In conclusion, Black Death serves as a powerful reminder of the fragility of human existence and the interconnectedness of our world. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us remain vigilant and compassionate, learning from the lessons of history to build a healthier and more resilient future. The echoes of the past resonate in our present, urging us to reflect on our actions and their impact on the world around us. The story of the Black Death is not just a tale of tragedy. It is also one of resilience, adaptation, and the enduring spirit of humanity in the face of adversity. Imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the hull of a ship as it sails quietly across the Mediterranean Sea. It is the year 1347, and unbeknownst to the sailors aboard, they carry with them an invisible passenger, a silent harbinger of change that would sweep across Europe like a shadow. This is the story of the Black Death, a pandemic that would alter the course of history, leaving an indelible mark on the continent. Let us begin our journey in the bustling port city of Kaffa, nestled on the Crimean Peninsula. Picture the vibrant market stalls, the mingling of languages, and the scent of spices carried by the breeze. It was here, amidst the clamor of trade, that the seeds of the Black Death were sown. The Mongol warriors, fierce and determined, laid siege to the city, and in a desperate act, they catapulted the bodies of their fallen, infected by the plague, over the city walls. This act of biological warfare would set in motion a chain of events that would ripple across Europe. As we follow the path of the Genoese traders, imagine the gentle creaking of their ships as they set sail from Kaffa, carrying with them the unseen plague. Their journey would lead them to the shores of Sicily, where the first whispers of the Black Death would be heard. The disease, carried by fleas on rats, found fertile ground in the bustling ports and crowded streets. From Sicily, the plague spread like a gentle breeze, touching the Italian mainland and then fanning outwards to France, Spain, and beyond. In the quiet corners of Europe, plague moved with a silent determination. Picture the cobblestone streets of Marseilles, where one of the ships from Kaffa had docked, its cargo of death unwelcome yet unstoppable. The disease traveled along the trade routes, weaving its way through the fabric of society, leaving no corner untouched. By the end of 1349, the Black Death had reached the farthest reaches of Western Europe, its presence felt in the bustling markets of London and the serene countryside of Ireland. As the plague spread, it Its impact varied from region to region, like the changing hues of a sunset. In some places, such as the Duchy of Milan, the effects were surprisingly mild, while in others, like Tuscany and Aragon, devastation was profound. Imagine the quiet despair of monastic communities, where the toll was particularly high, as the disease claimed lives with a relentless efficiency. In the towns and cities, the air was thick with fear and uncertainty, as the plague reshaped the social and economic landscape. The Black Death brought with it profound changes, like the gentle yet persistent erosion of a shoreline. The high mortality rate led to a scarcity of labor, and those who survived found themselves in a position to demand better wages and working conditions. The rigid structures of feudal society began to crumble as people questioned the authority of the church and the nobility. Imagine the quiet murmur of discontent growing louder as social unrest simmered beneath the surface, occasionally boiling over into rebellion. The demographic impact of the Black Death was staggering, like a sudden storm that leaves a landscape forever altered. It is estimated that between 30% and 50% of the population in affected areas perished, entire communities vanishing like morning mist. In cities like Florence, the loss was particularly acute, with half the population succumbing to the disease. Picture the quiet streets, once bustling with life, now eerily silent as the survivors grappled with the enormity of their loss. Yet the Black Death was not a fleeting visitor. It lingered, its presence felt in waves of recurrence over the decades. Imagine the quiet persistence of the disease as it reemerged in 1361, 1369, and beyond, each time leaving a fresh scar on the landscape of Europe. Modern research suggests that the plague was introduced multiple times, carried along trade routes from Central Asia, its persistence a testament to the resilience of the pathogen. The legacy of the Black Death extends beyond the borders of Europe, like the gentle ripples of a stone cast into a pond. The strain that developed in Europe proved to be particularly mobile, contributing to outbreaks in far-flung regions such as China and Madagascar in later centuries. This global spread serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of our world and the importance of understanding the dynamics of pandemics. As we draw our exploration to a close, let us reflect on the enduring legacy of the Black Death. It was a catastrophic event that reshaped Europe, leaving behind a landscape forever changed. The societal and economic upheavals it triggered continue to echo through history, reminding us of the fragility of human life and the resilience of the human spirit. In understanding the past, we find lessons for the future as we strive to build a world better prepared to face the challenges of tomorrow. The spread of the Black Death was not merely a tale of disease. It was a complex interplay of human behavior, trade, and the environment. As the plague made its way through Europe, it exploited the very systems that had allowed for the flourishing of trade and commerce. The interconnectedness of cities and towns, once a source of prosperity, became a conduit for death. The bustling trade routes that linked the East and West, laden with goods and ideas, now carried the plague, transforming vibrant marketplaces into sites of despair. In the wake of the Black Death, the social fabric of Europe began to unravel. The traditional hierarchies that had defined medieval society were challenged, as the labor shortage forced landowners to offer better terms to their workers. This shift in power dynamics was particularly evident in the agricultural sector, where peasants began to demand higher wages and improved living conditions. The once unyielding grip of feudal lords began to loosen, leading to a gradual transformation of the social order. Moreover, the psychological impact of the Black Death was profound. The omnipresence of death led to a collective trauma that permeated every aspect of life. Art and literature from this period reflect a society grappling with mortality. The macabre themes of death and decay became prevalent, as seen in the works of artists and writers who sought to capture the despair of their times. The Dance of Death, a popular motif, illustrated the inevitability of death, reminding all, regardless of status, that they were not immune to its grasp. Religious fervor also intensified in the wake of the plague. Many turned to the church for solace, believing that the pandemic was a punishment from God. This led to a rise in flagellant movements, where groups of people would publicly whip themselves in penance, hoping to appease divine wrath. However, the church's inability to provide answers or relief from the suffering led to disillusionment among the populace. The questioning of religious authority would eventually contribute to the seeds of the Reformation, as people sought new interpretations of faith and spirituality. The Black Death also had significant economic repercussions. The sudden decrease in population led to a surplus of resources, which in turn caused prices to drop. This economic shift allowed for the rise of a new class of merchants and artisans who began to gain influence and wealth. The traditional agrarian economy began to give way to a more diversified economy, setting the stage for the eventual rise of capitalism in Europe. As we reflect on the spread of the Black Death across Europe, we must also consider the lessons it imparts about public health and societal resilience. The pandemic highlighted the importance of sanitation, hygiene, and the need for effective communication in times of crisis. The responses to the plague, from quarantine measures to the establishment of health boards, laid the groundwork for modern public health systems. The legacy of the Black Death serves as a reminder of the importance of preparedness and adaptability in the face of unforeseen challenges. In conclusion, the spread of the Black Death across Europe was a multifaceted event that reshaped the continent in profound ways. It was a catalyst for social, economic, and cultural transformation, leaving behind a legacy that continues to influence our world today. As we navigate our own challenges, let us remember the lessons of the past, drawing strength from the resilience of those who came before us, and striving to build a future that honors their struggles and sacrifices. The Black Death spread was not just a matter of geography, it was also a reflection of the social and political climate of the time. The late medieval period was marked by a complex web of alliances, conflicts, and trade agreements that facilitated the movement of people and goods. The rise of cities and the growth of trade networks created an environment ripe for the rapid transmission of the plague. As merchants traveled from one city to another, they unwittingly became vectors for the disease, carrying it from the bustling ports of Italy to the heart of France and beyond. In addition to the movement of traders, the migration of populations also played a significant role in the spread of the Black Death. As people fled from infected areas, they often carried the disease with them, further exacerbating the situation. The fear of the plague led to mass migrations, as individuals sought safety in rural areas or less populated regions. However, this flight often resulted in the unintended consequence of spreading the disease even further, as those seeking refuge brought the plague with them. The response to the Black Death varied widely across Europe, influenced by local customs, governance, and the prevailing understanding of disease. In some regions, authorities implemented strict quarantine measures, isolating infected individuals and closing off entire towns to prevent the spread of the plague. These early public health measures, though rudimentary by modern standards, laid the groundwork for future responses to epidemics. In contrast, other areas experienced chaos and panic, with people resorting to scapegoating and violence against marginalized groups, such as Jews, whom they blamed for the outbreak. The cultural impact of the Black Death was profound and far-reaching. The pervasive sense of mortality and the fragility of life led to a shift in artistic expression. Artists began to explore themes of death and the afterlife, creating works that reflected the somber reality of the times. The macabre became a popular subject in literature, with stories that delved into the human condition and the inevitability of death. This cultural shift would eventually pave the way for the Renaissance, as artists and thinkers sought to understand and celebrate life in the face of death. In the aftermath of the Black Death, Europe underwent a transformation that would shape its future. The labor shortage created by the pandemic led to a reevaluation of the social order. As peasants gained leverage in negotiations with landowners, they began to demand more rights and better living conditions. This shift in power dynamics contributed to the decline of feudalism and the rise of a more modern economic system characterized by wage labor and increased mobility. The Black Death also had lasting effects on the relationship between humans and the environment. The pandemic highlighted the vulnerabilities of urban centers, where overcrowding and poor sanitation contributed to the rapid spread of disease. In the years that followed, there was a renewed focus on public health and urban planning as cities sought to improve living conditions and prevent future outbreaks. This shift in perspective would eventually lead to advancements in medicine and public health that continue to benefit society today. As we reflect on the spread of the Black Death across Europe, we must also acknowledge the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. The pandemic tested the limits of society, but it also fostered innovation and adaptation. Communities came together to support one another, and individuals found ways to cope with the loss and uncertainty. The lessons learned from this dark chapter in history continue to resonate, reminding us of the importance of compassion, solidarity, and preparedness in the face of future challenges. In summary, the spread of the Black Death across Europe was a complex and multifaceted event that reshaped the continent in profound ways. It was a catalyst for social, economic, and cultural transformation, leaving behind a legacy that continues to influence our world today. As we navigate our own challenges, let us remember the lessons of the past, drawing strength from the resilience of those who came before us, and striving to build a future that honors their struggles and sacrifices. Imagine a time when the world was quieter, the air filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant toll of church bells. It was the 14th century, a period when life moved at a slower pace and communities were tightly knit. Yet, amidst this serene backdrop, a silent storm was brewing, a storm that would sweep across Europe and leave an indelible mark on its history. This was the time of the Black Death, a pandemic that would forever alter the social, economic, and cultural fabric of the continent. Today, we will explore the symptoms of this devastating plague, and its profound impact on society, gently unraveling the threads of history to understand this pivotal event. Let us begin by considering the symptoms of the Black Death, a disease caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis. This bacterium manifested in 3 primary forms, each with its own unique characteristics. The most common form was the bubonic plague. Picture, if you will, the formation of swollen and painful lymph nodes, known as buboes, appearing in the groin, armpits, neck. These buboes were accompanied by fever, headache, chills, weakness, and vomiting. It was as if the body was waging a silent war against an unseen enemy. If left untreated, bacteria could spread, leading to a more severe form known as septicemic plague. Septicemic plague was an infection of the blood, a quiet invader that caused fatigue, fever, and internal bleeding. Imagine the skin turning black, tissues dying, especially on fingers, toes, and the nose, haunting transformation. This form of the plague could occur as the first symptom, or develop from untreated bubonic plague, a reminder of the relentless nature of the disease. The rapid progression of septicemic plague often left little time for intervention, leading to a grim reality where many succumbed within days of showing symptoms. Then there was the pneumonic plague, affecting the lungs and causing symptoms similar to severe pneumonia. Fever, weakness, and shortness of breath were common, as fluid filled the lungs, leading to respiratory failure if untreated. Picture the struggle for breath, quiet desperation. Pneumonic plague was the most dangerous form, spreading from person to person through coughing and sneezing, a silent whisper of contagion in the air. This form of the plague could devastate entire communities in a matter of days, as the infected individuals unknowingly transmitted the disease to those around them. As we gently transition to the impact of the Black Death on society, let us consider the socioeconomic changes it brought about. The outbreak between 1347 and 1352 completely transformed medieval Europe. Imagine a world where the severe depopulation upset the socioeconomic feudal system. The plague ran rampant among the lower class, who sought shelter and assistance from friaries, churches, and monasteries, inadvertently spreading the disease to the clergy and nobility. The death toll was staggering, with estimates suggesting that between 25 to 30 million people perished, roughly 1/3 of Europe's population at the time. The economy underwent abrupt and extreme inflation. Picture a marketplace where goods were scarce and prices skyrocketed. The demand for people to work the land was so high that it threatened the manorial holdings. Serfs were no longer tied to one master. If one left the land, another lord would instantly hire them. This led to changes in land management, resulting in higher wages and a slightly more empowered peasantry, subtle shift in the balance of power. The labor shortage forced landowners to offer better conditions, to attract workers, leading to a gradual decline in the feudal system that had dominated for centuries. The experience of the plague also challenged traditional medical knowledge and practice. Imagine doctors and caregivers, seen as pillars of the community, dying at an alarming rate as they tried to cure plague victims. It became clear that people recovered or died for seemingly no reason at all. A cure that had restored one patient to health would fail on the next. This realization led doctors to question their former practices, a gentle nudge towards adapting knowledge to present circumstances. The medical community began to explore new methods, including quarantine measures and the establishment of pest houses, where the sick could be isolated from the healthy. Religious beliefs and practices were not immune to the impact of the plague. Faith in religion decreased, both because of the death of so many clergy and the failure of prayer to prevent sickness and death. Imagine the faithful gathered in churches for prayers unanswered, the charms and amulets purchased for protection, the services attended, the processions, prayer, and the fasting all did nothing to stop the spread of the plague. In some instances, these practices even encouraged the spread of the disease. The disillusionment with the church led to a rise in secularism and a questioning of traditional beliefs, setting the stage for the Renaissance and the Reformation that would follow. The flagellant movement, a poignant response to the plague, saw groups of penitents traveling from town to town, whipping themselves to atone for their sins. This movement began in Austria and gained momentum in Germany and France. Imagine the rhythmic sound of whips, a desperate attempt to find meaning in chaos. These groups, led by self-proclaimed masters, with little or no religious training, not only helped spread the plague, but also disrupted communities by attacking marginalized groups, such as the Jews. The belief that the plague was a punishment from God fueled these violent outbursts, leading to widespread persecution and violence against those deemed responsible for the calamity. The frustration people felt at their helplessness in the face of the plague gave rise to violent outbursts of persecution across Europe. The flagellant movement was not the only source of persecution. Otherwise, peaceful citizens could be whipped into a frenzy to attack communities of Jews, Romani, Gypsies, Lepers, or others. Women were also abused, seen as encouraging sin because of their association with the biblical Eve and the fall of man. Imagine the fear and suspicion shadow over the land. The scapegoating of these groups often resulted in horrific violence, with entire communities being massacred in the name of misguided righteousness. The psychological impact of the plague was profound. No one, peasant or aristocrat, was safe from the disease, and once contracted, a horrible and painful death was almost a certainty. The dead and dying lay in the streets, abandoned by frightened friends and relatives. Imagine the silence, the absence of familiar voices. The experience of the plague created a sense of hopelessness and despair that permeated every level of society. The constant presence of death led to a morbid fascination with mortality, influencing art and literature of the time, as seen in works like The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, which reflects the societal upheaval and the human condition in the face of such tragedy. As we delve deeper into the societal impact of the Black Death, we must also consider the changes in family structures and community dynamics. The loss of so many individuals meant that families were often torn apart, with children left orphaned and elderly parents abandoned. Imagine the heart-wrenching scenes of children wandering the streets, searching for a semblance of home. The traditional family unit was disrupted, leading to a rise in communal living arrangements as people sought solace in numbers. This shift fostered a sense of solidarity among survivors as they banded together to navigate the harsh realities of a world forever altered by the plague. Moreover, Black Death catalyzed significant changes in labor dynamics. With a reduced workforce, laborers found themselves in a position of newfound power. The demand for workers led to better wages and working conditions as landowners scrambled to attract laborers to their fields. This shift marked the beginning of the end for the feudal system, as serfs began to negotiate their terms of service. Imagine the conversations in the fields, where laborers, once bound by tradition, now spoke of rights and wages. This newfound agency among the working class laid the groundwork for future social movements and labor rights. The arts and culture also experienced a transformation in the wake of the Black Death. The pervasive presence of death and suffering inspired a wave of artistic expression that reflected the somber realities of life. Artists began to explore themes of mortality, the fragility of life, and the human condition. The macabre became a popular subject, as seen in the works of painters like Hans Holbein the Younger, whose depictions of death and decay resonated with a society grappling with loss. Literature, too, took on a darker tone, with writers exploring existential themes and the meaning of life in the face of inevitable death. In addition to the arts, Black Death prompted advancements in public health and hygiene practices. The sheer scale of the pandemic forced communities to confront the importance of sanitation and disease prevention. Imagine towns implementing measures to clean streets, dispose of waste, and improve living conditions. The establishment of health boards and the introduction of quarantine laws marked a significant shift in how societies approached public health. These early efforts laid the foundation for modern public health systems, emphasizing the need for organized responses to epidemics. As we gently conclude our exploration, let us reflect on the Black Death as a catastrophic event that reshaped the course of European history. Its symptoms, from the painful swelling of buboes to the rapid respiratory failure in pneumonic plague, were a stark reminder of the power of disease. The impact on society was equally profound, challenging traditional medical practices, eroding faith in religion, and leading to widespread persecution and migration. The legacy of the Black Death continues to influence our understanding of pandemics and their far-reaching consequences on human society. In this quiet reflection, we find a deeper understanding of the past and its echoes in our present. The Black Death serves as a reminder of the fragility of life and the resilience of humanity in the face of overwhelming adversity, a lesson that resonates even in our modern world. Imagine the soft rustling of leaves in the ancient forests of medieval Europe, a time when the world was both simpler and more mysterious. The air, filled with the scent of earth and wood, carried whispers of a great calamity that had befallen the people. This was the era of the Black Death, a devastating pandemic that swept across the continent, leaving a profound impact on the lives of millions. In this chapter, we will gently explore the responses and remedies that emerged during this tumultuous time, as people sought to understand and combat the invisible foe that was the plague. As we delve into the medical remedies of the period, let us first consider the curious and sometimes peculiar methods that were employed. Picture a humble village where the clucking of chickens mingles with the murmurs of concerned families. The Vickery method, named after an English doctor, involved the use of live chickens in an attempt to draw the disease from the afflicted. The chicken, plucked and bare, was strapped to the patient's body, a hopeful yet misguided gesture of healing. This practice, though strange to us now, was born from a deep desire to alleviate suffering. In another corner of this medieval world, the hiss of snakes could be heard, their presence believed to hold the key to remedy. Snakes, often associated with evil, were killed and their parts applied to the swollen buboes of the sick. This practice, like many others, was rooted in symbolism and the hope that evil could be countered by its own likeness. Similarly, pigeons were used, though the reasoning behind their selection remains a mystery, a testament to the era's blend of superstition and desperation. The air, thought to be a carrier of disease, was another focus of medieval remedies. Imagine the gentle waft of incense and the soft crackle of burning thatch as homes were fumigated in an effort to cleanse the air. People carried bouquets of flowers, their sweet fragrance a shield against the stench of decay. This practice, though not a cure, offered a semblance of comfort and gave rise to the familiar children's rhyme, "Ring around the rosy, pocketful of posies." Bloodletting, a common practice of the time, was based on the belief in balancing the body's humors. Picture a quiet room where the sound of a flea or the gentle suction of leeches accompanies the hope of restoring health. Though often weakening the patient further, this method was a reflection of the medical understanding of the era, a time when the mysteries of the human body were yet to be unraveled. Transitioning from the realm of medicine, we find ourselves in the sacred spaces of religious cures. The medieval church, with its towering cathedrals and solemn rituals, played a significant role in shaping the responses to the plague. Imagine the soft echo of prayers and the gentle rustle of robes as people sought solace in their faith. The plague, seen as a divine punishment, led to practices such as public flagellations, where individuals would whip themselves in penance. Though ultimately deemed ineffective, these acts were a testament to the deep intertwining of religion and medicine. Religious processions, with their slow, rhythmic march, offered a sense of community and hope. Picture a procession winding through the cobbled streets, a soft murmur of prayers rising to the heavens. Though these gatherings did little to halt the spread of disease, they provided psychological comfort, a balm for the weary souls of the afflicted. In the midst of these varied responses, the concept of social distancing and quarantine emerged as a beacon of hope. Imagine the quiet solitude of a quarantined home, where the absence of visitors was both a precaution and a sacrifice. Venice, with its bustling canals and vibrant trade, was among the first to implement quarantine measures, practice that would later be adopted by other cities. Though not fully understood at the time, these measures were among the few that showed some efficacy in curbing the spread of the plague. Preventive measures, too, played a role in the quest for cures. The Paris University School of Medicine proposed a right life attitude, a gentle approach to daily living that included dietary therapy and the purification of air. Picture the soft glow of a hearth, where fragrant grass and dry firewood are burned to cleanse the air. Exercise and bathing, though simple, were recommended as part of a balanced lifestyle, a reminder of the enduring wisdom of moderation. Herbal remedies, with their roots in nature, offered another avenue of hope. Imagine the crisp scent of onions, believed to draw out toxins when applied to the skin. Garlic, vinegar, and sour milk, with their purported antimicrobial properties, were used as preventive measures. The use of herbs like sorrel and other medicinal plants reflects the resourcefulness and ingenuity of people during this period, a time when the natural world was both a source of wonder and a repository of potential cures. In the shadow of these remedies, there were also practices that were truly revolting. Picture a dimly lit room where the pungent smell of human excrement mingles with the desperation of those seeking relief. Mixed with other substances, these pastes were applied to the buboes, a testament to the lengths to which people would go in their search for healing. Flagellation and persecution, though not remedies in the traditional sense, were part of the social response to the plague. The sound of whips and the cries of the persecuted echo through the annals of history, a reminder of the darker aspects of human nature. The persecution of marginalized communities, particularly Jews, was a tragic consequence of the plague, a time when fear and ignorance led to violence and scapegoating. As we gently conclude our exploration of the responses and remedies during the Black Death, let us reflect on the resilience and resourcefulness of those who lived through this challenging time. From the curious Vickery method to the soothing scent of herbal remedies, the quest for cures was a journey marked by both desperation and hope. The Black Death serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of understanding and compassion in the face of adversity, a lesson that continues to resonate through the ages. Moreover, the responses to the Black Death were not solely confined to the realm of medicine and religion. They also extended into the social fabric of communities. The fear of contagion led to the establishment of more structured public health measures, which would evolve over the centuries. The concept of isolation, though rudimentary at the time, laid the groundwork for modern public health practices. Towns began to implement regulations that required the sick to be removed from the general population, a precursor to the quarantine practices we recognize today. In addition to isolation, the role of local governments became increasingly significant. Authorities began to take charge of public health, appointing officials to oversee the implementation of health measures. These early health officers were tasked with monitoring the spread of the disease and ensuring that the sick were cared for, albeit with limited understanding of how the plague was transmitted. This shift marked a turning point in the relationship between the state and public health, a dynamic that would continue to evolve in the centuries to follow. The economic impact of the Black Death also influenced responses to the crisis. As labor shortages became rampant due to the high mortality rate, surviving workers found themselves in a position of newfound power. Wages began to rise, and the feudal system, which had dominated medieval society, started to show signs of strain. This economic shift prompted some communities to seek alternative remedies, such as the establishment of more equitable labor practices, which were seen as a way to combat the despair brought on by the plague. Art and literature, too, were profoundly affected by the Black Death. The pervasive sense of mortality and the search for meaning in the face of such devastation inspired a wave of creative expression. Artists began to depict the grim realities of the plague, capturing the suffering and the resilience of the human spirit. The themes of death and redemption became prevalent in literature as writers sought to make sense of the chaos that surrounded them. This cultural response served as a form of collective healing, allowing communities to process their grief and find solace in shared experiences. As we reflect on the myriad responses to the Black Death, it is essential to recognize the enduring legacy of this pandemic. The lessons learned during this time continue to inform our understanding of public health crises today. The importance of community solidarity, the need for effective communication, and the value of compassion in the face of suffering are all lessons that resonate through history. In conclusion, the responses and remedies during the Black Death were a complex tapestry woven from the threads of desperation, hope, and resilience. From the peculiar medical practices to the profound influence of faith, quest for understanding and healing was a journey that shaped the course of history. As we remember this dark chapter, let us carry forward the lessons of empathy and unity, ensuring that the struggles of the past inform our actions in the present and future. In the wake of the Black Death, the responses to the pandemic also led to significant changes in societal structures and norms. The fear of disease prompted a reevaluation of hygiene practices, which would eventually contribute to the development of modern sanitation systems. Communities began to recognize the importance of cleanliness, leading to the establishment of more organized waste disposal methods and the promotion of public baths, which were seen as essential for maintaining health. Furthermore, the impact of the Black Death on education and knowledge dissemination cannot be overlooked. As the pandemic ravaged populations, demand for medical knowledge increased. Universities began to expand their curricula to include more comprehensive studies of medicine and public health. This shift laid the groundwork for the emergence of modern medical practices and the eventual establishment of public health institutions. The psychological toll of the Black Death also led to a greater emphasis on mental health in the years that followed. The trauma experienced by survivors prompted discussions about grief, loss, and the need for emotional support. This recognition of mental health as a vital component of overall well-being would evolve over time, influencing how societies approach mental health care today. In the realm of governance, Black Death prompted a reevaluation of leadership and authority. The inadequacies of local and national leaders in addressing the crisis led to calls for more accountable and effective governance. This period saw the rise of more centralized forms of government as communities sought stronger leadership to navigate the challenges posed by future pandemics and crises. As we conclude our exploration of the responses and remedies during the Black Death, it is essential to acknowledge the profound impact this pandemic had on shaping the course of history. The lessons learned during this time continue to resonate in our modern world, reminding us of the importance of resilience, compassion, and the pursuit of knowledge in the face of adversity. The Black Death serves as a powerful reminder of our shared humanity and the enduring spirit of those who lived through one of history's darkest chapters. Imagine, if you will, a time when the gentle hum of daily life was abruptly silenced by an unseen force. The Black Death, a pandemic that swept through Europe in the 14th century, left a profound mark on the world. Its economic and social consequences were as far-reaching as they were transformative, altering the very fabric of medieval society. As we explore these changes, let us do so with a sense of calm reflection, understanding the quiet yet powerful shifts that occurred in the wake of this historic event. The initial disruption caused by the Black Death was like a stone cast into a still pond, sending ripples through the economy. The sudden loss of a significant portion of the population created a labor shortage, leading to an unexpected rise in wages. Picture the bustling markets and fields, now quieter, with fewer hands to tend to the land. Skilled laborers found their services in high demand, and even those without specialized skills saw their earnings improve. This shift in the labor market was a direct result of the reduced supply of workers, a gentle reminder of how interconnected our lives truly are. As we delve deeper, we find that the impact on agriculture and trade was profound. With fewer people to harvest crops, food shortages became a pressing concern. Imagine the once thriving villages, now abandoned, their fields lying fallow under the sun. The infrastructure of rural communities was disrupted, leading to economic instability and social unrest. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there was a quiet redistribution of wealth. As many succumbed to the plague, their properties and assets were passed down, sometimes concentrating wealth within families, and at other times, spreading it more evenly across society. This redistribution of wealth brought about a complex tapestry of economic inequality. In some regions, the increase in real wages for workers led to a more equitable distribution of wealth. Picture a world where laborers, once bound by the constraints of their social class, found new opportunities and freedoms. However, this reduction in inequality was not universal, varying greatly across different regions and social classes, much like the varied patterns of a woven fabric. Turning our gaze to the social consequences, we see a society in upheaval. The rapid spread of the disease instilled fear and panic, leading people to abandon their loved ones and seek refuge in isolation. Imagine the once bustling streets, now eerily quiet as people shut themselves away from the world. The societal norms and rituals that once provided comfort were disrupted, leaving a void in their wake. This upheaval was akin to a storm passing through, leaving behind a changed landscape. The plague also led to a decline in faith in religion. The failure of prayer to prevent sickness and death caused many to question religious authority. Picture the grand cathedrals, their pews emptier than before, as people grappled with their beliefs. The death of many clergy members further eroded faith in religious institutions, leading to a shift in the spiritual landscape of Europe. This questioning of faith was not merely a personal crisis. It sparked broader movements that would eventually contribute to the Reformation, a significant turning point in European history. As social distinctions sharpened, the nobility sought to emphasize their status through extravagant displays, while peasants found themselves slightly more empowered. Imagine the vibrant colors and rich fabrics of the nobility's attire, a stark contrast to the simpler garb of the common folk. This tension between classes led to revolts, as the disenfranchised sought to assert their newfound power. The peasantry of northern France rioted in 1358, and disenfranchised guild members revolted in 1378, their voices rising like a chorus demanding change. These uprisings were not isolated incidents. They were part of a larger wave of social unrest that would continue to shape the political landscape of Europe for generations. The Black Death also brought about institutional changes, particularly in the feudal system and serfdom. The labor shortage allowed surviving peasants to demand better pay or seek employment elsewhere. Despite resistance from the ruling class, serfdom began to erode, marking a significant shift in the social and economic structure of Europe. Imagine the chains of feudal obligation slowly loosening, granting peasants more freedom and mobility. This newfound agency among the lower classes would lay the groundwork for future social movements and the eventual rise of a more modern labor force. Government intervention in the economy increased as a result of the plague. In England, efforts were made to cap wages at pre-plague levels, and additional taxes were imposed. These measures set a precedent for government involvement in economic matters, much like a guiding hand steering the course of a ship through turbulent waters. The state's increased role in economic affairs also reflected a growing recognition of the need for regulation in times of crisis, a concept that would evolve significantly in the centuries to come. In the long term, Black Death is often associated with the Great Divergence, a period of economic divergence between Western Europe and other parts of the world. The reduction in population and market size led to shifts in economic geography, with Western Europe gradually pulling ahead. Picture a map of the world, with Europe slowly brightening as it embarks on a new path of development. This divergence was not merely economic. It also encompassed cultural and technological advancements that would set the stage for the Renaissance and the Age of Exploration. Urbanization and urban growth were also significant outcomes of the Black Death. As people fled rural areas to escape the plague, cities experienced rapid growth. Imagine the bustling streets of these burgeoning urban centers, alive with the sounds of commerce and opportunity. This urban growth facilitated quicker economic development, setting the stage for the future. The rise of cities as economic hubs also led to the emergence of a new social class, the bourgeoisie, or the middle class, who would play a crucial role in shaping modern economies and societies. Moreover, Black Death had lasting effects on public health and hygiene practices. The sheer scale of the pandemic forced societies to reconsider their approaches to health and sanitation. Imagine communities coming together to establish rudimentary health regulations, precursor to modern public health systems. The lessons learned from the plague would eventually contribute to advancements in medical knowledge and practices, paving the way for future public health initiatives. In addition to these changes, Black Death also influenced the arts and culture of the time. The pervasive presence of death and suffering inspired a wave of artistic expression that reflected the somber realities of life. Artists began to explore themes of mortality, the fragility of life, and the human condition in ways that had not been seen before. Imagine the haunting imagery of paintings and literature that emerged from this period, capturing the essence of a society grappling with its own mortality. This cultural shift would lay the groundwork for the profound changes in art and literature that characterized the Renaissance. The psychological impact of the Black Death cannot be overlooked either. The trauma experienced by those who lived through the pandemic left deep scars on the collective psyche of Europe. Imagine the lingering sense of grief and loss that permeated communities, shaping their worldviews and interactions. This psychological burden contributed to a more somber and introspective culture, as people sought to make sense of their experiences in a world that had been irrevocably altered. As we reflect on the economic and social consequences of the Black Death, it is essential to recognize the resilience of human societies in the face of adversity. The initial disruption led to a labor shortage and increased wages, while the redistribution of wealth and decline in religious faith reshaped society. Institutional changes, such as the erosion of serfdom and increased government intervention, paved the way for future developments. The echoes of the Black Death continue to resonate through history, reminding us of the profound interconnectedness of our lives and the enduring impact of societal change. In conclusion, Black Death left an indelible mark on the economic and social landscape of Europe. The initial disruption led to a labor shortage and increased wages, while the redistribution of wealth and decline in religious faith reshaped society. Institutional changes, such as the erosion of serfdom and increased government intervention, paved the way for future developments. As we reflect on these consequences, let us appreciate the resilience and adaptability of human societies in the face of adversity, much like a tree bending gracefully in the wind, yet standing firm. The echoes of the Black Death continue to resonate through history, reminding us of the profound interconnectedness of our lives and the enduring impact of societal change. The lessons learned from this dark chapter in history serve as a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the capacity for renewal and growth in the aftermath of catastrophe. Imagine the gentle whisper of the wind as it sweeps across the rolling hills of medieval Europe, a land once shrouded in the shadow of the Black Death. This chapter invites us to explore the serene yet profound journey towards the end of one of history's most devastating pandemics. As we delve into this tale, let us walk softly through the corridors of time, understanding the factors that led to the decline of the plague and the subtle yet enduring changes it left in its wake. Picture, if you will, the quiet streets of a medieval town where the air is filled with the scent of herbs and the distant tolling of church bells. It was in such towns that the concept of quarantine began to take root. In the midst of fear and uncertainty, communities found solace in the practice of isolation. The word quarantine itself derived from the Italian quaranta giorni, meaning 40 days, reflects the period ships were held in isolation before passengers and crew could disembark. This gentle yet firm measure helped to curb the spread of the disease, allowing towns to breathe a little easier. As we meander through the cobbled streets, we notice the subtle changes in daily life. The importance of sanitation and hygiene began to dawn upon the people. Imagine the soft rustle of brooms sweeping the streets, the careful washing of hands, and the quiet dignity of those who tended to the sick. Cremation, though a somber practice, became a necessity, reducing the risk of further infection and offering a dignified farewell to those who had succumbed to the plague. These practices, born out of necessity, laid the foundation for a healthier society. Let us now turn our gaze to the intricate tapestry of human genetics. In the quietude of the past, certain genetic variants emerged, offering a glimmer of hope to those who carried them. These variants, like hidden treasures, provided a measure of resistance against the plague. Though they came at a cost, linked to autoimmune conditions in later generations, they remind us of the delicate balance between survival and adaptation. Could it be that these genetic whispers from the past continue to shape our present? As the seasons changed and the chill of winter descended, plague's grip began to loosen. The black rat, once a harbinger of doom, found itself less susceptible to the disease. The biting cold, like a gentle lullaby, slowed the spread of the fleas that carried the plague. In this quiet interlude, communities found respite, and the seeds of recovery were sown. The resilience of nature and humanity intertwined, offering a glimpse of hope amidst the shadows. The legacy of the Black Death is etched into the very fabric of European society. The gentle hum of change resonated through the social and economic structures of the time. The loss of life, though tragic, led to a reevaluation of the feudal system, paving the way for the rise of cities and a burgeoning middle class. The echoes of this transformation can still be felt today, a testament to the enduring spirit of adaptation and renewal. In the realm of art and culture, Black Death left an indelible mark. The quiet contemplation of mortality found expression in the works of writers and artists. Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron, with its tales of life and love amidst the plague, offers a window into the human experience of the time. The art of the Renaissance, with its focus on the beauty and brevity of life, reflects the profound impact of the pandemic on the collective consciousness. Even as the Black Death receded into the annals of history, specter lingered. The Great Plague of London in 1665 to 1666 serves as a gentle reminder of the cyclical nature of pandemics. Yet, with each resurgence, humanity grew wiser, armed with the knowledge and practices gleaned from past experiences. Quarantines, sanitation, and a deeper understanding of disease transmission became the cornerstones of public health, guiding us towards a more resilient future. As we conclude our tranquil journey through this chapter, let us reflect on the gentle yet profound lessons of the past. The end of the Black Death was not a sudden event but a gradual unfolding, shaped by human ingenuity, resilience, and the quiet strength of nature. In understanding these factors, we gain a deeper appreciation for the complexities of historical pandemics and their enduring influence on our world. May this knowledge serve as a gentle beacon, guiding us towards a future where we walk in harmony with the lessons of history. As we continue to explore the aftermath of the plague, we must also consider the psychological impact it had on the survivors. The collective trauma experienced by communities left deep scars, influencing their worldview and social interactions. The pervasive fear of death and disease fostered a sense of urgency in the quest for meaning and understanding. This period saw a rise in religious fervor, as many turned to faith for solace, while others questioned the very foundations of their beliefs. The dichotomy of faith and skepticism became a defining characteristic of the post-plague society. Moreover, the economic landscape transformed dramatically. With a significant portion of the population lost, labor became scarce, leading to increased wages for workers. This shift empowered the lower classes, challenging the traditional hierarchies that had dominated for centuries. The newfound economic power of the peasantry contributed to the gradual decline of feudalism, as landowners were compelled to offer better conditions to retain their labor force. This economic upheaval laid the groundwork for the rise of capitalism, a system that would shape the future of Europe and beyond. In the realm of public health, the lessons learned from the Black Death prompted the establishment of more organized health systems. The creation of health boards and the implementation of regulations regarding sanitation and quarantine became more common. Cities began to invest in infrastructure such as better sewage systems and clean water supplies, recognizing the importance of hygiene in preventing future outbreaks. This proactive approach to public health marked a significant shift in how societies would respond to disease, setting a precedent for future generations. The end of the plague also ushered in a period of artistic and intellectual flourishing, known as the Renaissance. Artists, writers, and thinkers sought to capture the complexities of human existence, often reflecting on themes of mortality and the human condition. The works of artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, infused with a renewed appreciation for life, emerged as a response to the darkness of the plague years. This cultural rebirth was not merely a reaction to the past, but a celebration of resilience and the enduring spirit of humanity. As we reflect on the end of the Black Death, we must also acknowledge the role of women during this tumultuous time. With many men lost to the plague, women stepped into roles that had previously been reserved for their male counterparts. They became heads of households, managed businesses, and contributed to the economy in unprecedented ways. This shift not only altered gender dynamics, It also laid the groundwork for future movements advocating for women's rights and equality. In addition to the social and economic transformations, the end of the plague also sparked a renewed interest in science and medicine. The devastation wrought by the Black Death prompted scholars and physicians to seek a deeper understanding of disease. This period saw the beginnings of modern medicine, as the need for effective treatments and preventive measures became paramount. The establishment of universities and the translation of ancient texts into vernacular languages allowed for the dissemination of knowledge, fostering an environment ripe for scientific inquiry. The impact of the Black Death on education cannot be overlooked. With the loss of so many lives, educational institutions faced a crisis. However, this challenge also led to innovation. Schools began to adapt their curricula, emphasizing the importance of critical thinking and empirical observation. The rise of humanism during the Renaissance encouraged individuals to question established norms and seek knowledge beyond traditional boundaries. This intellectual awakening laid the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period that would further revolutionize thought and society. As we contemplate the end of the Black Death, we must also recognize the role of community and solidarity in the healing process. In the face of unimaginable loss, people came together to support one another. Neighbors cared for the sick, families banded together to share resources, and communities forged bonds that transcended previous divisions. This spirit of cooperation and mutual aid became a cornerstone of recovery, illustrating the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. In conclusion, the end of the Black Death was a multifaceted process marked by profound changes in society, economy, culture, and health. The lessons learned from this dark chapter in history continue to resonate today, reminding us of the fragility of life and the importance of resilience in the face of adversity. As we navigate our own challenges, may we draw inspiration from the past, embracing the spirit of adaptation and renewal that emerged from the ashes of the plague. Let us carry forward the wisdom of history, ensuring that we honor the legacy of those who came before us, as we forge a path towards a brighter future. The echoes of the past remind us that even in the darkest of times, hope can flourish and humanity can rise anew, stronger and more united than ever before. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest where time seems to slow down and the world is at peace. In this tranquil setting, let us explore the long-term effects and legacy of one of history's most profound events, Black Death. This pandemic, which swept across Europe in the mid-14th century, left an indelible mark on society, economy, and culture, shaping the course of history in ways that continue to resonate today. As we delve into the demographic and economic consequences of the Black Death, picture a vast landscape once bustling with life, now quiet and still. The sudden and massive loss of life led to a severe shortage of labor, much like a field left fallow after a bountiful harvest. This scarcity of workers compelled landowners to adapt, offering wages or money rents in place of traditional labor services. Imagine the gentle shift in the social fabric, as artisans and peasants found themselves with newfound bargaining power and social mobility, like a river carving a new path through the land. The economic impact of the Black Death was multifaceted, akin to the ripples spreading across a serene pond. While trade and commerce initially declined, disrupted by the chaos of the pandemic, the long-term effects fostered the seeds of new economic growth. Increased wages and reduced labor costs led to a rise in productivity and innovation, paving the way for a new economic system to emerge, much like the first buds of spring after a harsh winter. This transformation laid the groundwork for the eventual rise of capitalism, as the labor market began to shift from a feudal system to one that valued individual labor and entrepreneurship. Turning our attention to the social and cultural consequences, imagine a tapestry of life woven with threads of change. The plague led to a significant shift in the social hierarchy as the feudal system began to unravel. The guaranteed flow of income from the labor of the poor into noble households ended, leading to peasant uprisings and resource wars. Picture the gentle yet persistent push for change as the old order gave way to new possibilities. The rise of a more empowered middle class began to take shape as merchants and skilled laborers gained wealth and influence, challenging the traditional power structures that had dominated European society for centuries. The psychological impact of the plague was profound, like a shadow cast over a sunlit meadow. The widespread death and suffering led to a preoccupation with mortality, reflected in the art and literature of the time. People began to live for the moment, uncertain of their daily survival. The Roman Catholic Church, once a bastion of spiritual authority, saw its influence wane as people turned to mysticism and other beliefs, seeking solace in a world turned upside down. This shift in belief systems also gave rise to new religious movements and sects, as individuals sought alternative paths to understanding their existence. In the face of such overwhelming despair, as we explore the persecution of minorities during this period, imagine a dark cloud passing over a peaceful village. The Black Death led to a wave of persecution against minorities, particularly Jews and lepers, who were unjustly blamed for the spread of the plague. This period of intense anti-Semitism and xenophobia left a lasting scar on the social fabric of Europe, a reminder of the fear and suspicion that can arise in times of crisis. The scapegoating of these communities not only resulted in violence and tragedy, but also contributed to a legacy of discrimination that would persist for centuries, influencing social dynamics and intercommunity relations in Europe. The impact of the Black Death on the arts and culture was profound, like a haunting melody echoing through the halls of history. European culture turned morbid after 1350, with a general mood of pessimism reflected in the arts. Paintings and sculptures began to portray death and the Grim Reaper, capturing the widespread fear and mortality of the time. The decline of the Sienese school of painting, as many great artists succumbed to the epidemic, marked a significant shift in the artistic landscape. This era also saw the emergence of the danse macabre, a motif that illustrated the universality of death, reminding all social classes of their mortality, regardless of wealth or status. Institutional and religious consequences also emerged from the shadows of the Black Death, like the quiet rustling of pages in an ancient tome. The plague intensified Christian religious belief and practice, with portents of the apocalypse and extremist cults challenging the authority of the clergy. The Roman Catholic Church, already weakened by the loss of clergy who abandoned their duties, faced further erosion of its prestige and spiritual authority. This crisis of faith led to a questioning of established doctrines and practices, paving the way for the Reformation in the 16th century, which would fundamentally alter the religious landscape of Europe. Yet, amidst the darkness, the Black Death spurred significant scientific and medical advances, like a beacon of light in the night. Doctors tending to the sick began to question ancient medical doctrines, learning from their direct experiences. The realization that disease was not caused by celestial alignments, but by contagion, marked a pivotal shift in medical understanding, laying the groundwork for the scientific revolution. This period of inquiry and skepticism towards traditional beliefs would eventually lead to advancements in hygiene, public health, and the establishment of more systematic approaches to medicine. The establishment of quarantine measures to control the spread of disease was another legacy of the Black Death, like a protective barrier against the storm. The first quarantine was established in 1377 at the Adriatic port of Ragusa, and by the 1460s, quarantines were routine in the European Mediterranean. These measures were crucial in controlling subsequent outbreaks of plague and other diseases, a testament to the enduring impact of the pandemic on public health. The concept of isolation to prevent disease spread would evolve into modern public health practices, influencing how societies respond to epidemics and pandemics even today. The demographic recovery from the Black Death was a slow and gradual process, like the gentle unfolding of a new day. The population of Western Europe did not reach its pre-1348 level until the beginning of the 16th century. The plague's preference for young people over older ones, men over women, and the poor over the affluent shaped its demographic toll, leaving a lasting imprint on the population. This demographic shift also had implications for marriage patterns, family structures, and the overall social dynamics of communities, as the balance of power shifted towards those who survived. In contemplating the legacy of the Black Death, imagine a vast tapestry woven with threads of resilience and change. The pandemic accelerated social and economic transformations during the 14th and 15th centuries, leading to peasant uprisings and shifts in the social order. Its impact on the arts and culture continues to influence contemporary art and literature, while the scientific and medical advances sparked by the plague laid the foundation for modern medicine and public health measures. The lessons learned from this catastrophic event resonate in today's world, reminding us of the importance of preparedness, compassion, and the need for societal resilience in the face of adversity. The Black Death also had significant implications for education and literacy. As the demand for skilled labor increased, so did the need for education. The rise of a more literate population began to take shape as the middle class sought knowledge to improve their economic standing. This shift contributed to the gradual decline of the church's monopoly on education, leading to the establishment of universities and schools that were more accessible to the general populace. The thirst for knowledge and the questioning of traditional authorities laid the groundwork for the Renaissance, a period of renewed interest in art, science, and humanism that would follow in the centuries to come. Moreover, Black Death influenced the development of social welfare systems. As communities grappled with the aftermath of the pandemic, the need for care for the sick and the poor became increasingly apparent. Local governments and charitable organizations began to take on more responsibility for public health and welfare, leading to the establishment of hospitals and care facilities. This shift marked the beginning of a more organized approach to social care, which would evolve over the following centuries into the welfare systems we recognize today. In the realm of agriculture, Black Death prompted significant changes in farming practices. With fewer laborers available, landowners began to experiment with new agricultural techniques and crop rotations to maximize productivity. This period saw the introduction of more efficient farming methods, which would eventually lead to the agricultural revolution. The shift from subsistence farming to more commercialized agriculture laid the foundation for the economic transformations that would follow in the early modern period. As we reflect on the legacy of the Black Death, we must also consider its impact on global trade. The pandemic disrupted established trade routes, leading to a reevaluation of economic relationships between Europe and the rest of the world. The decline of the Silk Road and other trade networks forced European nations to seek new routes and partners, ultimately contributing to the Age of Exploration. This period of exploration would lead to the discovery of new lands, resources, and trade opportunities, reshaping the global economy and paving the way for the modern world. In conclusion, the long-term effects and legacy of the Black Death were multifaceted and far-reaching, like the gentle ripples of a stone cast into a tranquil pond. The demographic restructuring, economic shifts, social changes, cultural transformations, and scientific advancements all contributed to a new era in European history. The Black Death remains one of the most significant events in human history, shaping the course of society, economy, and culture for centuries to come. As we reflect on this profound legacy, let us find solace in the resilience of the human spirit, ever adapting and evolving in the face of adversity. The echoes of the past remind us that even in the darkest times, there is the potential for renewal and growth, a testament to the enduring strength of humanity. As we draw our exploration of the Black Death to a close, let us take a moment to reflect on the profound and lasting impact this pandemic had on the world. Imagine, if you will, the gentle rustling of leaves in an ancient forest, a place where time seems to stand still. In much the same way, the echoes of the Black Death continue to resonate through history, a reminder of both the fragility and resilience of human societies. The origins of the Black Death can be traced back to the serene yet harsh landscapes of Central Asia. Here, in the quiet solitude of the steppes, Bacterium Yersinia pestis lay dormant for centuries, nestled within the wild rodent colonies. It was in the early 1300s that this bacterium underwent a transformation, becoming a formidable force that would soon sweep across continents. Picture the gentle winds carrying whispers of change, as the plague began its journey from Central Asia to China, and eventually to the bustling ports of the Black Sea. As the plague spread, it followed the intricate web of trade routes that crisscrossed Eurasia. These routes, like the delicate threads of a spider's web, connected distant lands and peoples. Along these paths, the plague traveled, carried by the movement of goods and people. Imagine the soft clatter of wooden wheels on cobblestone streets as merchants unknowingly transported the seeds of devastation from one city to the next. One of the pivotal moments in the spread of the Black Death was the Siege of Kaffa. Here, amidst the gentle lapping of waves against the Crimean shores, a grim scene unfolded. The Mongol Golden Horde under Khan Janibek laid siege to the city. As his troops succumbed to the plague, Janibek resorted to a desperate measure. The bodies of the fallen were catapulted over the city walls, a haunting image of desperation and disease. This act of warfare, like a pebble dropped into a still pond, sent ripples of infection outward, reaching far beyond the city itself. The symptoms of the plague were as relentless as the tide. Victims experienced painful swellings, fever, and fatigue. Within days, many succumbed to the illness, leaving behind a landscape of sorrow and loss. Picture the quiet streets of medieval cities, once bustling with life, now eerily silent. The impact of the plague was felt acutely in urban centers, where the dense population and poor living conditions created a fertile ground for the disease to thrive. Yet, amidst the darkness, there were glimmers of change. The Black Death, in its devastation, unwittingly sowed the seeds of transformation. The severe depopulation led to a shift in the socioeconomic landscape. Imagine the gentle rustle of wheat fields, left untended as villages were abandoned. With fewer laborers, the value of work increased, and the rigid structures of feudal society began to crumble. This shift, like the slow turning of the seasons, paved the way for the eventual end of serfdom in Western Europe. The economic impact of the plague was profound, yet it also sparked a newfound autonomy among the lower classes. Picture the quiet determination of peasants, rising against the constraints of their time. This period of upheaval saw the emergence of peasant uprisings and resource conflicts as the balance of power began to shift. The echoes of these struggles can still be heard today, testament to the enduring spirit of those who sought change. Culturally, Black Death left an indelible mark on Europe. The plague intensified religious fervor. People sought solace in their faith. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight in a medieval church where prayers mingled with the scent of incense. The belief that the plague was a divine punishment led to an outpouring of religious devotion, as well as the founding of new institutions dedicated to learning and healing. In the realm of medicine, Black Death served as a catalyst for change. The experience of treating plague victims led to a shift away from ancient doctrines and towards a more empirical approach. Picture the quiet resolve of physicians as they began to question the old ways and seek new understanding. This shift laid the groundwork for future advancements in medical science, a legacy that continues to shape our world today. The impact of the Black Death extended beyond the realm of medicine and into the very fabric of society. The plague challenged the authority of the church, as scandals and mounting deaths eroded trust in religious institutions. Imagine the quiet murmur of dissent as people began to question the established order. This period of uncertainty gave rise to persecution and migration as communities sought scapegoats for their suffering. The Black Death also had a leveling effect on economic inequality. The massive loss of life reduced the value of land and increased the value of labor, creating a temporary shift in the balance of wealth. Picture the quiet resilience of workers as they found themselves in a position of newfound strength. However, this leveling effect was short-lived, as demographic recovery eventually led to renewed economic pressures. In the realm of art and architecture, Black Death left a lasting impression. The trauma of the plague inspired a shift in artistic themes, as creators sought to capture the depth of human suffering and resilience. Imagine the quiet contemplation of an artist, brush in hand, as they sought to convey the complexities of their time. The impact of the plague on urban planning and architecture is also evident, as cities implemented measures to prevent future outbreaks. As we conclude our journey through the history of the Black Death, let us remember the lessons it has taught us. The pandemic reshaped the world of medieval Europe, leaving a legacy that continues to influence our lives today. From the economic and social changes to the advancements in medicine and shifts in cultural practices, Black Death serves as a poignant reminder of the power of disease and the resilience of the human spirit. In the aftermath of the plague, Europe underwent a transformation that would set the stage for the Renaissance. The decline of feudalism and the rise of a more market-oriented economy allowed for greater social mobility and the flourishing of arts and sciences. Imagine the vibrant colors of Renaissance paintings, the intricate designs of architecture, and the profound philosophical inquiries that emerged in a society that had learned to grapple with its mortality. Moreover, Black Death also influenced literature and storytelling. Writers began to explore themes of death, morality, and the human condition in ways that had not been seen before. The works of authors like Giovanni Boccaccio, whose Decameron depicted the lives of people fleeing the plague, reflect a society in turmoil yet striving for meaning. Picture the gatherings of friends sharing tales, laughter mingling with sorrow as they sought to find solace in each other's company amidst the chaos. The pandemic also had a significant impact on public health policies. The devastation wrought by the Black Death led to the establishment of quarantine measures as cities sought to protect themselves from future outbreaks. Imagine the watchful eyes of guards at city gates, ensuring that no infected individuals entered, practice that would evolve into modern public health strategies. The lessons learned from the plague would inform future responses to epidemics, shaping the way societies approach health crises. Furthermore, Black Death prompted a reevaluation of hygiene practices and urban planning. Cities began to recognize the importance of sanitation, leading to the development of more organized waste disposal systems and cleaner living conditions. Picture the bustling streets of a medieval town, now equipped with designated areas for refuse, as the understanding of disease transmission began to take root. This newfound awareness would lay the groundwork for public health initiatives that would emerge in later centuries. The psychological impact of the Black Death cannot be overlooked. The sheer scale of death and suffering led to a collective trauma that influenced the psyche of European societies. Imagine the somber faces of survivors grappling with grief and loss as they sought to make sense of a world forever altered. This trauma found expression in art, literature, and philosophy as people sought to understand their place in a universe that seemed indifferent to human suffering. In the realm of philosophy, thinkers began to question the nature of existence and the meaning of life in the face of mortality. The Black Death catalyzed a shift towards humanism as individuals sought to explore the human experience beyond the confines of religious dogma. Picture the quiet musings of scholars pondering the complexities of life, death, and the human condition as they laid the intellectual foundations for the Enlightenment. As we reflect on the legacy of the Black Death, we must also acknowledge the resilience of communities that emerged from the shadows of despair. The pandemic fostered a sense of solidarity among survivors as they banded together to rebuild their lives and communities. Imagine the vibrant gatherings of townsfolk sharing stories of survival and hope as they forged new bonds in the aftermath of tragedy. In conclusion, the Black Death was not merely a historical event. It was a catalyst for profound change. It reshaped economies, altered social structures, and transformed cultural expressions. As we reflect on this dark chapter in history, we are reminded of the resilience of humanity in the face of adversity. The echoes of the Black Death remind us that while we may face challenges, we also possess the strength to adapt, learn, and grow. In the gentle stillness of reflection, we find a deeper understanding of the past and a renewed appreciation for the present as we carry forward the lessons learned from those who lived through one of history's most devastating pandemics. The Black Death, with all its horrors, ultimately paved the way for a new era of human thought, creativity, and resilience, reminding us that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit can shine brightly. And with that, we conclude our exploration of the Black Plague, a profound chapter in our history that shaped the world in ways we are still uncovering today. I hope you've enjoyed this journey through time and found it both enlightening and relaxing. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my top-tier patrons, Ander and Helena. Your support means the world to me, and it helps keep this channel thriving. If you would like to support the channel further and enjoy these soothing videos without ads for a more tranquil experience, you can find the link to our Patreon in the description below. I hope you've learned something new today while unwinding. Until next time, good night and sweet dreams. Welcome, dear listeners, to another soothing journey through time. Tonight, we'll explore the haunting tale of the cholera pandemics, a series of devastating outbreaks that shaped the course of human history and public health. As we delve into this somber yet fascinating topic, allow yourself to settle into a comfortable position and let the gentle waves of history wash over you. Take a moment to close your eyes and take a deep breath. Feel the tension melt away from your body as you exhale slowly. With each breath, imagine yourself drifting further into a state of calm and relaxation. Let the worries of the day fade away as we prepare to step back in time. Picture yourself in the bustling streets of 19th century London. The air is thick with the scent of coal smoke and the sounds of horse-drawn carriages. Amidst the crowded tenements and narrow alleyways, silent killer lurks: cholera. As we explore the origins and aftermath of these pandemics, allow yourself to be transported to this era of scientific discovery and social reform. In the coming moments, we'll uncover the stories of brave physicians, innovative sanitation reforms, and the resilience of communities in the face of unimaginable hardship. So, settle in, relax, and let the gentle flow of history guide you towards a peaceful slumber as we begin our exploration of the cholera pandemics. Imagine the gentle lapping of water against the shore, a serene scene that belies the hidden dangers lurking within. Today, we embark on a tranquil journey through the history and understanding of cholera, a disease that has quietly shaped human history for centuries. As we explore its causes, symptoms, transmission, prevention, and treatment, let us do so with a calm and reflective mind, appreciating the knowledge that empowers us to protect ourselves and others. Cholera, a name that echoes through the annals of medical history, is caused by the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. This microscopic organism finds its way into our lives through contaminated water or food, often in places where sanitation is a distant dream. Picture a bustling street market, vibrant with colors and aromas, yet beneath this lively scene, potential for cholera quietly simmers. Municipal water supplies, street food, and even the vegetables we cherish can become conduits for this bacterium, especially when they are touched by the unseen hand of contamination. As we delve deeper, we uncover the pathophysiology of cholera. When Vibrio cholerae enters the human body, it releases a toxin in the intestines, a silent invader that disrupts the delicate balance of water and electrolytes. Imagine the cells of the small intestine, like tiny gates, suddenly flung open by this toxin, allowing a torrent of fluid to escape. This results in the characteristic rice water stools, a term that evokes the gentle swaying of rice fields, yet signifies a serious loss of fluids. The sheer volume of fluid loss can be staggering, with patients losing up to 20 liters of fluid in a single day, leading to a rapid decline in health. Certain factors can increase one's susceptibility to cholera, much like the way a gentle breeze can fan the flames of a small fire. Poor sanitation, overcrowding, and the upheaval of war or natural disasters create environments where cholera thrives. In these settings, the bacterium finds ample opportunity to spread, much like a whisper carried on the wind. Additionally, individuals with reduced stomach acid or those with type O blood may find themselves more vulnerable, though the reasons remain a mystery, akin to the enigmatic patterns of the stars. Interestingly, some studies suggest that genetic factors may also play a role in susceptibility, indicating that our very DNA could influence our risk of infection. Turning our attention to the symptoms of cholera, we find a spectrum ranging from mild to severe. For many, the encounter with Vibrio cholerae is a silent one, with no symptoms to betray its presence. Yet for others, the disease manifests with mild diarrhea, a gentle ripple in the body's equilibrium. In severe cases, however, the symptoms become more pronounced, like a sudden storm disrupting a calm sea. Profuse, watery diarrhea and vomiting can lead to rapid dehydration, a condition that quietly saps the body's strength. The rapid onset of symptoms can be alarming, often occurring within hours of exposure, which underscores the importance of swift recognition and response. Dehydration, a word that conjures images of parched landscapes, is a key concern in cholera. It can lead to an electrolyte imbalance, a subtle shift in the body's chemistry that can have profound effects. Muscle cramps, hypovolemic shock, and even death can follow if the balance is not restored. Yet, even in the face of such challenges, there is hope, for understanding these symptoms allows us to respond with care and precision. The body's response to dehydration can vary, with some individuals exhibiting signs of shock, while others may remain alert and responsive, highlighting the need for careful monitoring and individualized care. Cholera spreads through the fecal-oral route, a pathway as ancient as humanity itself. Contaminated food and water become the vessels for transmission, much like the gentle flow of a river carrying both life and potential peril. Municipal water supplies, street food, and raw or undercooked seafood are common sources of contamination, each a reminder of the importance of vigilance and hygiene. The role of environmental factors cannot be overlooked. Areas with inadequate sewage disposal and poor waste management are particularly susceptible to outbreaks, creating a perfect storm for the spread of cholera. Preventing cholera requires a harmonious blend of safe water practices, good hygiene, and vaccination. Imagine the simple act of boiling water, a ritual that transforms it from a potential threat to a source of life. Chemical disinfection and the use of bottled water further fortify our defenses, creating a barrier against the unseen foe. Hand washing, practice as old as time, becomes a powerful tool in our arsenal, while proper food handling ensures that what nourishes us does not also bring harm. Community education plays a vital role in prevention, as awareness of cholera transmission can empower individuals to take proactive measures in their daily lives. Vaccination, beacon of hope in the fight against cholera, offers protection to those in vulnerable areas. The World Health Organization and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention advocate for its use, recognizing its role in safeguarding communities. Like a gentle shield, vaccination provides a layer of defense, allowing us to move through the world with greater confidence. The oral cholera vaccine, in particular, has shown promise in reducing the incidence of the disease in endemic regions, and mass vaccination campaigns have been implemented in response to outbreaks, demonstrating the power of collective action in public health. In the realm of treatment, cholera is a reminder of the body's resilience and the power of timely intervention. Rehydration therapy, cornerstone of treatment, replenishes lost fluids and electrolytes, much like rain reviving a withered plant. Oral rehydration solutions, whether administered orally or intravenously, restore balance and vitality. Antibiotics, while not a replacement for rehydration, can aid in severe cases, reducing the duration of the illness. Zinc supplementation, particularly for children, further supports recovery, its antimicrobial properties offering an additional line of defense. The simplicity of rehydration therapy is a testament to the effectiveness of basic medical principles, emphasizing that sometimes the most effective solutions are the simplest. As we conclude our exploration of cholera, let us reflect on the knowledge we have gained. Understanding the causes, symptoms, transmission, prevention, and treatment of cholera empowers us to address this public health concern with wisdom and compassion. By embracing safe water practices, good hygiene, and vaccination, we can reduce the incidence of cholera and protect the health of communities worldwide. Early treatment, with its focus on rehydration and care, and save lives, transforming potential tragedy into triumph. Together, with knowledge as our guide, we can navigate the challenges of cholera and emerge stronger, united in our commitment to a healthier world. The journey through cholera's history is not just a tale of suffering, but also one of resilience, innovation, and the enduring human spirit in the face of adversity. Let us carry this knowledge forward, ensuring that the lessons learned from cholera's past inform our actions in the present and future. Imagine the gentle flow of the Ganges River, its waters weaving through the lush landscapes of India, a place where life has thrived for centuries. It was here, in the early 19th century, that a quiet yet profound event began to unfold, marking the start of what we now know as the first cholera pandemic. This chapter in history, spanning from 1817 to 1824, would forever change our understanding of infectious diseases. Let us begin our journey in the town of Jessore, nestled near the bustling city of Calcutta, now known as Kolkata. Picture the vibrant gatherings of people drawn together by the sacred Hindu pilgrimage, Kumbh Mela. It was amidst these gatherings that cholera, a disease caused by the bacterium Vibrio cholerae, found fertile ground to spread. The soft murmur of prayers and the rhythmic chants of pilgrims filled the air, unaware of the silent threat lurking in the waters they revered. As the disease took hold, it spread with the swiftness of a river current, reaching Calcutta by September 1817. From there, it flowed across the Indian subcontinent, touching lives in Bombay, now Mumbai, by 1818. The bustling trade routes and the movement of people, like the gentle breeze carrying seeds across a meadow, facilitated the spread of cholera beyond India's borders. The pandemic's reach extended far and wide, carried by the winds of commerce and migration. By March 1820, the disease had made its way to Siam, now Thailand, and by May, it had touched the shores of Bangkok and Manila. Imagine the serene landscapes of Java, Nanhai, in China, each becoming part of this unfolding story by the spring of 1821. The disease continued its journey, reaching Japan, the Persian Gulf, Baghdad, Syria, and the Trans-Caucasus region by 1822. In 1823, the distant lands of Astrakhan, Zanzibar, and Mauritius also felt its presence. The impact of the first cholera pandemic was profound, leaving a trail of loss and sorrow in its wake. In British India alone, it is estimated that between 1 to 2 million lives were claimed by the disease. Picture the tranquil rice paddies of Vietnam, where 200,000 souls were lost, or the vibrant streets of Java, where 100,000 people succumbed. In Korea, another 100,000 lives were taken, while Bangkok mourned 30,000 and Basra 18,000. The vast landscapes of China and Japan saw between 750,000 to 800,000 lives lost, a testament to the pandemic's far-reaching grasp. As the disease spread, it eventually reached the shores of Europe, carried along the intricate web of trade routes and human migration. In 1830, cholera arrived in Moscow and St. Petersburg, its presence felt in the quiet streets of Finland and Poland. The port of Hamburg in northern Germany became a new waypoint for the disease, and by 1831, it had crossed the English Channel to Sunderland in England. The following year, cholera made its way to the Western Hemisphere, leaving a mark on Quebec, Canada, where over 1,000 deaths were recorded. From Canada, disease flowed southward, reaching the United States and striking hardest in New Orleans, Louisiana, where 5,000 residents were lost. The first cholera pandemic was more than just a tragic event. It was a turning point in the history of infectious diseases. Before this outbreak, cholera was not recognized as a distinct disease entity. The pandemic highlighted the urgent need for improved sanitation and public health measures. Its sparking a wave of scientific inquiry into the causes of cholera. This quest for understanding eventually led to the identification of Vibrio cholerae as the causative agent, thanks to the work of Filippo Pacini in 1854 and Robert Koch in 1883. Several factors contributed to the spread of cholera during this time. The disease thrived in environments with poor sanitation and inadequate access to safe drinking water. The movement of people, particularly through trade routes and pilgrimage, acted as a conduit for the disease's rapid dissemination. The presence of Vibrio cholerae in contaminated water sources, such as rivers and canals, provided a continuous reservoir for the bacteria, much like a hidden spring feeding a mighty river. The public health response to the first cholera pandemic was, unfortunately, inadequate. In many regions, the disease was attributed to bad weather or miasma, reflecting the prevailing understanding of disease causation at the time. It was not until the groundbreaking work of John Snow in 1854, which linked the cholera outbreak in London to contaminated drinking water, that the true nature of the disease began to be understood. The legacy of the first cholera pandemic is one of profound learning and change. It set the stage for future outbreaks and the development of modern public health practices. The pandemic underscored the importance of sanitation, hygiene, and safe water supply in preventing the spread of infectious diseases. It also spurred significant scientific research into the causes and treatment of cholera, ultimately leading to the development of vaccines and treatments that have saved countless lives. As we reflect on this chapter in history, let us remember the lessons it taught us about the delicate balance between humans and the natural world. The first cholera pandemic was a pivotal event, marking the beginning of a long and complex relationship between humans and cholera. Its impact was felt across the globe, leading to significant changes in public health practices and scientific understanding of the disease. The legacy of this pandemic continues to influence our approach to managing infectious diseases today, reminding us of the importance of vigilance, compassion, and knowledge in the face of adversity. Moreover, the first cholera pandemic also brought to light the social and economic disparities that existed within societies. The poor, often living in overcrowded and unsanitary conditions, were disproportionately affected by the disease. This stark reality prompted discussions about social reform and the need for equitable access to health care and sanitation. The pandemic served as a catalyst for change, leading to the establishment of public health systems in many countries aimed at preventing such outbreaks in the future. In addition to the immediate health impacts, the first cholera pandemic had far-reaching consequences on trade and travel. Ports that were once bustling with activity became ghost towns, as fear of the disease spread. Merchants and travelers alike were wary of the risks associated with moving goods and people, leading to economic downturns in affected regions. The interconnectedness of the world was both a facilitator of the pandemic's spread and a victim of its consequences, highlighting the delicate balance of global commerce and public health. As we delve deeper into the societal impacts of the first cholera pandemic, we must also consider the cultural responses to the disease. Art, literature, and public discourse began to reflect the anxieties and fears surrounding cholera. Writers and artists captured the chaos and despair that accompanied the outbreak, using their platforms to raise awareness and advocate for change. This cultural response played a crucial role in shaping public perception and understanding of the disease, ultimately influencing policy decisions and public health initiatives. The first cholera pandemic also laid the groundwork for international cooperation in public health. As the disease crossed borders, it became clear that a coordinated response was necessary to combat its spread. This realization led to the establishment of early forms of international health organizations, which aimed to share information and resources in the fight against infectious diseases. The lessons learned from cholera would later inform responses to other global health crises, emphasizing the importance of collaboration in safeguarding public health. In conclusion, the first cholera pandemic was not merely a historical event. It was a transformative moment that reshaped our understanding of infectious diseases and public health. Its legacy is a testament to the resilience of humanity in the face of adversity, as well as a reminder of the ongoing challenges we face in managing infectious diseases. As we continue to navigate the complexities of global health, let us carry forward the lessons learned from this pivotal chapter in history, ensuring that we remain vigilant, compassionate, and committed to the well-being of all. Imagine, if you will, the gentle flow of the Ganges River, winding its way through the lush and verdant landscapes of India. It is here, in the Ganges Delta, that the second cholera pandemic quietly began its journey, a journey that would span continents and touch the lives of millions. This was a time when the world was still learning about the mysteries of disease, and the whispers of cholera would soon echo across the globe. As we delve into this chapter of history, let us first consider the origins of this pandemic. The Ganges Delta, with its dense population and less than ideal sanitation, was a fertile ground for cholera. Picture the bustling markets and crowded streets where people gathered, unaware of the invisible threat lurking in their water and food. It was from this vibrant yet vulnerable region that cholera began its relentless march, carried along the trade routes that connected the world. The disease moved with a quiet persistence, reaching Western Asia and then China by 1828. Imagine the vast landscapes of Russia, where by 1829, cholera had infiltrated the main cities and towns. The Russian soldiers, like unwitting messengers, carried the disease to Poland, where it took hold with a devastating grip. In Russia alone, toll was staggering, with 250,000 cases and 100,000 lives lost. Can you picture the somber streets of Moscow and St. Petersburg, where the air was thick with uncertainty and fear? As cholera made its way into Europe, it became a major public health crisis. The disease first appeared in Moscow and St. Petersburg in 1830, spreading quickly to Finland and Poland. Picture the bustling port of Hamburg in northern Germany, where ships came and went, unknowingly carrying the disease to new shores. In England, the town of Sunderland was the first to feel cholera's touch in 1831, and from there, it spread like ripples in a pond, reaching major cities and towns across the continent. The impact on Europe was profound. In Naples, Italy, the disease swept through the city, leaving a trail of sorrow in its wake. By July 1837, there were over 32,000 cases, and nearly 20,000 lives were lost. Imagine the quiet streets, where once vibrant communities were now marked by the absence of loved ones. The pandemic was a stark reminder of the vulnerability of human life and the need for understanding and compassion. Cholera's reach extended beyond Europe, crossing the Atlantic to the Americas. In 1832, the disease arrived in Canada, claiming over 1,000 lives in Quebec alone. From there, it moved swiftly to the United States, where cities along the eastern seaboard were disrupted by its presence. New Orleans, with its rich cultural tapestry, was particularly hard hit, losing 5,000 residents to the disease. Picture the vibrant streets of New Orleans, now quieted by the weight of loss. In Mexico and Cuba, cholera continued its relentless spread in 1833, causing significant outbreaks. The disease did not discriminate, touching the lives of people from all walks of life. It was a time of great uncertainty as communities grappled with the unknown and sought to protect their loved ones. During this period, the scientific community was plagued by misunderstandings about the causes of cholera. In France, doctors believed the disease was linked to poverty and poor environments, while in Russia, it was thought to be contagious, though the mechanism of its spread was not understood. In the United States, cholera was initially blamed on recent immigrants, particularly the Irish, who were thought to be carriers of the disease from British ports. The British, in turn, speculated that cholera might be a form of divine intervention. Despite these misunderstandings, efforts were made to combat the disease. In the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, authorities had time to prepare for cholera's arrival, yet their measures proved no more successful than elsewhere. In some areas, like San Prisco and Forio d'Ischia in Italy, detailed studies were conducted to understand the spread of cholera. These studies highlighted the role of contaminated water and food, yet effective control measures remained elusive. The social and economic consequences of the second cholera pandemic were significant. In Iran, the city of Shushtar was severely affected, with about half of its inhabitants succumbing to the disease. The Mandaean community, with all their priests lost to the plague, faced a profound spiritual and cultural loss. In the United States, the Irish immigrants working on the railroad at Duffy's Cut suffered a catastrophic loss, with 57 lives claimed by cholera. This pandemic unfolded against a backdrop of significant social and economic change. The Industrial Revolution was transforming Europe and North America, leading to rapid urbanization and increased mobility. This mobility, while a sign of progress, also facilitated the spread of diseases like cholera, which thrived in crowded and unsanitary conditions. The pandemic underscored the urgent need for improved public health infrastructure and a deeper understanding of infectious diseases. As we reflect on the second cholera pandemic, we are reminded of the profound ignorance and misunderstanding that characterized this period. Yet, despite the challenges, this pandemic marked a critical juncture in the history of public health. It highlighted the importance of scientific inquiry and the need for effective disease prevention and control measures. The social and economic impact was severe, touching the lives of millions across Asia, Europe, and the Americas. This chapter in history set the stage for future advancements in public health, paving the way for a more informed and compassionate world. In closing, let us remember the lessons of the past as we continue to navigate the complexities of the present. The story of the second cholera pandemic is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring quest for knowledge and understanding. As we move forward, may we carry these lessons with us, fostering a world that is both informed and compassionate, where the whispers of history guide us toward a brighter future. Moreover, the second cholera pandemic also catalyzed significant changes in public health policies and practices. The devastation caused by the disease prompted governments and health officials to take a more proactive approach to disease prevention. In Britain, for instance, cholera outbreaks led to the establishment of the General Board of Health in 1848, which aimed to improve sanitation and public health standards across the country. This was a pivotal moment in the evolution of public health systems, as it marked a shift from reactive measures to a more systematic approach to healthcare. The pandemic also spurred advancements in medical research and understanding of infectious diseases. The work of pioneering figures such as John Snow in England, who famously mapped cholera cases in London and identified contaminated water sources as a key factor in the spread of the disease, laid the groundwork for modern epidemiology. His groundbreaking work would eventually lead to the development of the germ theory of disease, fundamentally changing how we understand and combat infectious diseases. In addition to scientific advancements, the second cholera pandemic also had profound cultural and social implications. The fear and uncertainty surrounding the disease led to widespread stigma against certain communities, particularly immigrants, who were often scapegoated for the outbreaks. This social dynamic highlighted the need for compassion and understanding in the face of public health crises, a lesson that remains relevant today. As we explore the aftermath of the second cholera pandemic, we must also acknowledge the resilience of communities that faced the challenges head-on. Many local organizations and grassroots movements emerged in response to the crisis, advocating for better sanitation, access to clean water, and improved health care. These efforts not only helped to mitigate the impact of cholera, but also laid the foundation for future public health initiatives. In summary, the second cholera pandemic was not just a tragic chapter in history, it was a turning point that reshaped public health policies, scientific understanding, and social dynamics. The lessons learned from this pandemic continue to resonate today, reminding us of the importance of vigilance, compassion, and a commitment to improving public health for all. As we reflect on this period, let us honor the memory of those who suffered and lost their lives, and strive to create a healthier, more equitable world for future generations. Imagine, if you will, the gentle lapping of the Ganges River against its banks, a serene scene that belies the hidden danger lurking within its waters. As we delve into the third cholera pandemic, which unfolded between 1846 and 1860, we find ourselves tracing the path of a disease that quietly yet relentlessly spread across continents, leaving a profound impact on the world. Let us begin our journey in the lower Bengal region of India, where the story of this pandemic takes root. Picture the vibrant tapestry of life along the riverbanks, where bustling markets and crowded streets were a common sight. Yet, beneath this lively exterior lay the perfect conditions for cholera to thrive. The Vibrio cholerae bacteria, carried by the river's currents, found fertile ground in the contaminated waters, setting the stage for an outbreak that would ripple far beyond these shores. As we follow the disease's path, we see it hitching a ride along the trade routes, and with migrating populations. The gentle clatter of horse-drawn carts and the rhythmic footsteps of travelers became the backdrop to cholera's westward journey. It reached Afghanistan, and from there, British troops unwittingly carried it further into Southeast Asia. The disease's spread was as inexorable as the turning of the seasons, touching lives in ways both profound and tragic. In 1846, the pandemic's reach extended to North Africa, carried by Muslim pilgrims returning from Mecca. Imagine the solemnity of their journey, a pilgrimage of faith, now shadowed by the specter of disease. Over 15,000 lives were lost, a somber reminder of cholera's indiscriminate nature. The disease then crossed into Europe, where it would leave an indelible mark on England and Wales. The 1848 outbreak was particularly severe, claiming 52,000 lives and etching itself into the annals of British history. In London, the city hummed with the sounds of daily life, yet beneath the surface, cholera claimed over 14,000 souls, stark testament to its deadly reach. As we turn our gaze to Ireland in 1849, we find a land already reeling from the Irish famine. The soft whisper of the wind through the fields carried with it the cries of a people in distress. Cholera compounded their suffering, claiming thousands of lives in major ports like Liverpool and Hull, where immigrants sought passage to North America. The disease's reach was vast, touching France with a second major outbreak in 1849, and even crossing the Atlantic to South America, where it arrived in Venezuela and Brazil in the mid-1850s. In Russia, the pandemic's impact was particularly devastating. Picture the vast expanse of the Russian landscape, where rivers like the Volga served as lifelines for communities. Yet, these waterways also became conduits for cholera's spread. Between 1847 and 1851, over 1 million people succumbed to the disease, a staggering toll that underscored the urgent need for improved sanitation and healthcare infrastructure. The pandemic's reach extended further still, touching Vietnam and Cambodia in 1849. The gentle rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind belied the harsh reality of a region grappling with both disease and famine. The loss of life was immense, with estimates ranging from 589,000 to 800,000. As the decade progressed, cholera found its way to China, Japan, the Philippines, and Korea, each region experiencing its own struggles against this relentless foe. Throughout this period, the scientific community was engaged in a quiet yet determined quest to understand cholera's mysteries. Various theories emerged, each like a piece of a puzzle slowly coming together. In France, some believed the disease was linked to poverty, while in Russia, the idea of contagion took hold, though the mechanisms remained elusive. Amidst this backdrop of uncertainty, a British physician named John Snow emerged as a beacon of clarity. Imagine the streets of London in 1854, bustling with life yet shadowed by the specter of cholera. John Snow's meticulous study of the Broad Street outbreak led him to a groundbreaking conclusion. Contaminated water, not miasma or divine intervention, was the source of the disease. His advocacy for the removal of the Broad Street pump handle marked a turning point in public health, a quiet yet profound moment that would resonate through the ages. As the pandemic waned, its legacy endured. The recognition of contaminated water as a primary cause of cholera spurred significant improvements in sanitation infrastructure. Cities around the world began to implement new water treatment systems, and public awareness campaigns emerged to educate communities about the importance of clean water and hygiene. The pandemic also highlighted the need for international cooperation, a gentle reminder of our interconnectedness and the shared responsibility to combat global health crises. In addition to the immediate public health responses, the third cholera pandemic also catalyzed advancements in medical science and public health policy. The establishment of the First International Sanitary Conference in 1851 in Paris marked a significant step towards global health governance. This conference aimed to address the spread of cholera and other infectious diseases, laying the groundwork for future international health regulations. The discussions held during this conference emphasized the importance of collaboration among nations to combat health threats that transcended borders. Moreover, the pandemic prompted a reevaluation of urban planning and public health infrastructure. Cities began to recognize the critical need for clean water supply systems and proper sewage disposal. The construction of modern sewer systems became a priority, particularly in rapidly growing urban centers. This shift in focus not only aimed to control cholera outbreaks, but also sought to improve overall public health and living conditions for urban populations. As we reflect on the societal impacts of the third cholera pandemic, we must also consider the psychological toll it took on communities. The fear of cholera was palpable, leading to social stigmatization of those affected and creating a climate of anxiety and uncertainty. Families were torn apart as loved ones fell ill, and the specter of death loomed large over entire neighborhoods. This collective trauma would leave lasting scars on the communities that endured the pandemic. In the realm of literature and art, the cholera pandemic inspired a wave of creative expression. Writers and artists sought to capture the human experience of suffering and loss, using their work to comment on the societal implications of the disease. The pandemic became a backdrop for exploring themes of mortality, resilience, and the fragility of life, resonating deeply with audiences who were grappling with their own fears and uncertainties. As we draw our exploration of the third cholera pandemic to a close, we are reminded of the enduring lessons it imparts. The rapid spread and high mortality rates underscored the vital importance of proper sanitation and healthcare infrastructure. The scientific advancements made during this time, particularly through the work of John Snow, laid the foundation for modern epidemiology and public health practices. The pandemic also served as a catalyst for international cooperation in health governance, emphasizing the need for a collective response to global health challenges. In closing, the third cholera pandemic serves as a poignant chapter in the history of infectious diseases. Its legacy continues to inform our understanding of public health and the importance of clean water and sanitation. As we reflect on this period, we are reminded of the enduring lessons it imparts, guiding us in our ongoing efforts to understand and address the challenges of infectious diseases in our world today. The echoes of the past resonate in our present, urging us to remain vigilant and proactive in safeguarding public health for future generations. Imagine the gentle lapping of the Ganges River against its banks, a serene scene that belies the turbulent history it has witnessed. It was here, in the lush and vibrant Bengal region, that the fourth cholera pandemic began its relentless journey in 1863. This pandemic, spanning over a decade, would weave its way through continents, leaving an indelible mark on the world. As we explore this chapter of history, let us do so with a calm and reflective mind, understanding the profound impact of this global health crisis. Our story begins in the Ganges Delta, a place of spiritual significance and natural beauty. Picture the bustling activity of pilgrims preparing for their sacred journey to Mecca, unaware of the invisible threat they carried. In 1863, cholera claimed the lives of 30,000 out of 90,000 pilgrims, a stark reminder of the disease's swift and deadly nature. This tragic event set the stage for the pandemic spread as the disease traveled along the routes of human movement, reaching far beyond its origins. As the disease journeyed westward, found new footholds in the Middle East and Europe. The year 1865 saw cholera reaching the shores of northern Africa, where it would claim tens of thousands of lives in Zanzibar alone. Imagine the bustling markets and vibrant communities suddenly silenced by the disease's grip. In Europe, the pandemic's impact was equally severe. Russia, with its vast landscapes and diverse populations, suffered greatly, losing 90,000 people to cholera in 1866. The Austro-Prussian War of the same year further facilitated the disease's spread as troops moved across borders, unwittingly carrying cholera with them. In the heart of Europe, the city of London faced its own battle against cholera. Despite efforts to improve sanitation, the East End of London experienced a devastating outbreak in June 1866. The city's streets, usually filled with the sounds of daily life, were overshadowed by the quiet despair of loss. It was here that epidemiologist William Farr made a crucial discovery, tracing the outbreak to contaminated water supplied by the East London Water Company. This finding underscored the importance of clean water and sanitation in preventing the spread of disease. Across the Atlantic, North America was not spared from cholera's reach. The disease arrived in the United States around 1865 or 1866, spreading rapidly due to the movement of troops after the Civil War and the expansion of railway lines. Imagine the rhythmic clatter of train wheels, a symbol of progress, now also a conduit for disease. In New York, a serious outbreak occurred in May 1866, prompting urgent public health responses. The disease's journey continued westward, reaching as far as Kansas, carried by the very rails that connected the nation. The Americas, with their diverse landscapes and cultures, experienced widespread outbreaks during this period. In Brazil, cholera first appeared in 1854, with subsequent outbreaks affecting regions like Rio de Janeiro and Para. The disease's presence in Uruguay, Argentina, and Central America painted a picture of a continent grappling with a relentless adversary. The Caribbean islands, too, felt cholera's touch as it spread from Guadeloupe to Santo Domingo, St. Thomas, in Cuba between 1865 and 1870. In South America, Chile and Paraguay faced their own challenges with cholera. The disease's arrival in Chile in 1866 and its persistence in Paraguay until 1871 highlighted the interconnectedness of the region. Brazil, reinfected from Paraguay in 1867, saw the disease spread to Rio de Janeiro and Rio Grande do Sul, testament to the pandemic's enduring reach. Argentina, too, was affected between 1873 and 1874 as cholera continued its relentless march. Amidst the turmoil, the seeds of scientific advancement were sown. The late 19th century witnessed significant breakthroughs in the understanding and treatment of cholera. Imagine the quiet determination of scientists like Louis Pasteur, whose work on immunization paved the way for the development of the first cholera vaccine. The identification of the bacterium Vibrio cholerae by Filippo Pacini and Robert Koch provided crucial insights into the disease's cause and transmission, offering hope for future prevention. As the pandemic began to subside in the late 1870s, its impact was undeniable. The world had learned valuable lessons about the importance of sanitation and public health measures. The establishment of the New York Metropolitan Board of Health in 1866 was a direct response to the outbreak in New York City, reflecting a growing recognition of the need for robust public health infrastructure. Urban planning and public health policies underwent significant changes, particularly in Europe and North America, as societies sought to prevent future outbreaks. In reflecting on the fourth cholera pandemic, we are reminded of the resilience of communities and the power of scientific inquiry. This chapter in history, though marked by loss, also heralded a new era of understanding and preparedness. As we conclude our exploration, let us carry forward the lessons learned, embracing the importance of public health and the interconnectedness of our world. The gentle rustling of leaves in the ancient forests and the soft murmur of rivers remind us of the enduring beauty and fragility of life, urging us to protect and cherish it. As we delve deeper into the implications of the fourth cholera pandemic, it is essential to recognize the socioeconomic factors that exacerbated the crisis. The rapid urbanization of cities during this period led to overcrowded living conditions, particularly in industrial centers. The influx of people seeking work in factories often resulted in inadequate housing and sanitation facilities. This environment created a perfect breeding ground for cholera, as contaminated water sources became increasingly common. The pandemic highlighted the urgent need for urban reform and better living conditions, prompting governments to take action. In addition to urban challenges, the pandemic also had significant political ramifications. The spread of cholera often led to public panic and unrest, as communities struggled to cope with the overwhelming number of cases. Governments faced pressure to respond effectively, leading to the implementation of quarantine measures and travel restrictions. These actions, while necessary for public health, sometimes resulted in social tensions and conflicts as individuals resisted restrictions on their movements and freedoms. The role of international cooperation during the fourth cholera pandemic cannot be overlooked. As the disease spread across borders, it became clear that a coordinated response was essential. The establishment of the International Sanitary Conferences in the late 19th century marked a significant step towards global health collaboration. These conferences brought together representatives from various nations to discuss strategies for controlling cholera and other infectious diseases. The sharing of knowledge and resources during these meetings laid the groundwork for future international health initiatives. Furthermore, pandemic spurred advancements in medical research and public health policy. The establishment of bacteriology as a scientific discipline was largely influenced by the need to understand cholera and its transmission. Researchers began to focus on the role of water and sanitation in disease prevention, leading to the development of modern public health practices. The lessons learned from the fourth cholera pandemic would inform responses to future outbreaks, including the fight against typhoid fever and, later, global response to HIV/AIDS. As we reflect on the legacy of the fourth cholera pandemic, it is crucial to acknowledge the stories of those who suffered. and the communities that rallied together in the face of adversity. The resilience of individuals and families during this time is a testament to the human spirit. Many communities organized themselves to provide care for the sick, often at great personal risk. Volunteers emerged as heroes, offering their time and resources to help those in need. These acts of kindness and solidarity remind us of the importance of community in times of crisis. In conclusion, the fourth cholera pandemic serves as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of our world and the ongoing challenges posed by infectious diseases. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, we must remain vigilant in our efforts to promote public health and ensure access to clean water and sanitation for all. The lessons learned from this chapter of history continue to resonate today, urging us to prioritize health equity and global cooperation in our pursuit of a healthier future. The gentle rustling of leaves in the ancient forests and the soft murmur of rivers remind us of the enduring beauty and fragility of life, urging us to protect and cherish it. Imagine the gentle flow of the Ganges River, its waters weaving through the lush landscapes of West Bengal, India. It is here, in this serene yet densely populated region, that the fifth cholera pandemic quietly began its journey in 1881. Over the next 15 years, this pandemic would ripple across continents, leaving its mark on the world in ways both tragic and transformative. As we delve into the story of this pandemic, let us first consider the backdrop against which it unfolded. Cholera, a disease caused by the bacterium Vibrio cholerae, had been a recurring specter since the early 19th century. Its presence was like the distant rumble of thunder, a reminder of nature's power and unpredictability. The first pandemic emerged in 1817, spreading from the Bengal region through trade routes and human migration, touching lands as far as Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. By the time the fifth pandemic arose, the world had already witnessed the disease's devastating potential. The Ganges Delta, where the river meets the Bay of Bengal, was a fertile ground for cholera. Picture the bustling life along its banks, where people gathered, lived, and worked, often in close quarters. The dense population, coupled with inadequate sanitation and waste management, created an environment where the cholera bacterium could thrive. It was here that the fifth pandemic found its foothold, setting the stage for its global journey. From the Indian subcontinent, the pandemic spread like a gentle but relentless tide. It moved through Asia, reaching Afghanistan and Iran, where it caused significant outbreaks. Imagine the pilgrims returning from Mecca, unknowingly carrying the disease with them like seeds scattered by the wind. Their journeys helped disseminate cholera further, illustrating how interconnected the world had become, even in the 19th century. As the pandemic reached Europe, it encountered cities like Hamburg and Naples, where it found fertile ground once more. In Russia, the impact was particularly severe, with over 267,890 lives claimed by 1892. The city of Astrakhan, with its vibrant mix of workers, artisans, and seasonal migrants, became a poignant example of the pandemic's reach. The mortality rate there was staggering, a reminder of the vulnerability of urban populations to such outbreaks. Across the Atlantic, the pandemic touched South America, affecting countries like Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. In the United States, disease made its way through ships arriving from Naples and Marseilles in 1882. However, unlike in previous pandemics, it did not gain a strong foothold thanks to improved sanitation and public health measures. This was a testament to the growing awareness of the importance of hygiene and infrastructure in combating infectious diseases. The impact of the fifth cholera pandemic was profound, reshaping societies and prompting significant changes in public health. The rapid spread of the disease, was facilitated by the era's improved transportation networks, railways and ships that connected distant lands more closely than ever before. This connectivity, while a marvel of human progress, also underscored the need for robust public health systems to prevent the spread of disease. In Europe, pandemics served as a catalyst for change. Cities like Hamburg and Naples took decisive steps to improve their sanitation and water systems. Imagine the quiet transformation of these urban landscapes as new waste management practices and water quality measures were implemented. These changes not only reduced the incidence of cholera, but also laid the groundwork for healthier urban environments in the years to come. The pandemic also spurred scientific breakthroughs, marking a turning point in the understanding and treatment of cholera. The work of scientists like Louis Pasteur, who developed the first cholera vaccine, and Robert Koch, who identified the cholera bacterium, was akin to the gentle illumination of a darkened room. Their discoveries provided hope and direction in the fight against this persistent disease. As the pandemic subsided, by the late 1890s, its legacy continued to shape public health policies and practices. The lessons learned during these years led to the construction of modern sewage systems, chlorination of water supplies, and the establishment of public health departments. These efforts, like the steady growth of a well-tended garden, bore fruit in the form of reduced cholera outbreaks in the early 20th century. In reflecting on the fifth cholera pandemic, we see a story not only of tragedy, but also of resilience and progress. The pandemic highlighted the critical role of public health infrastructure and sanitation in safeguarding communities from infectious diseases. It also demonstrated the power of scientific inquiry and innovation in overcoming challenges that once seemed insurmountable. Moreover, the fifth cholera pandemic also had significant social and economic repercussions. The fear of cholera led to widespread panic and stigma against those who were infected. Communities often turned against each other, blaming the sick for the spread of the disease. This social strife was compounded by the economic impact, as trade routes were disrupted and markets suffered. The agricultural sector, particularly in affected regions, faced severe challenges as labor shortages and fear of contagion led to decreased productivity. In response to the pandemic, various governments and organizations began to implement quarantine measures and health regulations. These actions were often met with resistance from the public, who were wary of government intervention in their daily lives. However, as the pandemic progressed, the necessity of these measures became increasingly clear. The establishment of health boards and the implementation of quarantine protocols marked a significant shift in how societies approached public health crises. The role of international cooperation also became evident during the fifth cholera pandemic. Countries began to recognize that infectious diseases did not respect borders, and that a coordinated response was essential. The International Sanitary Conference of 1851, which had been convened to address cholera and other diseases, laid the groundwork for future collaborations. By the time of the fifth pandemic, nations were more willing to share information and resources, leading to a more unified approach to combating cholera. As we look back on the fifth cholera pandemic, it is essential to acknowledge the cultural responses to the crisis. Art, literature, and public discourse were profoundly influenced by the pandemic. Writers and artists captured the fear and uncertainty of the times, reflecting the societal impact of the disease. This cultural response served as a means of processing the trauma and loss experienced by communities, allowing for a collective healing process. In conclusion, the fifth cholera pandemic was not merely a public health crisis. It was a transformative event that reshaped societies, economies, and scientific understanding. The lessons learned during this period continue to resonate today, reminding us of the importance of vigilance, preparedness, and compassion in the face of infectious diseases. As we carry forward the lessons of the past, let us remain mindful of the interconnectedness of our world and the shared responsibility we hold in protecting the health and well-being of all. The story of the fifth cholera pandemic is a reminder of the enduring human spirit and the capacity for growth and change, even in the face of adversity. Imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the shores of a bustling port city at the turn of the 20th century. The world was interconnected by trade and travel, yet beneath this vibrant exchange lay the quiet, insidious spread of a disease that would shape the course of history. The sixth cholera pandemic, spanning from 1899 to 1923, was a period marked by the relentless march of a microscopic foe, leaving its mark on societies across the globe. Let us begin our journey in India, cradle of this pandemic. Picture the vibrant tapestry of life in the Indian subcontinent, where the air is filled with the scent of spices and the sounds of bustling markets. Here, cholera had been a familiar adversary for centuries, emerging from the classical strain of O1. This strain, like a shadow, moved swiftly through the veins of rivers and the currents of trade, finding its way into the very heart of communities. The initial outbreak in India was a harbinger of the pandemic's reach, as it spread along the intricate web of trade routes and human migration, touching the Middle East, North Africa, Eastern Europe, and Russia. As we follow the disease's path, consider the role of global trade and migration in its spread. The world was a tapestry of interconnected journeys, each thread representing a traveler, trader, or a pilgrim. The Hajj, sacred pilgrimage to Mecca, became a poignant symbol of this interconnectedness. During this period, cholera broke out 27 times among the pilgrims, a reminder of the delicate balance between faith and the unseen dangers of disease. The bustling ports and cities, vibrant with life and commerce, became gateways for cholera, introduced by travelers who unknowingly carried the disease within them. In India, the pandemic's impact was profound. Imagine the vibrant streets of Calcutta, where life thrived amidst the chaos. Yet, beneath this vitality lay a vulnerability, as inadequate sanitation and healthcare infrastructure allowed cholera to claim over 800,000 lives. The disease spread like a whisper through the land, leaving a trail of sorrow and loss. The Indian subcontinent, with its rich history and diverse cultures, became a poignant reminder of the need for robust public health measures. Turning our gaze to Egypt, we find a land steeped in history, where the ancient pyramids stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time. Here, cholera found fertile ground, claiming more than 58,000 lives. The bustling streets of Cairo, with their vibrant markets and bustling crowds, became a stage for the pandemic's relentless advance. The Egyptian government, like many others, struggled to contain the outbreak, highlighting the urgent need for improved public health measures. The response included quarantine measures and the establishment of cholera hospitals, yet the rapid spread of the disease often outpaced these efforts. In the vast expanse of Russia, the pandemic's impact was equally severe. Picture the grand boulevards of Moscow and St. Petersburg, where the echoes of revolution and change mingled with the whispers of disease. The Russian Empire, with its inadequate sanitation and healthcare systems, faced a formidable challenge. Over 500,000 people succumbed to cholera, their lives intertwined with the social and economic disruptions of the time. The pandemic, like a shadow, moved through the land, leaving a legacy of loss and resilience. The Russian response included the establishment of health committees and the implementation of public health campaigns, yet the sheer scale of the outbreak often overwhelmed these initiatives. As we reflect on the public health responses of the time, we see a tapestry of varied efforts. In Western Europe, advances in sanitation and public health measures served as a bulwark against the disease. Cities like Hamburg, Germany, which had previously been ravaged by cholera, implemented improved sewage and water treatment systems, reducing the incidence of the disease. These efforts, like a gentle tide, washed away the threat of cholera, leaving a legacy of hope and progress. The establishment of the International Sanitary Conference in 1851 laid the groundwork for international cooperation in public health, which became increasingly vital during the cholera pandemics. In contrast, regions with inadequate public health infrastructure, such as India and Russia, faced an uphill battle. The lack of effective sanitation systems and healthcare infrastructure made it difficult to stem the tide of the disease, leading to high mortality rates. The pandemic, like a relentless tide, highlighted the urgent need for investment in public health measures and global cooperation in addressing infectious disease outbreaks. The lessons learned from cholera outbreaks prompted many nations to reevaluate their public health strategies, leading to significant reforms in healthcare systems. Throughout this period, several notable outbreaks served as poignant reminders of the pandemic's global nature. In Hamburg, Germany, in 1892, disease claimed 8,600 lives, stark reminder of the need for vigilance and preparedness. Similarly, Naples, Italy, from 1910 to 1911, cholera caused significant morbidity and mortality, underscoring the importance of improved public health measures. The Italian government responded by implementing strict quarantine measures and enhancing sanitation efforts, yet the disease continued to pose a significant threat. As the pandemic waned, it left behind a legacy of lessons learned and challenges met. The sixth cholera pandemic marked a turning point in the history of public health, highlighting the critical importance of sanitation and healthcare infrastructure in preventing the spread of infectious diseases. Regions that invested in these measures, like Western Europe, saw a significant reduction in cholera cases and deaths, testament to the power of human ingenuity and resilience. The establishment of the World Health Organization in 1948 can be traced back to the need for coordinated global health responses, a legacy of the cholera pandemics. In conclusion, the sixth cholera pandemic was a profound chapter in the story of humanity's struggle against disease. It served as a catalyst for further improvements in public health infrastructure and global cooperation, reminding us of the interconnectedness of our world and the shared responsibility we bear in safeguarding the health of all. As we reflect on this period, let us carry forward the lessons learned, nurturing a world where the gentle whisper of disease is met with the steadfast resolve of a united global community. The echoes of the past remind us that vigilance, preparedness, and compassion are essential in our ongoing battle against infectious diseases, ensuring that history does not repeat itself in the face of new challenges. Imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the shores of Sulawesi, Indonesia, in the early 1960s. It was here, amidst the serene landscapes and vibrant communities, that the seventh cholera pandemic quietly began its journey. This pandemic, unlike any before it, would weave its way across continents, leaving a lasting imprint on the world. Today, we will explore the origins, spread, and enduring impact of this significant chapter in global health history. Our story begins in 1961 in the tranquil setting of Makassar, Sulawesi. The bacterium Vibrio cholerae, specifically the O1 serogroup and L-tor biotype, found fertile ground in this region. Picture the bustling markets and the vibrant life of the community, unaware of the microscopic changes taking place. These changes would enhance the bacterium's ability to spread, setting the stage for a pandemic that would span decades. The L-tor biotype, known for its increased virulence and ability to survive in harsher conditions, would soon become a formidable adversary in the fight against cholera. As we move gently through time, The early years of the pandemic saw the disease spreading from Indonesia to the Bay of Bengal, India, and beyond. Imagine the soft rustling of leaves as the winds carried whispers of this new threat to distant lands. By the mid-1960s, the L-Tor biotype had become dominant in India, while the classical biotype lingered in Bangladesh. This shift marked a turning point, influencing the trajectory of the pandemic and its reach across Asia. The interconnectedness of trade routes and the movement of people played a crucial role in the rapid dissemination of the disease, highlighting the vulnerabilities of global health systems. The spread of cholera was not a sudden storm, but rather a series of waves, each carrying the disease further afield. The first wave, from 1961 to 1999, saw cholera establish an endemic presence in Bangladesh and India. Picture the gentle ebb and flow of the tide as the disease quietly settled into these regions. The second wave, from 1978 to 1984, brought cholera to East Asia and Africa, establishing new endemic regions. The third wave, beginning in 1991, saw the reemergence of cholera in Africa and its introduction to Latin America, a region untouched by the disease since 1895. This resurgence in Latin America was particularly alarming, as it demonstrated how quickly cholera could adapt and find new hosts in previously unaffected populations. In Africa, the impact was particularly profound. By the 1990s, Africa was the source of over 90% of cholera cases reported to the World Health Organization. Imagine the vast savannas and bustling cities, each grappling with the challenges posed by this persistent disease. The lack of clean water and adequate sanitation facilities in many regions exacerbated the situation, creating a perfect storm for cholera outbreaks. In 1991, the disease reemerged in Latin America, with the first cases reported in Peru. The serene waters of the Pacific Ocean, once a barrier, now carried the bacterium to new shores, facilitated by the discharge of contaminated ballast water from international trade ships. This incident underscored the importance of monitoring maritime activities and the need for stringent health regulations in global shipping. As we turn our gaze to the USSR, we find a region marked by large-scale outbreaks of imported cholera during the 1960s and 1970s. The epidemiological situation remained unstable, with cases reported annually. Imagine the vast expanse of the Soviet Union, its rivers and lakes serving as conduits for the disease. Despite efforts to control the spread, cholera persisted, a reminder of the interconnectedness of our world. The Soviet response included extensive public health campaigns aimed at educating the population about hygiene and sanitation, yet the challenges of managing such a widespread and resilient pathogen proved daunting. Today, the seventh cholera pandemic continues to challenge global health systems. Since mid-2021, the world has faced an upsurge in outbreaks, with multiple countries reporting cases. Picture the delicate balance of our modern world, where fragile health systems and complex humanitarian crises exacerbate the spread of disease. The challenges are compounded by climate change, which alters the environments where cholera thrives. Rising temperatures and extreme weather events can create conditions conducive to cholera outbreaks, as flooding can contaminate water supplies and disrupt sanitation systems. In response, surveillance and vaccination efforts have been strengthened. Imagine the quiet hum of laboratories where scientists work tirelessly to culture V. cholerae and develop rapid diagnostic tests. The oral cholera vaccine has become a crucial tool in controlling outbreaks, deployed in regions most at risk. These efforts, like the gentle hands of a healer, aim to soothe the impact of cholera and prevent its further spread. Vaccination campaigns have been particularly effective in high-risk areas, providing a layer of protection for vulnerable populations. Moreover, the role of international organizations, such as the World Health Organization and Médecins Sans Frontières, has been pivotal in coordinating responses to cholera outbreaks. These organizations work tirelessly to provide resources, training, and support to local health systems, ensuring that communities are better equipped to handle the challenges posed by cholera. The importance of community engagement cannot be overstated. Local populations must be involved in prevention efforts to ensure the sustainability of health interventions. As we conclude our journey through the 7th cholera pandemic, let us reflect on the resilience of communities and the ongoing efforts to combat this enduring threat. The pandemic, which began in the serene landscapes of Indonesia, has taught us valuable lessons about the importance of global cooperation and vigilance. The experiences gained from managing cholera outbreaks have informed broader public health strategies, emphasizing the need for robust health infrastructure, effective communication, and community involvement. As we continue to navigate the challenges posed by cholera, may we find strength in our shared commitment to a healthier, more connected world. The story of the 7th cholera pandemic is not just one of disease and suffering. It is also a testament to human resilience and the power of collective action in the face of adversity. Let us carry these lessons forward, ensuring that we remain vigilant and proactive in our efforts to prevent future pandemics, not only for cholera but for all infectious diseases that threaten our global community. Imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, a serene reminder of the vast oceans that connect us all. In the quietude of this moment, let us embark on a journey through time, exploring the impact and legacy of cholera pandemics. A tale woven into the fabric of human history, marked by both challenge and resilience. Cholera, a waterborne disease caused by the bacterium Vibrio cholerae, has been a silent traveler across continents, leaving its mark on societies throughout the centuries. Its story begins in the early 19th century, with the first pandemic known as the Asiatic cholera. Picture the bustling streets of Jessore, near Calcutta, in 1817, where this outbreak first took root. The disease spread swiftly along trade routes, reaching distant lands like Muscat, Iran, and Baghdad, carried by the currents of human migration. As we delve deeper, we find ourselves in the midst of the second pandemic, spanning from 1829 to 1851. This time, cholera's reach extended to China, Europe, and America, leaving a trail of sorrow in urban areas burdened by poor sanitation. Imagine the cobblestone streets of 19th century cities, where the air was thick with the scent of industry and the promise of progress, yet shadowed by the specter of disease. The rapid urbanization during this period, driven by the Industrial Revolution, created overcrowded living conditions that were ripe for the spread of cholera. The third pandemic, from 1852 to 1860, cast its shadow over Russia, while the fourth, beginning in 1863, found its way through the Middle East, carried by the faithful pilgrims journeying to Mecca. These pandemics remind us of the interconnectedness of our world, where the movement of people and ideas can bring both enlightenment and peril. The pilgrimage to Mecca, known as Hajj, not only served as a spiritual journey, but also as a conduit for disease transmission, illustrating how cultural practices can intersect with public health challenges. As we continue our journey, we encounter the fifth pandemic, which began in 1881. It spread from India to Europe, sparing Germany but touching many lives along the way. The sixth pandemic, from 1899 to 1923, was particularly devastating in India, claiming over 800,000 lives, and reaching into the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and Northern Africa. The seventh pandemic, starting in 1961, introduced the L-Tor biotype of Vibrio cholerae, extending its reach from Indonesia to India, Russia, and North Africa. Each wave of cholera not only caused immense suffering, but also prompted societal changes as communities grappled with the need for better health infrastructure. Cholera thrives in environments where clean water is scarce and sanitation is poor. The bacterium enters the human body through contaminated food or water, producing a toxin that leads to severe diarrhea and dehydration. In the gentle rustle of leaves, we are reminded of the importance of clean water and proper sanitation, essential elements in the fight against this disease. The legacy of cholera has been a catalyst for advancements in public health, as communities recognized the urgent need for clean water supplies and effective waste management systems. Natural disasters, conflicts, and humanitarian crises often disrupt water and sanitation systems, creating fertile ground for cholera's spread. Yet, it is important to note that uninfected dead bodies have never been reported as the source of epidemics, highlighting the critical role of waste management and hygiene practices in prevention. The cholera pandemics have underscored the importance of robust public health systems, particularly in regions vulnerable to environmental and social upheaval. The impact of cholera pandemics on populations has been profound, particularly in developing countries. High mortality rates were often exacerbated by the absence of effective health authorities and preventive measures. In Iran, for instance, the lack of a robust health system prior to 1904 led to significant depopulation and economic disruption during the major pandemics of the 19th and 20th centuries. The country's geographic position, with close ties to Afghanistan, Mesopotamia, and Russia, made it especially vulnerable to the spread of epidemic diseases. The economic ramifications of cholera outbreaks were far-reaching, affecting trade, agriculture, and overall societal stability. The cholera pandemics have also spurred technological and medical innovations. In Europe, the arrival of cholera reignited debates about the causes of infectious diseases. The contagionist school of thought argued for direct person-to-person transmission, while miasmatists believed in environmental hazards like bad air as the culprits. This debate led to significant improvements in sanitation and public health infrastructure, with figures like Edwin Chadwick advocating for better waste management and hygiene practices. The establishment of public health boards and the implementation of sanitation reforms were direct responses to the cholera crises, laying the groundwork for modern public health systems. Treatment and prevention of cholera have evolved over time. Intravenous rehydration therapy, introduced in the mid-20th century, has been instrumental in reducing mortality rates. However, in resource-poor areas where cholera is prevalent, access to intravenous therapy remains limited. The development of oral rehydration therapy, ORT, has been a game changer, offering a more accessible and cost-effective solution. ORT involves administering fluids and electrolytes orally, saving countless lives. This simple yet effective treatment has been a cornerstone of cholera management, particularly in low-resource settings. The oral cholera vaccine, OCV, has also played a crucial role in prevention. Since the creation of the stockpile, over 145 million doses of OCV have been used in mass vaccination campaigns, targeting areas experiencing outbreaks, humanitarian crises, and populations living in highly endemic regions. The introduction of the vaccine has provided a powerful tool in the fight against cholera, complementing traditional prevention strategies such as improving water quality and sanitation. The global response to cholera has been shaped by organizations like the World Health Organization, WHO, which has reported significant cases and deaths worldwide. Despite these figures, many cases go unrecorded due to limitations in surveillance systems and concerns about trade and tourism. To address these challenges, WHO emphasizes early detection and rapid response to contain outbreaks. The Global Task Force on Cholera Control, GTFCC, has launched a strategy to reduce cholera deaths by 90%. and eliminate the disease in as many as 20 countries by 2030, focusing on early detection, targeted prevention, and effective coordination. This ambitious goal reflects a renewed commitment to tackling cholera as a public health priority. The legacy of cholera pandemics extends beyond their immediate impact on public health. These outbreaks have shaped modern epidemiological investigations and public health policies, leading to improvements in sanitation, water treatment, and disease surveillance. The global response to cholera has fostered international collaboration and capacity development in public health, with institutions like the ICDDR-B playing a vital role in addressing health challenges in resource-limited settings. The lessons learned from cholera have informed responses to other infectious diseases, highlighting the importance of preparedness and resilience in the face of public health threats. As we conclude our exploration, let us reflect on the indelible mark cholera has left on human history. From its emergence in the 19th century to the current global response strategies, cholera has taught us valuable lessons about the importance of prevention, collaboration, and resilience. In understanding this disease, we are better equipped to address ongoing public health challenges and ensure that future pandemics are met with effective measures. The story of cholera is not just one of suffering. It is also a testament to human ingenuity and the capacity to adapt and overcome. In the gentle embrace of history, we find solace in the knowledge that humanity has faced and overcome great challenges. As we continue to learn from the past, we can look forward to a future where the lessons of cholera guide us toward a healthier, more connected world. The ongoing efforts to combat cholera remind us that while the disease may be a formidable adversary, the collective will of humanity can forge pathways to a brighter, healthier future for all. As we draw our exploration of cholera pandemics to a gentle close, let us take a moment to reflect on the journey we've traversed through the annals of history. Imagine the soft rustling of leaves in the ancient forests of the Ganges River Delta, where cholera is believed to have quietly originated. This serene landscape, with its flowing waters and whispering winds, was the cradle of a disease that would ripple across the world, touching lives and shaping societies in profound ways. Our journey began with the first pandemic in the early 19th century, a time when the world was expanding and connecting through trade and travel. Picture the bustling ports and crowded ships where the disease silently traveled alongside goods and people. This was a period of great movement, and with it came the spread of cholera, reaching distant shores and unfamiliar lands. The disease's journey was not just one of devastation but also of discovery, as it prompted a deeper understanding of public health and the interconnectedness of our world. As we moved through the second and third pandemics, we witnessed the growing awareness and response to cholera. The disease, once shrouded in mystery and fear, began to reveal its secrets. Imagine the quiet determination of scientists and public health officials working tirelessly to unravel the mysteries of cholera. Their efforts led to significant advancements, such as the identification of the bacterium Vibrio cholerae and the development of modern sanitation systems. These were times of learning and adaptation, where the lessons of the past paved the way for a healthier future. The spread of cholera, primarily through water and food, highlighted the importance of clean water and proper sanitation. Picture the gentle flow of a river, once a source of life, now a potential carrier of disease. This realization spurred the development of water treatment technologies and hygiene education, transforming the way societies approached public health. The soothing sound of water being purified became a symbol of hope and progress, a reminder of the power of human ingenuity in overcoming challenges. Public health responses evolved significantly over time, from the early, often misguided efforts to the more effective strategies of the late 19th century and beyond. Imagine the calm resolve of communities coming together, to build better sanitation systems and educate one another about hygiene practices. These collective efforts not only curbed the spread of cholera, but also strengthened the bonds within societies, fostering a sense of shared responsibility and resilience. The aftermath of cholera pandemics has been marked by profound changes in public health policies and practices. Each pandemic left a legacy of improved infrastructure, medical research, and global cooperation. Picture the quiet corridors of research laboratories, where scientists continue to study infectious diseases, driven by the lessons learned from cholera. Their work is a testament to the enduring impact of these pandemics, shaping the way we approach health challenges today. As we conclude this chapter, let us carry forward the insights gained from our exploration of cholera pandemics. These historical events remind us of the importance of vigilance, preparedness, and collaboration in the face of health threats. Just as the gentle flow of a river can be harnessed for good, so too can our collective efforts guide us toward a healthier and more resilient future. With each lesson learned, we are better equipped to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, ensuring that the legacy of cholera is one of progress and hope. Moreover, cholera pandemics have also influenced literature and culture, leaving an indelible mark on the human experience. Writers and artists have drawn inspiration from the struggles and resilience of those affected by cholera, capturing the emotional and societal upheaval that accompanied these outbreaks. Imagine the poignant words of authors who chronicled the suffering and hope of communities, their narratives serving as a reminder of our shared humanity in the face of adversity. In addition, cholera pandemics have played a crucial role in shaping international health regulations and organizations. The establishment of the World Health Organization, WHO, and the International Health Regulations, IHR, can be traced back to the need for a coordinated global response to infectious diseases. Picture the delegates from various nations coming together, united by a common goal to prevent the spread of diseases like cholera and protect the health of populations worldwide. This spirit of collaboration is essential in our modern world, where global travel and trade can quickly facilitate the spread of pathogens. As we reflect on the lessons learned from cholera, we must also acknowledge the ongoing challenges that remain. Despite advancements in public health, cholera continues to pose a threat in many parts of the world, particularly in regions with inadequate access to clean water and sanitation. Imagine the communities still grappling with the realities of cholera outbreaks, their resilience tested time and again. It is a stark reminder that our work is not done, and that vigilance is necessary to ensure that the progress made is not lost. Furthermore, the legacy of cholera extends beyond its immediate impact on health. It has influenced urban planning and environmental policies, as cities strive to create healthier living conditions for their inhabitants. Picture the transformation of urban landscapes, where green spaces and clean water sources are prioritized, reflecting a commitment to public health and well-being. These changes are not just reactive, they are proactive measures aimed at preventing future outbreaks and fostering a healthier society. In conclusion, cholera pandemics serve as a powerful reminder of the interconnectedness of our world and the importance of collective action in addressing health challenges. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us carry forward the lessons of the past, ensuring that we remain vigilant, compassionate, and committed to the health of all communities. The gentle flow of a river, once a harbinger of disease, can now symbolize our shared journey toward a healthier future, where the legacy of cholera is one of resilience, innovation, and hope. Together, we can harness the power of knowledge and collaboration to create a world where the specter of cholera is but a distant memory, and where the health of every individual is valued and protected. And with that, we conclude our exploration of the cholera pandemics, delving into their origins and aftermath. I hope you've enjoyed this journey through history and found it both enlightening and relaxing. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my top-tier patrons, Ander and Helena. Your support means the world to me. If you would like to support the channel and enjoy these videos without ads for a more tranquil experience, you can find the link to our Patreon in the description below. I hope you've learned something new today while unwinding. Until next time, good night and sweet dreams.